Hello, hey there. I'm Cyberchroma. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, we're back working on this game. Woo! Is everything going good? Oh, start the background music. Almost forgot that step. Okay, I think everything's looking like things are working. Hopefully so. Alright, so last time when we work on this, we made quite a bit of progress, basically just doing level designing stuff. I need to take this off right away. Too hot. Way too hot. No. Hold on. I guess I've made a routine now of starting every stream with it, ending every stream with it. I guess. Why not? Yeah, so we have this game that has the prototype name of No Time to Think. We have made some levels. It's basically all last stream and kind of the stream before it was. We did an interesting kind of way of designing levels that I quite liked. I think it actually turned out quite well, which was rather than just designing levels level by level, we sort of made a whole bunch of individual level pieces, level chunks, where it's like, here could be an interesting gameplay segment of how, the player might interact with certain types of, these blocks or just interesting gameplay situations that could happen. Made just a whole bunch of those, and then or some were more like mandatory, where it's like, okay, introducing that a mechanic exists, and then like another being like, oh, here's like more advanced application of such a mechanic, and then just other just random neat ideas. We're like, oh, this could be an interesting level, that kind of stuff thrown in, and then we just went and combined a lot of them, placing them in an order that makes enough sense, making sure where if I say like here's a chunk of level that introduces that springs are a thing, making sure that that's before intermediate spring kind of level, yeah, and then spacing out certain game mechanic ideas as well, just to make sure things are interesting. Like in a way, this level is just a much harder version of, where's the other one? Of this level, so we made sure that they weren't back to back. They ended up being actually a lot further apart in the final level list than I initially thought they'd be, but that's just how that turned out. And I did say before, I could probably like look at this endlessly and make minor swaps to the level order, but I think for the most part it's fine and probably not the biggest deal in the world. Different levels are gonna be kind of harder and easier in different ways. And yeah, just showing off these different mechanics. It ended up being that we had 18 levels by the end of this, so that's just, we happened to have the same number as in golf, but I didn't plan for that. There's actually more levels than I think I initially thought we would have. Yeah, because, yeah, that's just, I mean, initially it was like, oh, it should be like 3 massive levels or something. I don't know. But like, yeah, even the level length of different levels, there's some variance in it. Some are shorter, some are longer, some are harder, some are easier. That's just how it be, and introducing different mechanics and all that. I think we've introduced some mechanics in some cool ways, where like the large enemies, sort of having like subtle tutorials without being complete tutorials of needing a message on screen that's like, hey, rather than having like a message on screen be like, hey, these guys can die to hazards, and only like one block of a hazard needs to touch them for them to die. We have this level where you start up here, you go to the left, this enemy will just be here chasing you. You have no way of getting around it if up here is getting to the goal. You are not getting around it. The only way is down. So you just run this way. Oh, there's hazards. I guess I don't want to run to those. You'd run around them until you get to here, and by then the enemy being right behind you should run into this and die, and then you see, hey, okay, the large enemies can die to that. Cool. Just little things like that I think are are cool. That kind of stuff work together nicely. Also in terms of prototyping levels and then actually testing them with just the specifics of how this game is, because designing the levels is basically just placing these different colored grid blocks around, and then I could just throw the player in, and then it all just worked. That made testing pretty nice. Now you'll notice one major difference between what we're looking at now and what we were looking at yesterday. If I have a picture of from yesterday, wow, or not yesterday, 2 days ago, last time I streamed, yesterday in stream time. Yeah, this this is basically what we're looking at now. You'll see a lot more dark blue here, where there is not currently. And that's because... Oh, I'm seeing Skilly. I've seen... Oh, yeah, did like a drawing there. Yeah. Words. I attempted to say words and did not. I can't comprehend what I'm actually looking at. But it looks cool. Some mutated monster. Very neat. Very interesting detailed stuff. That looks, yeah, cool. What was I saying? So yeah, you'll notice that something's different. There's a lot less dark blue. I said that one change I wanted to make was that when we were prototyping the levels, do I still have, oh no, it's even replaced over here. When we were designing the levels, we just had these like blue blocks that were like placeholders for the real grid. And then I was gonna go in after the fact, and then actually first this was gonna be after we actually set up the levels into their own scenes, which that's what we're gonna be doing today, in theory. But then I'd have to go through and place all of these grid marks manually everywhere, and it was gonna be a big pain to do. And I at first was like, that's gonna be so tedious that earlier today I decided I'd maybe start to do some of, oh, Skilly, hello, welcome. Yeah, depending on when you just got in here, I saw your art thing that you made there, and I think it's very cool, very neat. As someone who's not an artist, yeah, cool. very, very neat. What was I saying? Yeah, so I was gonna start to do some of this grid line replacing on some of these levels off stream because of how tedious it was. But then, as soon as I started to do it, I realized how daunting of a task it would be to do all that. Like, how much, how long it would take to do replacing every single one of these lines. And whether that time investment would be worth it for this whole trying to finish a game in 9 days challenge. So I did something. I did a clever thing, and that was to sort of cheat this in a way that's not perfect, but it's like good enough for this game. Is simply, if I do blah, there's all the blue cubes. Oh, why are they big? Wait. You don't know why you're big. I do that. Oh, because I turned on the wrong thing. Ha 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 ha. You're actually supposed to, hold on, let me just make minor adjustment real quick. Blah, and then you're supposed to have this. You are there, and then you're at like 0.9. Oh, that's its own interesting aesthetic. There's the blue things that were there before. Because these were all a prefab that was like temp grid, I just went in, and then under this prefab, just put in, if I go to this, 4 grid lines like this that I purposely want to extend slightly past because I just like the aesthetic that happens when that is a thing. Technically, games count as art though. Fair enough, sure. But I'm not that good at 2D art. I'm better at like in the 3D realm. I guess technically what I'm doing right now is 2D, but I'm cheating because it's really 3D, but just top-down orthographic camera. Anyway, so anyway, short version. I did this, put these here inside the prefab so that when I go out of the prefab and I turn this off, then ta-da, all the ones that we've set up are all replaced. This does, though, mean that at any intersection, there's actually some, like, overlap of the meshes. But that's okay. It's, like, fine enough for the scope of this game. It doesn't need to be perfect. I like them going off the edges because I just like how it looks on the actual proper edges. And yeah, I could try to have 2 different models. Ones for that are, like, inner things that are perfect squares and then outer ones. Oh, it also means that, actually, here, from this square, swapping that out, there's like the 4 going around here, and then from this one, then there's another 4. So there's also just 2 lines on top of each other a lot of the time. But like, then, like, it's fine for the scope of this small thing. There's lots of things that I could do to, you know, make it better, and maybe we will when we go from this version of this like prototype of this game to the more out there like polished version. Maybe that'll be a thing on the agenda just to see if we can actually do proper like figure out like mesh generation stuff. If there's like way to like take these 2 meshes and like combine them or something. That'd probably be stupid complicated, but you know, it's something we could experiment with just for the funsies, just to try and learn new things in Unity. To get this to generate, like, take the blue squares and then generate a proper grid mesh that works with all of that, that's not having any overlap or, yeah, I don't know, but that's something we can experiment with. But for now, just this easy thing of letting there be some of that overlap does just mean it saves me so much time that it would have taken to manually set up all of these grid things. And then now, like already, I can go in and be seeing what this was supposed to look like with the so-called real grid aesthetics that we wanted. There's still a lot of polish that could be there that isn't, and maybe after we get the levels kind of made, we can experiment more with graphical, like lighting and post-processing type stuff. We can kind of go around to it that maybe. We'll see. I wanted to focus more on like gameplay stuff. But yeah, cool that we were able to get the grid thing in there. Anyway, so with that being said, so now that we have these levels designed, sorry, like cut myself off real quick to say one additional thing that's cool with this. And right now, if I wanted to actually, when I go to build these levels for realsies and then actually testing them, if I decide I want to change anything about them, with this, it's a lot easier to do so. I mean, I can't as easily like select a grid space. I mean, I kind of can in a way, but like this is potentially easier to move around the grid spaces rather than when it's actually the full-on line. So yeah, and then I can even, if I want to make a bunch of substantial changes, if I just go in and open the temp grid and then just turn back on that mesh renderer, I think this will select a lot easier. Yeah, see now that's super easy to replace stuff. Yeah, I could write in some codes that the blue things are always there and then it just disables these mesh colliders on start, but then it's just extra like coding that needs to happen. It's potentially unnecessary for this, and extra like performance woes. Any kind of subbing stuff out on start, that's just extra load time that, nice to not have. And we have a super small 2D game, so it doesn't matter significantly. Like, performance isn't the worst thing in the world compared to, high action 3D game, but yeah. Anywho, so with that being said, I guess that's my introductory ramble. Let's get back to, I guess, actually making stuff. So what is that going to mean? So now that we have all these levels, and we might change some stuff around or swap levelers, we'll see. The first thing that I want to do is swap these out I want to get these for being all in one scene where we were just doing this level planning, and get these actually into their own scenes, level 1, level 2, yada yada, all the way to level 18. Then there might be something extra at the beginning for the beginning of the game. There might be something extra at the end as the game's gonna end. We'll see. Okay, we're gonna sit back down and actually, now start to work on stuff. Okay, so down it goes. Making sure microphone is not being in frame. Okay, let's get started, shall we? So the easiest way to do this, I think, is just to duplicate. I want to keep the level planning scene as in. I guess we'll duplicate once just to be like, leave how this is looking right now, to kind of leave that sort of untouched. I do now have to be careful. Let's say I call this level 1. I do now. I'm just about to cross the point of no return where once I split this into 18 different scenes, if I want to change anything that like. Some changes, like if I, change the spring prefab and it looks more like a spring, I don't have to make any significant changes to every single level. There are some changes, though, that if I make a change, I'll have to then make that same change to all, 18 levels or whatever. With that being said, before I do that, this is going to be the light. The idea right now is that every scene, the lighting will be exactly the same. That's another thing we could change in the polished version. I think I'm going to... Prefabs are like the way of, if there's one prefab of something in every scene, then I change the prefab, it changes the rest of stuff. So if I just go make an empty game object called lighting, and then go like blah, and then put directional light. If I just put both these in here, and then make this a prefab, that's just an easy enough way so that if I want to change how bright the lights are, I don't want to be a new thing. On. No, don't replace. Hold on. Nah. Let me make a new one. Yeah, that's just, yeah. Any other little things like that I want to care about? So we have the camera being a prefab. The player is the background is a model, place the model. We change the material that's already, taken care of. We have all the grid manager, turn manager, level manager, all that on this like level manager. Everything's underneath. We are doing that kind of on purpose for later on if we have a fancier level transition thingy rather than just loading scenes. But right now, the way simpler thing is to just load scenes. So that's what we're gonna do. Okay, so yeah, that's the only. I guess that's the only major one. I think we are at a point where I don't think I'm gonna change the time per turn. If I do, I'll worry about that later. Okay. Well, okay, so I just said that I made that change. What scene did I make that in? I didn't actually go to the level 1 scene. Let me now start again. We're at the point of no return. I can, yeah, duplicate this. Level 1. And now to make a real level, all I should have to do in theory is 1, delete all the test stuff. Delete every level except the one that we care about. I'll have to double check that I didn't delete anything unnecessary. Move this over to the center. We have reasons that I've explained before that we want the goal to be at the 0, 0 of the map, and that's easy enough to set up because eventually we're gonna make it look like an actual hole in the paper that is the background. So that worked. Got the player. Got that. The camera. Technically, the camera should. Let me double check that it does this. The camera first frame should snap to the player from wherever it is, right? So I don't need to manually set it up. I mean, I can, but nah, whatever. I'm going to the work I'm about to have to do. Why am I still in the level planning scene? Why did that not work the way I wanted it to? I didn't like actually change scenes. So hold on, let me just do a quick swap of scenes here. Level planning, and then this is now the true level 1. Level 1, ta-da! Fantastic. I guess I should real quick just make sure that the scene actually works and that I didn't miss anything. Woo, we can move. Level 1 might have some special programming involved, but yeah. This beginning bit is purposely, like, it's the very, very beginning of the game. It's slow on purpose. Make sure the player has this free space to learn how to move. The fact that they can sort of fall off and not die. Yeah. And I see an error in the top right that it like tried to go to a scene that doesn't exist because eventually it will, when we set up everything in the build manager, then it will be proper. Okay, level 1. That was okay. So that's level 1. Now we go on to level 2. So now, if that's all I have to do, it's nice that it's just that and I don't have to. Oh wait, I just deleted the player, didn't I? Hold on. The player, I will. That's one additional step. Is I'm gonna have to actually move the player. Let me make it so the player can't be touched right now, and then go. Yeah, they didn't delete the player. Okay, blah, blah. I also, once I've done this, I can make the actual background less big. It's only as big as it is because, just like it fit in all the level planning stuff. Okay, move you. The center and the player at the one thing I didn't do when I was designing these levels is that I totally didn't like set up player spawn. I didn't put anything that indicated where I meant the player spawn, so I just have to like hope that I get it roughly right. It doesn't have to be the absolute furthest from the goal. Like I can let this be 1 over so that like, hey, you can move right if you totally want to, but yeah, it doesn't always have to be on the edges, and it can be slightly more interesting looking to not always be exactly on the edges. Okay. That was that. Back to level planning. Duplicate. 3. So we do gotta do this 18 times, but this is the, constructing our level. This is, okay, so, okay, bleh. There's no real way to, like, automate this. I mean, I could have been constructing the levels as separate scenes this whole time, but it was way easier to design the levels the way that I did with the whole, level chunks that I combined together. Way easier to do that with it all being in one scene. Especially since, like, with this simple grid game, everything is, like, it's the same background, the same, mechanics and whatnot. As far as experimenting with level design stuff with this game, there is a lot that won't necessarily transfer over. Some stuff that's only really going to work with the planning of this game that's not going to... I mean, the level planning scene again. Why did I keep not doing that right? If I do that, I then just have to sort of swap these scene names, and then it's basically fixed. As long as I just don't, yeah, go too far and then delete whole levels, that would really suck. This is level planning. You're still good though. You know, in fear of accidentally deleting like my levels or something, I'm just gonna go level planning, copy, and we're just now gonna not touch that scene, just in case in my like duplicating stuff around, I just make sure I don't accidentally delete something I don't mean to, and then lose all my levels. One thing that's really funny though, if I did accidentally do that, I have recording of me making the levels. I could, in theory, look at that to then reconstruct them exactly as they were. It would be a huge pain and definitely not something I'd want to do, but you know, it's theoretically possible. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. So unfortunately, yep, it's just a little bit tedious, but yeah, this is we gotta do to be constructing our levels. And what's also interesting is with them being their own scenes, this will be super easy if we later on decided we wanted to swap 2 levels for some reason. We can do that real easy by just swapping the scene names around, so that's cool. Yeah. I'll have to go through and actually like test this stuff. We are also, right now we're assuming, I'm having the player start going up every time rather than forcing like, oh, you're going up. Like, I gotta have the player start moving right here. I'm gonna let it be up. It's fine, it's consistent, and it's not having to write any additional code. It says that, wah. Duplicate you into level 5, make sure I actually go to that level. So also, I didn't expect to have as many levels as we ended up having, so it is just the case that, yeah, there's just a lot more to... I'm gonna have to do this a lot more times than I initially thought, just because how many levels are. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I also need to make sure I don't lose count. Like accidentally, you know, put in, you know, 2 of the same level or whatever. We're gonna do a whole run through of this after we're done, so hopefully it'll be fine to not accidentally do that. Give me that player. As the player was on the first level, it's getting just further and further away from the level I'm copying. I didn't get the goal in the proper place. I eyeballed it, and I eyeballed it wrong. Now, you're just going to start here. Some of these player spawns don't matter that much. I can be slightly over one, like, it won't be the end of the world. Some have a very specific timing with how I planned, like, how some things like the enemies are going to move based on where exactly the player starts. So I do have to make sure I get that right. So it'll matter for some levels, but not really all of them. More like, the later in the game the level is, the more that's gonna matter. Okay, don't delete the player. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Next is the one we're keeping is this. Okay. Even though this is a little tedious, at least it's like, it's an easy process to just separate out all these levels. Yeah. And then player. Normally at like the beginning of my streams, I'm like rambling a whole bunch. It would be scared me. Scared me of there being an enemy there. Should I? Because it was here, I was like, oh, where'd the enemy go? Did I delete him? But no, he's fine. I could have the player start here, and then you're moving up, you have to quickly move away. I think I want the player to start down here, so they see that enemy coming at them, they have to, like, move over to intentionally be like, hey, come over here, and then run around. Yeah, I think I like that better. It also makes the level slightly longer. There's just more moves that the player has to do, rather than, they have to go up and then around, rather than just going here straight in a circle and up, and then to this chunk up here. Yeah, and then we're gonna be testing these levels, you know, afterwards. Hopefully they're not gonna have any super glaring issues. Okay. Blah. Whoa, don't delete the player. I should have maybe tried that thing turned off. Actually, I'll do it right here. In level planning, do this thing where you make it so that an object can't be selected. That's relatively new. That wasn't a thing a few Unity versions ago. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I remember ye old days when that was not a thing. The first Unity version that I remember using was version 5. Because, fun fact, when Unity started, it wasn't named by, like, as of now, it's named by the year. Like, I'm currently working in 2022.3.6 F1. When Unity started, it was just like, so-called normal naming conventions, where it like was just a number. You know, version 4 was a thing, and then version 5. I know there was a big overhaul when it went from version 4 to version 5. Then yeah, version 5 being like the big one, and then after 5 point whatever, they changed to it being a year system, which is like, okay, I guess, why not? Although it's a little strange that it's like a year system that's like behind a year, but I looked into kind of the why it's named the way that it is, and with explanation it makes a bit of sense, I guess. Like right now we're in, the year is 2023, yet like why aren't we in Unity version 2023? Version 2023 is out in like a beta kind of thing, but it's kind of meant to represent like, okay, no, I should be working and talking. The whole point of me rambling right now is just to be talking about something while we're doing a tedious task. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This was the one I just did. I just did this one? Yeah. 7, 8 is this one. That was a tiny one. That's fine. Okay, to have some big levels, some shorter ones. So it's like version 2022 because this is like the version that they were making during the year of 22 and so-called completed in the year of 22, and then now they're sort of, you know, making it into sort of the long-term stable kind of version, adding some things here and there, like whatever, I guess. Where's the player start for this? Why is there a hole here? I want this. Do I want the player to start up in this hole? I don't see why else I would have done that. This one I'm just gonna test again, double check, see if this spawn location makes sense. Like, oh no, run away! Hey, enemies can die to that. You're supposed to ideally. Okay, this is, I guess you can kill it by the boulder. This is the first level with the falling debris, but then also killing an enemy by it actually falling into the hole would be an ideal thing. I'm fine with it either or. It's fine. Okay, that I just wanted to make sure that it was like functional and wasn't the hardest thing in the world, accidentally being broken. That was 8. I really don't need to go back to the level planning scene every time. I can just duplicate it and then go straight to it. Anyway, so it's like right now they're working on version 2023, getting it to a point of being, well, I need to count. Well, no, I don't really need to count as much as I need to look at the level and then know that it's the next one. 9, because then we're halfway through. We're almost halfway there. Oh, I didn't delete all of it. Okay. Okay. Okay, it's like, whoa, this is like the version of Unity that they're making, or what's it saying? So for 2023, it's like the version of Unity they're making over the course of 2023, and then they finish it in the year 2023, so it's like, you know, complete and workable, and then they sort of continue to support it and add new features and stuff going into the year 2024, I guess. Do I completely agree with that system? Not entirely, but I guess it makes sense, and it's giving me something random to ramble about some random thing that I was curious as to why it was programmed that way, and then I googled and then learned it. So yeah. Alright, level 9. Nope, duplicate you. With that, we are halfway there. I actually don't immediately know what we're gonna do after we're done this. With initially the plan of this stream was building these levels. Oh, I didn't bring up my Trello board. Let me just do that real quick. Quick detour. The plan was to, you know, build the levels and then spend a long time, the tediousness of replacing the temp blocks with the grid lines, and all of this was going to take forever, so it's like, yeah, this makes sense for a whole stream. Actually, move this down here, because we technically already did that step. Kind of. But in a way that we might readdress to do it in a more polished way in the kind of bonus section. So right now we're working on build levels. Once we're done that, I mean, we can start working on this. So the initial plan was that by the end of day 8, I would have a working version prototype thing of the game, and then day 9 was just going to be about publishing it on itch.io or whatever, like just, you know, kind of, this was almost like the bonus day in a way. We could, but then as we kind of fell behind, I decided this would just be an extra day working on the game that hopefully ends with publishing it, you know, in theory. Could go back to the original plan of me getting this stuff in here, and then maybe we finish the game in this stream, and then day 9 is just the publishing stuff that I gotta figure out. What I don't even know what I'm gonna consider actually entail, like that entails. Making sure we actually have a name. Well, I don't know, whatever like cover art type stuff we might make. I don't know. We'll see. Maybe if I do that kind of stuff, I will make like a main menu. I don't know. I do still want an actual somewhat proper beginning and end sequence. I would like at least like when you first start the game, like up, down, left, right arrows pop up on the side, and maybe also like a WSD. Just those are there. They don't have to be like press these buttons to move, but just faded. Like if you just see a WASD in the distance, then you can get the idea that just okay, you can press those buttons and they'll do something. You press them, and you see that you turn, and you figure it out. So it doesn't need to be super descriptive. It could just be a little background detail off to the side of at the very beginning of the first level. Okay, so yeah, we'll see if we get that. And then to end the game, then just having a quick little like a scene that's empty except for like a thanks for playing or something. I don't know. We'll see. But then again, when we move to like the bonus version of working on this game, making it more polished, then I have to completely change what those are. We're trying to come up with just simple versions of just any fast way we can come up with for the game to begin and end. It's like, okay, it technically is functional, but then we're going to readdress it later on and make something that's actually more cool and polished and whatever. I don't remember where exactly I put the player spawn in this level. Let me test if it was here and if this works good enough. Oh no. Oh boy. I think not, because I think ooh. Okay, in hindsight, maybe I should have put player spawns, or at least something to represent player spawns. But, I mean, just because what I just did worked, this is a lot more complicated in that... Did I have the player start here, maybe? Or maybe it was, like, here? This moved down. I remember you just followed them around in a circle twice. It was effectively the, sort of intended thing that worked. And I don't have to have it be exactly like how it was, but I would like it to be. How did I start this? Was it here or something? I thought I remembered it being in the bottom left corner. You should... I thought like if I didn't touch anything, this enemy they'd both be coming around the bottom. This would immediately try to run through like that. Because with the way that this is, where the player starts drastically seems to affect the difficulty of the level. Having start there is that... Like, that technically works, but it's definitely not the same as how it initially was, which concerns me. I mean, if I really wanted to, I could just look back at the previous stream as to how I set this up. I don't really want to do that, though. Maybe it was just hitting your head off of this or something? No, how did I do this? Because I definitely wouldn't have, I don't need to move the enemies to get back to however it was, because the enemies are how I initially had placed them. And I want to say the first, like, I didn't start moving into it like a direction. I definitely don't think I started the player over here. Maybe it was wrapped around this way. Maybe if I start the player here or something. No, just that enemies are coming from both sides. That's tricky. Oh no. Okay, this level seemed to be the trickiest of just not remembering. With the other ones, it's easy. It was easy because it was like, you know, starting basically at like the end of a corridor. With here, I don't remember exactly where I intended the level start to be. Let me just try it being here, and I mean, if it's good enough, then I can maybe just say, oh well. Whoa. I mean, here, if I move over as the first thing, then that kills that guy. I mean, not that the point of this, like, in this kind of level, there isn't just one way to kill the enemies. There's kind of multiple. But, yeah. And here I can then just keep moving around and hope that he eventually gets caught, which, oh, he almost did. Oh, and then I moved the wrong way. That's just not, that doesn't match exactly. Like, I remember before it was set up in a way that if you just did 2 quick loops, that happened to work with the timing, I believe. I go back around here, but then go to the second spot. No, too early. Hold on. If I go from here, then you'll die. I mean, I guess. Go around the middle twice, and I guess that one. But I'm sure then, again, there's other solutions that are a thing, and I can always readdress it later. Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay. Yep. Okay, whatever. It's good enough. Move on. Level 11. We'll see if we have any other, situations like that. So 11 is this one, so... Okay. Bleh. Guy. Move you just down here roughly, and the actual level itself. Get down there, you. Goal was here. This one, I think I remember that the player starts in this little area, because then you want to move over. You move over and then down. Then you can essentially wait for the enemy, and then, yeah. Yeah, that seems familiar. And then you move down into other stuff, but yeah, that's fine. That's good enough. Okay. There's two. No, this is level 11. I was going to say there's 2 level 1s. No. What other things can I ramble about here while we're just going through this? So what are we gonna do after? Well, I said so. We're gonna be designing these levels, then making sure the code's all in place to actually transition through each individual one. Then going through and actually doing a full run through of the whole game, playtesting every single level, making sure everything's working, is functional, and then like the difficulty scaling makes some amount of sense, pretending to be a new player. This was... I think we start in here, that's far enough away. This is just like a bit of a decoy kind of thing. We're just adding more random details on the side, rather than being a complete exact grid. Okay, then level 12. Okay. 13. Just make sure 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Okay, just make sure I didn't like lose count somewhere. Or didn't make sure I was getting the right level. Okay, there. All of you gone, and then I said from there, then all down there can be gone. This is the second. The level. This is like the second sort of boulder level. Okay. Player, right, yes, player. Okay. Player here starts up in this area somewhere. I want to say they start over here, so you hit your head off this and wait for them time to go up rather than starting here and just going immediately into it. Alright, yeah, some of these are easier than others, that's for sure. 13 down, onto 14. At the player. Bleh. Bleh. And then this one is 14. You get these. What? Don't flip around and click the exact wrong opposite thing than what I want you to click. No. Okay. There. First level with the large enemies, so that's a thing. Yeah. Isn't this thrilling? Super exciting to watch. I think I want to start there. Yeah, probably. Yeah. Hopefully, when I get back to working on my so-called proper games, I'll be doing stuff that is more interesting, enjoyable to watch, or whatever. Yeah. Again, this is sometimes just a part of game development. Can't always automate everything with code. Next is this one. Bleh. Although when we get to working on back on so-called real games, and we start to, even when we make levels for that, I'm gonna have to kind of invoke a kind of a different strategy. Although I do like the idea, just conceptually, something I think I've done a little bit of over the years, but really like we did it a lot with this game, and it turned out quite well. I think is rather than planning stuff in terms of levels per se, planning. Wait, this is the same level. Whoops. Okay, well, we got the wrong one. Delete you and try again. But this idea of sort of planning fun or interesting gameplay segments, just an individual, like, bite-sized piece of a level where it's like, this would be an interesting interaction that the player can have with some object, or an interesting scenario to be in, or an interesting way to introduce a new concept. Make a ton of those, and then just, whoa, I delete the player. Make a bunch of those, and then start piecing them together in interesting ways, and then bam, level. Although it definitely wouldn't be as streamlined as it was with this game, because then when you're in the realm of 3D, that becomes a lot more tricky both to make and to, like, test. Here is just place the grid things and then go into play mode. In, like, a 3D game, you know, a lot more has to be done with, like, blocking stuff out and whatnot. But still, I think the fundamental concept of doing that is neat. But this would be something kind of with, like, the handyman with the unicycle, when I get back to that, and the Ultra Tag thing. Although I think one thing we'll do in this game, some of the levels are, you know, maybe not amazing or whatever, you know, could be better. Oh no, how far up this did I want to start? I want to say I remember it being here. I'll come back to it. You know, let's run through this, just to double check. Oh, those holes don't look as pronounced as I maybe would have liked them to be, but it's too late now, or we're just gonna deal with it for now and say that it's fine. But maybe in the polished version of this, we'll do something. Wait, what happened there? Right. It's a thing that there can't be 1x1 sized holes with the way that this currently works. So let's make this go up here. Actually, hold on. Yeah, so make that go 2 up, and then the situation solves itself. That would be another thing I'd potentially want to address, is making it so that 2x2 holes can be, or 1x1 holes can be a thing that has the visuals to accompany it. But anyway, that's, yeah. It could. It's not that it absolutely can't. I just have to sort of change the style for how the grid looks in the background to better say, like, this is a hole going from here to here, rather than just removing the lines. But anywho, yeah, that works. Whoa, no, oh no, I'm definitely dead. Okay. I just quickly double check this is beatable still. I'll just give a quick intermission from building the levels to get to see more of the cool gameplay. But with making levels, one difference of what I do from here to my real games, Handmade with the Unicycle and whatnot, is I did try to, like, rush the level. Why are you? Wait, this shouldn't be over. Oh no, I might have to make sure that there might be some of those grid lines that aren't on top of other gameplay things. Oh no, I still died to you. Oh, okay, so I didn't do that right, but that's still doable. I didn't maneuver good. Yeah, okay, so there are some cases where I might have to just double check that the grid stuff is set up well. Anywho, like here, it should be, going over that. I mean, it technically doesn't have to, this could be part of, because that doesn't affect the gameplay at that point. It's just entirely an aesthetic thing, and adding to the idea of this thing kind of looking broken. I mean, I guess it's allowed. Get die to you, cool. We'll see. Anyway, so with this game, when I was designing levels for this, I was trying to do it in a hurry because to finish this challenge or whatever. So I was trying to really quickly, all in one stream, basically, or kind of two, coming up with level ideas and then trying to execute them. In a real setting, I should be trying to, or with that real game, rather than trying to come up with a whole bunch of really good level ideas right off the spot, I should be more trying to, hold on. Maybe I won't. I'm fine with letting that be a little bit separate. Whatever. I want the one on the goal though. Coming up with, as we're just building the game, as we're building, programming enemies and random hazards or anything, anytime I'm like, oh, this could be an interesting thing, write it down immediately kind of idea. Or maybe just go straight into, let's open up a new scene and then, build something, see if it's going to work. rather than trying to do it all condensed at once. I think, giving more time to breathe, just as I just randomly come up with interesting level mechanics or level ideas or whatever, that in theory could lead to better levels overall, rather than basically just spreading out the level design process rather than trying to squish it all together for the sake of, this time limit challenge thing. Anywho, but yeah, still gonna be a little bit before we get there. It's a little exciting. We're getting close to the end of this game. I've been thinking about, the stuff we're gonna be doing after this, and yeah, it'll be cool. I mean, on one hand, working on this game has been cool, building this thing from scratch, and hey, now we're at a point where we have a kind of playable game. That's cool and all, but it'll also be interesting for variety's sake too. Soon we're gonna be having streams that aren't working on this game. Just be neat in their own aspects. I want to say I had the player start here, so they have to run down and around. Yeah. And then they go up through all this. Okay. 17, almost done. 2 more. Very, very close. Yeah. And even technically today might be the last day of properly working on this game, if then tomorrow or whenever the next stream is just about the so-called publishing side of it. And if I finish that early, then I don't know what I'm gonna do. That's another thing that does get more tricky, is that with working on this game, it was super easy to be especially after I made the Trello board, of okay, go do stream, I'm doing this, just working on the game, having a rough idea of what I'm doing. After this, I have to then figure out okay, what is the stream gonna be? What exactly am I gonna be doing? I gotta, I have a long mental list of potential things that we'll be doing. I just gotta figure out more of an order rather than more than figuring out what to do. I gotta figure out, of the things I want to do, what's the order that we're gonna do them in. I actually was considering making a new Trello board on stream ideas or whatever, or specifically the stuff that I'll be doing in streams, whether that's working on some of my games, or the ideas I've said before, are start a whole new project just to be, make a ledge grab, or learn how to do other examples of procedural animation, or a sandstorm, or in a snowstorm having snow prints, snowy footprints, and that kind of thing. Random things like that will be interesting. Okay. Blah. Working on some of my YouTube video stuff, which that is something I actually want to prioritize sooner than later. Is after this game is done, then both the two things will be figuring out sort of the kind of regular stream content, get a bit of a schedule going for that, and then also focusing hard on getting my next YouTube video out, whatever that's going to be, which I have ideas for. And shifting gears with some things where it's here's an idea I had, here's an idea I had, I'm maybe pushing that down a little bit to do something else a little bit before. Wait, what? I wish I sent $88 for no reason. All right, me too. That's one thing with this is that wait, is this the last level? It is the last level. Cool, we're almost done. I am thinking that the polished version of this is gonna go on Steam. It costs $100. Actually, because I'm Canadian, it costs $100 US, which is more Canadian dollars. Depending on the exchange rate at a given time, it's roughly 130. I think, I actually haven't checked the exchange rate in a while, but usually it's 1.3 times. So it'll cost me potentially 130 smackaroons to get this on Steam, but it'll be worth it to learn how to make Steam achievements. Wow. Oh, what of ideas? Yeah. Oh, hey. Oh, Bidar. Hello. I missed. How did I miss that redeem? Hello. Welcome. And also you redeemed Solving Rubik's Cube. Yeah, I know what I'm doing right now is, it's not the most amazing, engaging content, but it needed to be done. I don't know, that's another thing that I'm maybe hoping to do is when I'm working on other, when I have more free time outside of when I'm streaming, trying to save more of the tedious stuff for me to just be working on in between streams, to then come to stream and be hey, we're coding this thing and it's gonna be awesome. Doing more of the interesting parts of making a game in the stream and saving more of the tedious stuff for outside of it. But there's only so much I can do that, I guess. I mean, especially right now where I'm barely having time to work on this in general, any like second that I have, like I'd rather be streaming it with this for now. Anyways, I'm just gonna do this. All right, hoo-ah. Ready? 3, 2. I'm not prepared, but 1, go! Blah, 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 and blah, and the where are you edges? That no, no, that was all bad. Every little bit of what every little bit of what I was trying to do there was a massive mistake. Can't I? Every time. Oh, this is such a slow, painfully slow solve. I apologize for my lack of skill at the moment. Each time I solve one of these, it very much fluctuates between sometimes I'm able to be what the heck did I just do? I just straight up turned the wrong way and just didn't. What did I even just do? Okay. No, yeah, I just straight up turned a piece the wrong way, and that just kind of messed up everything. That's also, I don't know, J-Perm, no. Oh, no, you're gonna give me that one, okay. But, oh, that's fine. Blah. Yeah. That was, yeah. But, hello. That's an interesting flame leaf thing. I think that's aesthetically cool, that it both looks like a flame and also in some ways looks like a leaf in fall. Wow. Anyways, that's that. Yeah. When do we get the Rubik's Cube stream? I could make that a channel point reward. You save up a lot, then just like I have redeemed the I'll play a horror game. Have a redeem that's like I will dedicate an entire stream to just practicing my OLLs and PLLs and learning how to better do F2L stuff and like plan the cross and other Rubik's Cube terms that if you don't solve Rubik's Cubes, then you might not know. I mean, that will also be super tedious in a way, because it would just mean me, yeah, scrambling for hours and hours. That's silly, a little bit. But silly ideas are what we need here at the CyberChroma stream. I can kinda, okay, I'm gonna fail at this dramatically, but I have once practiced juggling a little bit. Okay, well, I mean, I haven't juggled in quite a while. That like any skill I had is gone. But at one point, I could like, you know, do kind of. There's a little bit of that. Not great at it, but you know. Yeah, okay, that's all you get for now. That's fine. Today is not the juggling stream either, but yeah. Anyway, back to game, shall we? Where were we? We're just about to finish off level 18, which I think I have to remember exactly. This mattered a lot of where exactly the player starts. I think it was slightly on the right. It should be symmetrical, so in theory it should be one of these spaces. Is this even on the left and right? I definitely don't want them. If I had them start here, that would just be mean, because they go up into the fire unless they turn right away. Why did I think it was like here? But that seems too far over. Oh no. Oh no. Next we will be reviewing fidget toys. Ha. Oh, wait. I think I remember. No, I do start a lot lower, right? Because it was whatever the starting position was, it was super easy to have this enemy be led into specifically this fire. So maybe the starting point was actually like there or something. Well, no. Doing that required moving to the left, though. Okay. Haha. Yeah. Cool. Hard, but not like the hardest thing in the world if you know the tactics. I've only beaten my own level here. Oh no! Don't jump back in. Oh, it's funny that can happen. I've only beaten my own level here by specifically going off the right side. I'm sure it's well, I don't know for sure, but it's theoretically possible to win going off the side there. I'm gonna say maybe the player started there. Yeah, okay, definitely lesson learned that next time I do this, I should not be lazy and actually put in the player spawn points and not just assume that I'll remember them. I do have that problem a lot when it comes to like coming up with ideas for stuff. I'm very way too overconfident that I'll remember something, and then later on I'll be like, what was that thing? Oh wait, I forgot it? Oh, well gee, shocker. Yeah, okay, anyways. This works. As long as the level is beatable and not like the most janky thing ever, then it's fine. I actually think I might make one other change of actually starting there real quick. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Am I gonna test the other directions? Not right now. 'Cause with that, we technically have every level done. Luska, hey! Hello! Welcome to the stream. You just missed the super tedious part, so congratulations. We went through and turned this. We have all of the different levels that we've planned for this game, and we separated them out into individual scenes. The most amazing game development that can happen. Hahaha. Yeah. But it's like necessary. I can't just like, it's hard to, you know, like sometimes game development stuff is a little tedious. That's just a part of the job. It's not all sunshine and rainbows all the time, but and I could do what I can to try and be just rambling while I'm doing some of this, but I mean, even in theory, like this is just, it's multicolored, you know, cubes and stuff. If I was making, once I'm making like the handyman with a unicycle, we're just doing level design for that, but like, there's a lot more interesting gameplay going on, and like, there's at least some of the polish there. You actually see a character running around. In theory, when you get to the point of that just being inherently more interesting to look at, even doing some of the tedious stuff might still be more forgivable, I guess. Oh, believe me, I know how necessary it is. Yeah, it's just part of the territory. Yeah, this is where it's like, yeah, this is where I need, when I'm doing tedious tasks, that's when I have like second thing down like below me that's doing like a Subway Surfers video. No in a million years am I doing that. Although, I mean, the idea of like stuff happening around the screen that I like manually programmed to have interesting things happen, that'd be kind of cool. Like if you type specific things in chat, then like stuff happens. I like the idea conceptually of doing that, as long as I don't go too overboard with it, it doesn't become too distracting. That'd be the kind of thing more for just like when I'm doing something that's like so tedious, there's like no point in really looking at what I'm actually doing. I think I gave my point of view like 2 years ago. Possibly. That requires me to remember 2 years in the past. No, I think I vaguely maybe remember. I think the other thing. I remember like just in general some of the people that have been, you know, with my stream, like, watching my stream stuff from eons ago when I did that. But yeah. Okay. Anyways, what was so okay? Next thing is just with this. Is now that we have these levels. I do just gotta quickly add them to here. We're gonna take out the other non-important ones. I believe I can just shift select and it's gonna work. Yeah, and they are in order. Oh yeah. Then I might have something special at the end, and then something special at the beginning. Words. Let me try that again. Something special at the beginning and something special at the end. But yeah, we'll get to it. You know what? Just for the funsies, now that we technically have level sequence that we can go through, let's just make a build. Just to it has two things at once. Whatever. I don't care about naming stuff. It's fine. Easy on game developing for me. There are two sides. One is coding, other is textures, 3D design, mapping. Yeah, I kind of feel that way too, of like, you got coding, the thing that I'm good at, thing that I enjoy, the thing that I like doing the most when it comes to game development stuff, and then there's the everything else that's like way bigger of just how much other parts there are involved in making a game that, I mean, there's a degree to which, like, because I'm decently good at coding, oh hey, look, it's what we're doing. I'm just gonna move to the right for a second while I finish my rambling here. What was I saying? Because I'm better at coding, this feels smaller because I can do it. Where then art stuff feels like it's way bigger because I can't do that as well. If I was professional 3D artist or whatever, this would feel a lot less, and if I couldn't code, then the coding would feel like a lot more. So it's just it is kind of a matter of skills and whatnot. And I'm falling on the dark side as you. Is the dark side getting into the art side of things? Is that the dark side? Yeah. Anyways, so we have game. I guess let's just do a full playthrough, because why not? Oh, see, okay, this I I don't know to what degree I'll have at some point streams where I'm just trying to, you know, where I'm doing 3D modeling. Let's like make a human character. Because I'm less good at that, I'm more like iffy on doing that kind of a stream because it'll, like, as much as sometimes with the coding, I'm like, oh, you know, how should I go about doing this? Okay, we try this, whatever. With like 3D modeling, I guess it depends on what I'm 3D modeling. Let's say like a full character. With that, there'd be so much more of me being indecisive and not knowing what I'm doing and like going back and forth on ideas and just making stuff that looks bad and not knowing how to fix it. And I try. Oh no, ad break. Okay, I'll wait a second. I bit my tongue slightly. No. How about nah? Okay, so I'll wait. Well, wait 15 seconds, but that means then we get the whole hour or half hour or whatever the default settings were that I haven't yet to change are. I'll wait 3, 2, 1. We are all ad break ended. Your community is back. Wow. I waited and I forget what sentence I was saying beforehand. That doing like 3D modeling, I need to get more confident in my own skill at that for that kind of stream to be less cringy and stressful and like whatever. But the other thing I was gonna say, with now that we're running this like full screen or whatever this game, it doesn't really matter as much with this grid game, but when I get like touring on like the Hey with Unicycle and then there's meant to be UI on like both sides of the screen, the fact that I take up so much my webcam, like I take up so much screen real estate relative to the game, I do have things where I can switch to being on the left and right side. Oh, I'm not clicked into the game, so that's why it's frozen. That's fine. I do have that to potentially not block UI, but I don't know if eventually I do have this as like a temporary thing. Down there is like not, there's nothing proper there because it's like I don't intend to be using this fully at the moment. But I don't know if I will eventually switch to a style like this kind of style where I do actually have the screen is completely uncovered, so it's less. I have to concern myself less of where my webcam is relative to the game. But I don't know. If I did do that, I might then shrink my webcam even further, so that because I know it could be a problem on mobile. There are a lot of popular streamers that do this kind of style where they're in one of the corners and then they have the game, and then you get more screen real estate. If down there can be chat isn't blocking anything, the bottom of the screen can say stuff of some kind. There's like pros and cons to it, but then the screen itself being smaller does mean then if you're on like mobile, it can be harder to see. So there's trade-offs. That's why I'd potentially maybe shrink myself to then make that bigger so it's less of an issue. But nothing I've concretely decided on, just stuff that as a professional streamer I have to consider. Anyway, but I also know that like, yeah, people, you know, I see professional streamers that do it both ways. And I guess to some degree it depends on like what I'm doing. I feel like maybe I'd be more inclined to like, if I'm working in Unity or Blender, I'm more likely to just do the being in the corner. It's okay if I'm covering like a little bit the inspector or something. But if I'm playing a game or doing a lot of testing of my own game where there's UI on all sides, then maybe I'd switch to that style. Maybe I'd go back and forth. I don't know. I don't want to give any advice about streaming because I'm a radical. I barely know what I'm doing either, right? Like, I have no idea. I keep learning, like, new things like every day about, like, just things with streaming I didn't know. Well, like, the, now in OBS, apparently there's some update that recently happened. Now I actually get little notifications that say when ads are happening as, like, a little thing. That's not so much me learning stuff. I always knew that was a thing. I guess that's not a great example, but whatever. Anyway. I mean, there's a degree which I kind of want to be focusing more on, like, the content of the stream than just how it looks. Although how it looks can matter to some degree. Like, I got this little cyan border around me that's like a slight bit of polish. I got the chat looking interesting. That took a bit to set up. It's like little things that, yeah. I don't know. Anyways, stuff we can, like, care about later. But, anyways, let's play through the game, shall we? So, we touched the goal. Whoa, we did it. There's still a little bit of the flickering that's kind of happening. That's probably... yeah, that's not great and something I'll ideally worry about. Like I'll figure out later, but Also, in practice, these holes are kind of less visible than I was hoping they would be, but like in the context of how small this game is, it's maybe not the worst thing in the world, but like maybe in the more polished version we do something that makes this way more apparent. But it's not like the biggest deal breaker. Okay, so that was level 2. Level 3, hazards are a thing. Why did I fall so slowly? Is that? That's not how slow it is in the real thing. Hold on. Let me just, as a test, because this is our first time testing anything in a build. The bugs I, like, hate the most are when something... It's like the bugs I hate the most. When something behaves differently in a build versus in... Something behaves differently in a build versus in the editor. And I immediately know why. It's actually just a frame rate issue. The editor lets itself go to like absurd frame rates if it can handle it. I'm also just going to quickly, because it's a relatively minor bug early in the game, I'm going to close this and then we're just going to quickly fix the bug and then maybe go back through it. The problem is that the shrinking and spinning is not frame rate independent. So if you have a faster frame rate, it literally does it faster. So I just need this to how do I like time.delta time. I need to multiply something. Wait, you'll return new wait for. I'm gonna wait for fixed update. Well, if I go wait for seconds time.delta time. Wait, no, hold on. That doesn't. That's a. No. This doesn't work in this content. That's not how this works at all. But I will go maybe like. Oh, sorry, I've missed some messages. Then I told you about sheep. It. Maybe. Possibly. Maybe. It sounds vaguely familiar. Let me just do a quick bit of googling. A render farm. Oh, okay. This is coming back to mind. Yeah, interesting. Right, yeah, render farm stuff. Very, very cool. Oops, I gotta go. I spent most of my connection tomorrow. Good luck with the game. It's a platform for Blender. Yeah. So, see you, Luska. Thanks for dropping by. Yeah, thanks for dropping by. But yeah, Sheepit, interesting. I don't know how much I have need for something like that, but it's very cool that such a thing does exist. But yeah, very, very cool. And yeah, I could potentially see myself using that in the future for like making complicated Blender cutscenes. But I've kind of geared more towards, with some of the stuff that I'm making that's involving Blender, I like more the idea of, instead of having a Blender cutscene that's like a video file that then you play in Unity to have a cutscene, having more stuff happen like in engine, having cutscenes happen in engine. I know there's drawbacks to that, like in Blender you can potentially have more fancy like lighting and post-processing and like all that kind of stuff. But then also you have in some games you have like wildly different, the cutscene graphics versus in-game graphics looking very different. The consistency of something being in Unity can be nice. But also I like the idea of, I'm with some of the stuff I'm doing with like the Handmade Unicycle, making some in-game cutscenes that happen like mid-level that aren't like it cuts away to something, but like something that's more like dynamic where it's like, you know, characters talking, but you can still move the camera around, or, you know, I mean, having like subtitles if that is a thing. See, like, oh yeah, Blender as a headache, but it's amazing. I know, so I guess you're going, but yeah, see, I guess one thing I'll say for everyone else, or if you're here for 2 more seconds, that I discovered something weird that Blender does a little bit ago that I don't know how in my many years of using Blender, I never like realized it. And then once I did, I was like, oh no, why do you work this way? Is how parenting game objects work. And maybe I just hate it so much because it's very different than how Unity works with parenting game objects. If I parent this cube to this cube that keep transferring, it's like sort of the default stuff. This, okay, actually it depends. It depends. Right now this has, yeah, if it goes to the center, that's like 0, 0. But there can be, I forget how you actually make this happen. But there can be situations where that's not the case. I've seen situations where like it has this like additional like offset with this being 0, even though it's far away from this thing's origin, and it's like, it's weird. How you dare? Blender, I was trying to blend things. It's funny when I go to Google something in Blender, or about Blender, and then I just get pictures of Blenders. It's like, no, not that. That's not what I was looking for. OMG, Chroma. Yeah. Chroma, that my name. As far as nicknames go, I think I do prefer my Twitch name, YouTube name, whatever, Cyberchroma. I prefer the nickname of being called Chroma rather than the nickname of just being called Cyber. Cyber is way more generic. Chroma is more unique, I guess. I don't know. My name is Brandon. That's my IRL name, but you can call me that too if you like. This is dumb advice, but use FreeCAD for 3D design. Is that like a free version of AutoCAD? I've used AutoCAD in like high school for little school projects and whatever, and that was kind of neat. Oh boy, what am I looking at? Oh no, where is? It's going to images. This looks like, I mean, it does kind of look like bootleg Blender. It looks visually, maybe you can make really good stuff, and I imagine you can. I mean, it's a 3D model program with some amount of merit. I imagine you can make some pretty cool stuff. Lighting. This is probably just like an unflattering image of the equivalent of, Blender, when you're not in, when you're in like solid view versus actually rendered it. So I'll give it the benefit of the doubt. Yeah, this time with the lines and stuff, that does look cool. Does this to me, from the images I'm seeing, this feels like maybe it's something that's more geared towards if you're making parts to like 3D print or something, and then you need all like the measurements and stuff, maybe. But hold on. Yes, to allow one of your messages. That's whatever, it's fine. Yes, yeah, whatever, yeah. Precision parts, makes sense, very cool. I've always wanted, it's on my eventual list of skills I want to learn, things I want to mess around with. The idea of... okay, this would be more in Blender. I know in Blender you can do stuff with measurements and angles and all that, and I'm just more familiar with Blender. Actually making parts that I then get 3D printed or whatever, and then making stuff with that would be conceptually really cool. But yeah, I really wish I can give you a tour on FreeCAD in like 10 minutes. I can Google tutorials and stuff I really wanted to. Yeah, okay, so actually, I forget, I don't actually remember why this isn't doing the weird behavior that I want it to see happen. Oh, it's because this is on 0, right? Isn't that the case? Yeah, if I do this and then do this object, now this, yeah, it has this weird offset for some reason. It's like, it's weird. If I now move this over here, this has, oh, it's behind that. Example of me blocking stuff that's important. I was talking about stuff in the transform, and it was being behind my head. If I have my webcam be permanently like off the screen, then I wouldn't have to worry about that. This is like 12, 10, 4, but this, it says 0, -3, -4. If you make those 0, you think it would be 0 relative to the origin? Nope, 0's over there. It's like, why? Why would you do that, Blender? Why would you do that? That's not where 0 should be. That's not what 0 should mean. I did some Googling and like read about it, and like there's reasons why it does that. I just think it's weird and confusing. But it's probably the case where maybe Blender's always operated like this, and it'd be too late to change it now, or like if you change something fundamental about how parenting game objects work, that could like break a bunch of people's like Blender projects or whatever, but it's fine. But like when I saw that this happened, it like made me want to use Blender less. Blender is inevitable. I mean, I could experiment with other 3D modeling software like Maya and like other ones that I know there's a list of other things, some free, some not free. But I feel like I don't have the time to learn a whole new 3D modeling software. I can use Blender enough that I'm kind of stuck to it for now, and that's fine. Rumble Cube is made to delete it. Yeah, deleted, gone. There you go. So, weird mechanic, Blender, set position 0. Yeah, there's ways to like correct this. Like I forget how to like. Blah. There's these like keep transfer without invert, blah 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 blah. But like, still, it's just, I don't know. It's a little weird. Blender has a weird way to focus. Yeah. Oh, it presses the dot rather than. And you can fix it. You imagine like I can change hotkeys, change settings, but yeah, This isn't a Blender stream right now. I can worry more about this when I'm actually, the next time I'll be 3D modeling anything, which I don't know when that's gonna be. Right now in this game, want to 3D model anything for this game? Depends on how detailed I want to get with some of these. If this, I actually make it to a physical, like, spring, then potentially. I'll lose to the 2D games so I can do more stuff in, like, Photoshop. But I imagine I've kind of gone the way of, like, I'd 3D model stuff, but have it be the top-down angle and, like, fake 2D with 3D stuff just moving. Please dare you to try 3D modeling in FreeCAD. Oh boy. I mean, yeah, is that another thing at some point, like, things that you can, like, redeem with a high amount of channel points, just, like, I'll spend a stream just trying to figure out some random other software without any tutorials, like the Unreal game engine, where I couldn't get anything to move, so I didn't know how to, like, I didn't know how to get input and, like, make movement happen, but, I'm sure, like, if I actually Googled proper tutorials, I could probably figure it's probably something that's easy to do. I just didn't, like, it's just probably a very different mindset than Unity. I can't expect to do Unity things and expect it to work the same. And then even just a matter of knowing what functions are called or whatever, right? Like, when it comes to using Unity, I just have learned a lot of the default, like, Unity things that exist, so I've got to just learn those same Unity things and exactly what to type for, Unreal Engine things, or Godot, or whatever, but, yeah. No worries, it's a thing of 10 minutes for real. Like, wait, you actually have a 10-minute, like, there's probably, yeah, like, 10-minute tutorials. There's, like, really brief, Unity tutorials as well, varying sizes. But not right now, though. I think, because, especially right now, the point of this stream is this, like, race against the clock challenge that I'm doing. I don't want to get that... Like, I'm rambling a bunch about, like, other things in, like, Blender. I don't want to get that off topic. Of course, yeah. This is day 8 of 9-day challenge to make a game from scratch that went very differently than how it initially was supposed to. What was I doing real quick? Oh, yeah, just getting, is the fire frame rate good? Oh, wait, I didn't actually finish typing the code. The cheating way could be... Oh, wait a minute. No, wait. No, this is the same. This is wait 1 frame. That's not how I want to... Normally, I would multiply it in here, but multiplying this by time to delta time throws off the whole calculations. In theory, I mean, okay, actually, if I say I want this to be at 1/60th of a second, I can just wait for seconds 1/60. But I don't know if I like that. There might be a more elegant way. I mean, it's always the case with stuff like this. There's, like, multiple different solutions to the same problem or whatever. And this should have been frame rate dependent from the beginning. And I figure out what these numbers should be based on real, like, thing. But then this isn't completely frame rate independent. If you're running the game on a slow computer and it gets to 30 frames per second, this don't keep up so well. But, I mean, okay, if I were to quickly go time.delta time, I could quickly just see. I'm making assumptions about things that I think will be harder than they might actually be. Let me just see what happens. Would this also be at times equals... This would make this a lot smaller. This thing will shrink at a much faster rate. Why am I not able to math what the correct variation of this function would be? Have the scale get smaller every frame, but, like, not as smaller. This should be, like, this should be making this number higher, something between 1 and 0.97. What would that be? Wait. No, why am I, wait, what are you, you're late? I mean, are you cheating? I technically have cheated my own challenge a little bit in that this is definitely not day 8 nor day 9. If I was... Like, there's been a lot of days where I've been super busy with, like, work and, like, other things where I haven't been able to work on the game at all, and thus didn't I just didn't count that as a day of the challenge. If I did count that as a day of the challenge, the last day would have been last Sunday. It is Wednesday right now, so yeah. But in theory, yeah, I mean, because a lot of things just went like not as planned, which is like, oops, but oh well. I said from the beginning, if I defined in the rules that I'm allowed to change the rules, did I really cheat? Okay, is that enough stalling for me to math this out? If I divided it by time, I have a calculator somewhere. I'm trying to like effectively do this in my head. Am I mistaken that it would need to be multiply it by 0.97 every frame? That makes this, because this is just to have the thing shrink into nothing. I mean, or do I just have the wait 1 over 60 seconds? But I mean, that's just very like almost hard coded in a way that doesn't support, you know, larger frame rates. It would be, as far as large frame rate goes, it would be like waiting and then going down, waiting and then going down. Where this being shrink at a smooth rate every frame, but having it be consistent. I mean, like, so okay. What does this scale start at? I believe it starts at like 1, and the X, Y, Z are the same, so I don't need to consider those differently. If I go, you know, times the 0.97, let me just remind myself how quickly that goes down. 0.97, no, times 0.97. 0.94, 0.91, 88, 85, 03, 80, 78, 76, 73, 71. Okay, I basically just wanted to see, it's pretty much going down at, No. It is like the smaller it gets, it's going down slower and slower. So it's not linear. It definitely was never going to be linear. But that's the point. It's like shrinks a lot at the beginning and then kind of slows down as it gets towards 0. So I can't just replace this for minus equals blah. But like, why am I struggling to do this? If I can't figure this out, I'm gonna just have to replace it for something else. But time to delta time for like a 60 FPS game is like is it 0.2 or 0.02, I think, milliseconds. That immediately is just shrinking this into the ground. What happens if I divide it? Let me just see what happens to the numbers. We get 48. I should be doing some math to this that's spitting out a number between 1 and or to exactly match what was happening. It should, when time.delta time is 0.02, it would spit out 0.97. So wait, wait. If I went multiplied by time.delta time divided by, if I'm using this rate but using 0.02 as like the kind of base rate, then if you're going slightly faster, 0.03 being taking longer, oh well, then no, then you only get to 1.45, then you'll grow. Don't want that. That's not what we want. Or you'll shrink significantly. Okay, you know what? Fine, I give up. I can't math this. I'll come back to this another time. Just yield or to new wait for seconds. Time.delta time. Not that. Sorry, 1 over 60 was the words that I meant. 1 over 60, which is not. This is not what not ideal, but it like technically works. I do then need to put this on the large enemy, the normal enemies. Whoa. The boulder. And I think that's it. Okay. That's just, so in theory it should look the same or like mostly the same. But now it should look the same on... Wait. Is that not the reason? I actually expected that to then be the slower version that I'd need to sort of speed up. I assumed that was the reason why that was behaving that way. I'm hoping that it's not completely different reason. I did modify, yeah, you. If I real quick, I know there's like a go application.set frame rate, target frame rate equals. I'm just gonna like dump this here as a temporary thing. Just be like, lock the frame rate. Don't be more than that. Okay, well, yeah, okay, but then why did waiting a 60th of a second not change anything? Because it should have waited longer than the whatever frame rate it was trying to go before, where it was running like, you know, way higher than 60. So I don't actually know why that didn't initially. Why this isn't doing anything. Maybe I might have to actually get whatever math that I would need in here. It's just weird because this isn't linear, I think is why it's linear, not linear, and it's like going down in a weird way. And multiplying something by 0.97 every frame. There's probably some better way I could map that as a function of like what actually happens to it like going down. Well, okay, if this isn't gonna work, I guess I have to not do it that way. Why is that not working though? Why is waiting That's weird. I mean, I could go wait for... I'm curious to what happens if I were to go... Unscaled time. I'm curious what happens if I go wait for fixed update. And at this point, I'll just work on it here, and then once I get something working, I'll copy it over to the boulder, normal size enemy, and large enemy. Didn't expect to be hitting this roadblock right here and now. Okay, so that's doing that. But that should have been doing the same thing. Technically, this is even slower now because this is fixed update runs at a 50th, like every at 50 frames per second, which is even slower than I would want this to be. But I know that for this, so yeah, times rotate. This is 4 degrees times time.delta time. I know that this part would work. I just times equals. So why is this different? Why is this? Unless like. So okay, if I got rid of the times equal, why am I struggling with just this? This shouldn't be that complicated of math. I just can't see it in my head for some reason of what this should be. Every frame, like take this number, times it by 0.97. I mean, if I were to flip that around, it would be 1 by 0.97. I mean, even that's just not. It's not a nice number. That wasn't gonna be. Dividing it by 1.03 whatever. I mean, this doesn't actually have to be multiplying. I could just have it subtract, like, because that's all I'm really doing is just for this is just have it get closer to 0. I mean, so the linear side of this would just be, let's say I was subtracting 0.1 every second, like minus 0.1, then this could be time.delta time just fine. And do this as a in between, then like I'll figure out proper math later. But then you can't like do that. There's a scale thing, right? Well, no, that's not even what I wanted. They would be this actually should be the subtracting first, and then the multiplying by delta time. Well, No. Sorry, that is incorrect. The thing I just said was completely wrong. We want subtract this amount times. But you just need, it's like dot scale? Multiplies every component in this vector by the same component of scale. Which, I mean, so that's the same as the times equal, I think. Now, is there a built-in subtracting-y thing, or do I have to do it manually? If I do it manually, that sucks. Yeah, it can subtract 2 vectors. I mean, okay, well, okay. I mean, the easiest way is to be like, as far as math goes, minus equals 0.1 times blah, but then it's like vector 3.1 times that. There we go. Okay. It was like I took the coward way out rather than figuring out math. Even then, this speed might be too fast. This speed will also have to be adjusted because this is now rotating 4 degrees every second is what that I believe ends up coming out as. So how many degrees per second? How many seconds do you actually does it last before the scene restarts? There's 0.4 is the like frame, like amount per turn or whatever. Let's just try 10 and see what happens. It doesn't need to perfectly match what it was doing before. It just needs to look fine, whatever it is. Ha! That was nothing. All right. Really? Okay. 100 and wait. Subtract 1, but subtracting 1 would mean going from. I'm assuming that this local scale is 1. And then it's then becoming 0. Where'd the eyes go? Where'd the eyes go away? Oh, did this go? Oh, maybe. Wait, what? Because it's not multiplying, it's subtracting. So the y, because this isn't a perfect cube. It's inverting on the y before it inverts on the x and y. That's why the multiplying is better than the subtracting. Either way, let me just deal with this first. Whatever, 300. As I want you kind of spin away, so maybe you should be even higher than 360, so you do full loops. Yeah, let's do 1,000, which may be some multiple of 360, like 720 or something, but that's too fast. So let's go, yeah, 720, and then why the math? Okay, that is potentially fine once the scaling is proper. I mean, this, I could just be like, new minus equals vector 3, 0, 1, 0, 1. That's a thing I can do. But I just don't like that, yeah, because by multiplying, once it hits 0, it stays at 0. This, if it's subtracting, it'll, invert too much. Potentially. Also, he should. I mean, but it's the other thing. Like, right now, he gets very small, but doesn't completely disappear. He should completely disappear. Let's go. Actually, let's make this 3 rotations of 1080. Is apparently what that is. I hate this. That I can't just math. Good. Okay, but it's something we can come back to. This is not super important. I can get this to be fine enough, and then okay, that does that. Okay, that's fine, except for that I would like this to cross 0. I mean, I could be subtract, but then if it's 0, then clamp it. But it's just not a one-line elegant thing that way. Either way, I know that this part can be this, so I'll go place it on the other things. I did, just for funsies, I have the enemies rotate the other way. No real reason other than just it can. boulder move. That's this. The same with the... Basically, the player rotates one way, everything that's, like, deadly rotates the other way, just because. Wait, actually, I don't know if I replaced everything that I need to. I guess, yeah, I have you rotating the same amount right now. You're null, you're null. Did I replace you? I did not. That's important to do. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Not all of it, not all of it. Just this part. But the scale is weird, and the scale is the problem. What would it be? Why can't I figure this out? I don't know. Why I mean, I've done it, like, quite a lot of stuff with having to make something frame rate independent. I make something frame rate independent with, like, a player moving or whatever, and, like, 90% of the time it's I'm adding stuff or doing something with, like, a force, and it's just you take the amount, you multiply it by time to delta time, and then problem solved. That just doesn't work here, because multiplying it by 0.97, I need the number to be higher, the larger, but just, like, a little bit higher. That shouldn't, like, go over 1, otherwise the thing would, like, grow rather than shrink, which would be weird. I mean, I can just try literally Googling something very specific to my problem, just seeing if I can just find something I can just quickly, local scale, like, literally just times equal time dot delta time. Surely someone out there has had a similar issue to what I'm trying to do. Because yeah, if it was, so adding or subtracting, fine. The problem is multiplying. Unless I can effectively, so like that's the thing that I could do is the original thing being times equals 0.997 or whatever. Convert this into, like, okay, what is being subtracted, and then convert that into delta time. So, okay, so I mean, can I kind of make that exchange? It wouldn't be equal every frame. So okay. If I mean, okay. So okay, maybe there's something I can do here. If I say this times 0.97 f subtract the original, this one minus u, and then multiply that whole thing by time to tell time. Okay, maybe that would be it. Let me get brackets all in the right spots. Multiply these, this minus this, and then times that, and then stick that into u. Okay, maybe that be it. This might have a more elegant way of how it should be. Oh, make sure I get rid of the other one. So if that is correct, I should see it, because I would then, now with this, I should see it how it would be looking at 60 frames per second. Okay, I wasn't expecting it to go away. I was hoping that it would just have no, wait, sorry, no. Well, this is, sorry, wait, minus equals this, right? Because, so just to throw in some, like, placeholder numbers here, if this is, like, let's just say it's 0.5 in all three, but because the x, y, and z are gonna be the same relatively, I can just pretend that it's 1. So 0.5 times 0.97, get them brackets in there. 0.5 minus that amount is 0.015. So that's how much to subtract for it to be that little bit smaller. Timesing that, multiplying that by an average 0. an average time at delta time of 0.02. That's 0.0003. That is tiny. But doing that every frame, because if I then times it by 60, that should then be the inverse. Not being the inverse, but well, 0.02. That's an approximation. That's not actually exact. 60 frames per second is actually faster than that, but whatever. 0.02, that's 50 frames per second, but it's a nice clean number, so yeah. I like going off of what fixed time, like the fixed update is. The physics loop. But that's still... Like, that 0.003, time scale being 0.05... Sorry, just 0.5 minus that is what we're setting it. Yeah, that is subtracting, like, basically nothing. So, but wait, well, okay, but then why did it, like, disappear then? Actually, let me just see that. Then it should have stayed the same size. That's then extra confusing why it seemed to just, like, go away. Let me just, see what the scale itself is actually doing here. Because it's got the 1, 0.1, 1. Okay, you immediately get tiny. You immediately get to, like, almost 0. Why? Oh, I didn't save this? Is there a chance that this is running old code? Is that possible? Because I've had that happen before. I've had that happen many a time where I just don't save and you're running the wrong thing, and then I'm wondering why code isn't working when it should be. Yes! Well, not yes. It's, technically this is like, oh no, this doesn't, this isn't looking right, but it's fine in that it's, what the result I expected to happen. If it's, yeah, 0.3, that's so small. Well, okay, then this becomes like it's shrinking 0.97 every second. Because when you do the multiplying by time to delta time, then it becomes like, do this math every second in a way. So then now this number should be a lot smaller. Let's try, 0.1 as an example. See what happens. Maybe that's too much now. Let's find out. Not enough. Really? I can't just make you 0. I can't make you negative. This is just 0. Becomes 0 in a second. I can't make you... What happens if I make you -1? That would then mean that there's definitely... This could be rearranged, so maybe this isn't as sort of optimal as I so initially thought. There's ways that this probably conceptually makes sense. What? So, I mean, okay, let me just... If I'm already in the negatives just to be fast enough, I might as well do some replacing. This being times negative whatever, and like... Then I'm just adding, right? Wait, or... Whatever the scale is... I guess because I'm subtracting, maybe there's some way that makes sense. But I guess, I guess I want this to be a positive number. I mean, even this is... I don't know, but I can't get rid of this because I believe I remember correctly the way the time should be applied. It should be with this, not after it or something. Maybe I have some stuff slightly wrong and whatever. Okay, so now I just gotta get whatever. I'm just gonna go with this and just get this number to be correct, and then we'll move on. I kind of got there, worked my way through the math of it being weird. Okay, it doesn't like if I'm holding a direction on the first frame, then it doesn't like that too much. I want the player to actually like physically disappear before the scene reloads. I can see them like really tiny. They should be completely gone. Even that was, you're there, but really tiny. Let me just double you, make you 10. That should be too much, in theory. If it like a little bit of the player there, I might be able to excuse that. We'll do like 8, and then rotate faster. Let me just put it like a ×2, and then I can combine that in a second. Getting a little bit of that polish in there. We're in sort of the end game of working on this sort of prototype, so makes... Oh, okay, that's too fast. Makes sense to be the time for polish. Let me just go 1.5. Just the easy number to modify, and then I'll actually like math it together once it's working. Okay, yeah. So like, let's try, instead of combining this perfectly, having it still be in terms of perfect rotations, 1800 is that. That's 5 rotations around, with the 8. When we have this working, then I should be able to apply these same numbers onto the enemies and the boulder, and that should be fine. And, you know, it's good enough. Okay. Whatever, it's fine. We got there in the end. I'm going to call that successful. We did it with it being properly frame rate dependent, so I guess that's a win. Yeah, this. Make you negative. This can there's probably ways of making this better, but it works, and you know what? I'm not going to touch it anymore. It's fine. Is there anything else that's majorly gonna be some frame rate issue? I'm gonna hope not. Alright, I'm gonna be overconfident and not test those and hope that we just see it working. Let's try around 2 at building this thing, shall we? And see if the rest of everything works. It will suck if we're on like level 17 and then something doesn't work and then we have to make a small change. But if that's the case, I'll just finish out the rest of the levels and then just keep that mental note of something that you need to change. Okay, so we have this. Woo! It's player. It's moving. Sorry that took so long. I don't know why I just really struggled to math there. Would you believe that I graduated university? I feel like it's more like an experience thing of with the super common situations where I've had to deal with figure out the delta time calculations. I'm like, yeah, okay, I know how to apply this. I don't know why just that situation is something I haven't run into that much before that I've had to do that correction on, but I guess now I know. Yeah, and maybe there was a better way to do it, but I found a way that worked kind of, so yeah. Let's double check this. Booyah. Okay, so now going around that. There definitely, something needs to be done. I have noticed, I've been kind of just letting it slide that, there's a few cases where when it goes from one turn to the next, sometimes it will, there'll be this one flame blip of the character kind of being in the old spot or whatever. I could iron that out and make that guaranteed to never happen. That'd be great. I have some ideas to potentially do that, but we'll get to that in time. Anyway, so we move through fire, and then we just get this zone to just experiment with, hey, springs are a thing, isn't that cool? And the little bit of level design is that, especially while the polish isn't there, we have orange is fire, fire bad, fire kills you. The player gets a lot of time to figure that out. They might then think, oh no, is green like poison or something? Better not touch that. I'm forcing it, if in order to cross here, you are touching the green, and then you see that it launches you. So a little bit of level design stuff there that, yeah, it's good, I guess. Then showing there that you launch over the fire, that's good. There, you get to see that enemies die. I'm gonna purposely dot this so you can see more of it. Yeah, you see that. But hey, enemies are a thing. I don't know if they should have started one more frame back. Maybe I could change that, but yeah, we'll see. Anyways, you see that. What was it saying? You see that enemies can die, and just that's a thing. Then we introduce boulders, and then the faded arrows that don't do anything. You immediately see, hey, faded arrows make the boulders, go in the paths. They bounce off walls. The thing. Oh no, I died. Wow. Problem. Okay. I don't know if any of these levels are going to feel too long. Remember when we initially started this, the turn time was a lot shorter. It was 0.3 seconds rather than 0.4. Yeah, that was a thing. Because I think making it a bit slower gives the player a bit more of a fighting chance at some of the harder levels. Okay, there's it. No! 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 This is an unbeatable level because I didn't set up right. No! The player's supposed to be up 1. No! To then hit the thing and launch over the enemy at the right time. What level is that? Okay, we'll test the rest of the levels just in Unity so I don't have to play through the entire game every time I want to test the thing. So there's 2 options. Either I move the player up 1 or I move the enemy up 1. I'm going to move the enemy up 1 because it functions the same. Other thing I wanted to do was over on this level, I'm going to move the player... I am going to move the player over 1 here so they're more inclined to see the enemies dying. I could move them further back. Why are you here? Well, no, I don't want the enemies to ult necessarily, because it's all 1, 2, die, 1, 2, die. Having that little bit of one and then one, another kind of thing. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, so yeah, there's that. Then next was this level. Let's actually go through it, shall we? Okay. So now you should launch over it. Which, do I want you to launch over it like that, or launch over it where the enemy moves into the same place where the player is? We'll see. Anyway, so then there's two things we get out of this level chunk was, so one, just you are running away from an enemy. You go off springs, but enemies don't go off springs. This is an area where we're forcing that you have to be on a spring and then turn and then launch, that being a thing. Then allowing arrows just be a thing, just be like, hey, deal with that arrows are a thing. Hey, multi-arrow things. Not all arrows are good. Sometimes you want to avoid arrows to not go just straight into a hazard. Beat the level. Woo. Now we got this guy to worry about, where you have to actually lead him out and around. Oh, he's very close to me. That might not be good. Ideally, there'd be like a 1-spaced gap, but let's see if I can still get away. I don't know if I can. I can with springs. Yeah. So we deal with that. No. I might clean up some of the grid space stuff. Yeah, so actually having to purposely, rather than kill this guy, specifically having to lead him away so that you can go up. I think, yeah, sure. So now we got this bit that is going to be a bit challenging. Just having to launch the right way on springs, which is, oh no, I did it wrong twice in a row. Whoops. There's a little bit of backtracking to get back up there, but hey, it gives you more practice with dealing with enemies. And hopefully, in theory, this doesn't take too many attempts. In the polished version of this, I think we might play around with, how did I mess it up twice? No! I'm supposed to be good at my own game. We might play around with having the camera zoom out more or less on certain levels. I think a part with like these springs, it's like extra zoomed out just so you can better see what you're going into. Even here, you can kind of like plan, like, okay, this is the path I'm going to take, and then execute on that without dying. Next, hey, there's an enemy. This is before? Yeah, this is lead an enemy into fire. Although that was like super easy. I thought I had that being before the other one, but oh well, it's too late now. It's fine. And then we have the arrow maze. Woo. We just gotta basically just almost pick paths willy-nilly until you happen to go the way you want to go. Here you want to be on it this way, so you get launched up. Although I've just noticed that actually, I assumed that when you went on a spring you'd launch. If you go on it from below, you won't necessarily go down, you can still go over. But you know what, whatever, I'm going to let that be the case. It's fine. I do want to change one thing though. This, not here. The level we're just on here. I think it's going to be another case where I let them start over one more, so they're more likely to go here and around before this enemy comes down. I'm actually going to also have the enemy start up one more. Ideally, I wanted you to be more like, you're in this area when this guy comes down to then have to lead him around. Rather than it is the case if you just sit here, he'll eventually come to you, but that's supposed to not be... This is supposed to be a lead enemy into fire kind of situation. So you don't know the enemy's coming now. You're like, oh no, the enemy, and then you kill it, I guess. Supposed to be a little bit like, oh no, he's coming for me. Not anymore. The one on the right, I guess, doesn't really do anything, but it's fine. Just a little extra pizzazz. I'll do this again real quick just to... I know the correct paths. Whoa. Yeah, so even, yeah, this can be used if you turn in time, I guess. Sure. Okay, finish the level. Booyah. Now this level's harder because, whoa, we got 2 enemies. Although you're kind of, I mean, you can kill one before the other one even gets there. Then we got leading them into holes, and we got leading them, or killing them with the falling rock, which then is the first level with the falling rock, so you can experiment around to figure out its mechanics a little bit. Now we got the maze level. Let me actually full screen this because I have no reason not to. Whips. So you just go around a little bit, and now, hey, look at that. Springs can launch you on top of walls. So now go along all this, where if you mess up in one direction, you'll then have to like work your way back around, which the backtracking isn't that much. But you do have a little bit of the wall safety down on the side. So this is almost like training you to make a bunch of turns without messing up. But it's a little bit forgiving on one side, I guess. You can hug the wall a little bit. And then later on we have one where that safety net is not a thing. So yeah, then we got another deal with 2 enemies, but also, you know, kill them by boulder. And this one's just, it's a lot smaller of a space, so it's just a little bit trickier, but still doable. And then this area over here, which some of these, if you maybe noticed, we designed these areas on purpose that, like, when the enemies are chasing you, you in theory, maybe you could, but you're not supposed to be able to just immediately book it to the goal. We designed, like, here's a bit of level where you kind of have to wait and then go at the right time so that you can't, a puzzle where you have to wait when an enemy's coming after you, you're less likely to, more likely to have to kill the enemies first and then, deal with the enemies. Okay, happened to get that. There's another case where just kill enemy by the turning arrows. Is this the introduction to the turning arrows? I think so. Yeah. So then that's also just a thing. Where sometimes it leaves you a hazard, sometimes it doesn't. This is looking at the arrows, just having to time it right, land at the right time. Didn't do. I thought it would. I didn't count right, and I thought it would turn the turn that I launched at it. Yeah, obviously it didn't do that. Okay. Haha. I'm also killing with the top. I'm killing with the top one, but I have the bottom one there. Just whatever I do to solve a level, having just those few extra game objects in a level opens the door, the possibility for players to do other things, and that's cool. They have their own ways of how to do stuff. And then now we have the chase level. All these enemies coming at you, and you gotta kind of get the right path of like, get away, don't make mistakes, but use the springs to just get that little bit more jump ahead. But then you have a few turns where you can mess up. One mistake doesn't immediately make you dead. And then here you're like, haha, take that, enemies. But then also, as you go around the corner, having one enemy that's just coming in from the side, you gotta deal with that. The solution here, which might not be obvious at first, is rather than launching into the fire. I mean, it's like not that hard to find because there's only 4 directions really, right? But launching over and then this is a hole. If you launch here, you'll die, and that's funny. You launch on the wall and then go up and over, and it's like, sure, that's the thing. And then, you get away. Sure. Next is the patrol level, where you basically, yeah, you go in line with these, and then you basically just gotta turn at the right time. Don't mess up. If I, like that was a demonstration. Obviously, I did that on purpose. Ha 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 ha. If I'm here, then I kind of get one mess up that I'm allowed. Oh, there's that. So yeah, this is just, yeah, follow the path. But here though, it's going through fire, so you gotta not do that. Right, 1 by 1 holes. I have to. How did I keep forgetting that they don't do? Okay, I'm gonna have to readdress this level. I'll come back to it. But yeah, there's boulders going left and right that you have to deal with, and then here, yeah. I said I was gonna deal with it. I'll deal with it right now because otherwise I'm gonna forget about it. That was level 13. I said this many times that the level structure of how things are doesn't support holes. So I mean, this is super easy fix. I just do this. Easy. So you go up and around. This is fine. This might be fine because it's connected to a wall. You know what? Whatever. This is functionally the same. And then more obvious. These are fine. These are fine. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, good enough. There. The 1 by 1 holes are fine because they're sometimes just functionally the same as the holes. Okay. So let's try this again. Yep, so just follow the path. Whoa, whoa, crazy, wow. I'm gonna go up this time, but then this, so you gotta like time it right. Don't go at the wrong time or you will be crushed. Re-enter the line. Oh, I'm one behind, but it's fine. Okay. Cool. That works. Yeah. Now this, introduction to, hey, it's a big guy. Wow. I'm like, oh no, can I get away? You just go the only, as the player, you go the only way that you can, and then you learn that enemies can die to hazards. Yeah. And then you go over here, and then now you get this segment of the falling, a bunch of like boulders falling like one after the other, but then using that, if two things are falling at the same time, if you're here and then you move there, you're definitely getting killed by that. So you basically want to keep going on the alternating tiles, which I believe looks something like that. And then I don't remember why I just have an additional one more, but yeah, whatever. Oh no, that was on purpose, because if you just go straight into it without hitting a wall once, you definitely, it's positioned that you definitely will hit it, so you have to hit off the wall at least once. So you have to know to do that, I guess. Now we have the chase, being chased by the big guys. Yep. Oh, whoa, no, not that, no. And they're extra hard to get away from because they go over 1x1 holes. This also is meant to demonstrate that's a thing. Yeah, and then there's more. There's like one, and then there's two. That has an extra level of, wow, interesting. And rather than being chased by like a 4x4 or like a 4 wide thing, being chased by down a having it be 3 but 2 enemies, I just think looks aesthetically interesting. By the time you get here, you go across those springs, and then you're away from the big guy, or from those two. They definitely will have died, and now you just got this one more to deal with. That you got to lead him into a 2x2 hole. Which I always haven't led him into that one. I want to say it's possible to lead him into this one. I just haven't happened to do that. But options for the players to deal with. And then up and over, up. And then we got round 2 at the wall, like be on top of walls. So yeah, then we just have also the surrounding area just filled with enemies. It could have just been all hazards, but just having like, here's a bajillion enemies. If you fall, you're dead. But you might get to live for like 1 or 2 more turns. But it's meant to be, if you fall, you're not making it back around. So yeah, then this is just the test of make a whole bunch of turns without messing up once. The ultimate test of your movement skills. I have to make sure I don't mess up. And there's like 1 or 2 hazards just because variety's sake. Making sure I don't mess this up. Yeah, woo, did it. It's quite a long gauntlet as well. Then we got this room, the big room of fear. Where there's like big open space with a lot of these guys, and you gotta just figure out how to get around them without dying, using the springs, using the walls, if they hit off walls, them being stuck, just dealing with that. There's a third one above me that's about to come down. Yep. Yeah, did it. Woo. I got through it all in one shot. It is possible to potentially have to, like, you go out and then lead them around. There's like a couple safe areas around, like that is just potential options. This level, then we got the final level of just a big cluster of enemies. Let me try not going off the top. Hey, or I did do it off the top. I'm gonna say I before in testing I was going off the right side. It's here, like, let's try doing it not off the way that I was usually doing it. If I could win a different way, and yay, I did it, haha. And basically, in a way, actually, I'm gonna die on purpose just for funsies. The point of this level is basically just make it to any edge. You make it to any edge where all these enemies are coming in, then you'll win. Is the idea? Oh, that was perfectly timed to get me there. But yeah, so this is really just a big cluster of, like, just figure out how to get away. Use all the hazards and stuff. There's no walls. Everything's coming to you. There's no hiding. It's just kill or be killed. Yep. Okay, yeah, anyway, you got it right. If you do go on the bottom, you do then have to go all the way around, but because of the springs, there's two things. One, because of the springs, this is more interesting. It doesn't take that long to get all the way around. And two, while you're doing this, you're seeing all the enemies you left behind slowly get killed and slowly running off the edge. Can be kind of satisfying, I guess. And also just this final climactic running around as you go to the end of the game. And right now it's going to error because, because we haven't made the whatever's past that. Yeah, there we go. That's all our levels that we've run through. Cool. They all, seem to have worked. They seem good. They seem fine. Yeah, awesome. Trying to remember if there's any other changes I want to make. There was the one thing of just that I have noticed a couple cases of. So when I just put in the blue squares, I didn't care for if there was like these spots where if the grid would go further, because the intent was that I was going to replace it with my own grid. But there was a few cases where I might need to copy in more of the blue things properly. Mainly on spots where there's like walls like this should potentially have one. I think I kind of want walls to be so-called on the grid, I think. Yeah. I mean, I am kind of going back and forth with the idea of like how much stuff is meant to look, broken or whatever, but I think I will put these on walls so they feel like they're part of the environment. And then even, especially on like the hazards, yeah. What was this, level 4? 5? So just quickly go through, and some of them are already set up like that, but there's some that aren't. Make sure I'm copying the right things. Yep. These ones are all good. If something in the middle that isn't set up and I wouldn't notice, then like it's fine.
There's help one set up right there.
I think it is. Okay. Yep, that looks fine. Just scanning around to see if there's anything else I noticed that looks funky. This is level 5, level 6. Here's where I think they needed need more. Oh, come on. Give me any of these. Let me select you. Like off of this and then like give me the grid, please. Okay. These are fine, those are fine. Okay. Blah, 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 blah. This, that. Okay. Especially on the goal. I want to make sure on the goal. There's some where I think it's missing on the goal, which only really matters when the goal is off the side. Let me just double check the goal like here. Yeah, like that's fine. When the goal is in the center, it doesn't really matter, but there were some cases where I noticed the goal was kind of like on its own, so I kind of want to make sure that's also cleaned up, just as part of the aesthetics, making it kind of consistent. But I mean, there's some consistency that's going to purposely not be there just because a thing's meant to be broken and whatever. Like how sometimes there's holes, sometimes there's bits of walls that's like on purpose as part of things looking just destroyed and stuff. Which eventually, as part of the polished version of this, we did want to have like parts that would like break off just purely for cosmetic purposes, just to look cool. Just like this is a place that's falling apart that you're barely getting out of in time. But that's also going to kind of wait for the polished version. Which, yeah, oh well. Okay. Yeah. Oh, no one there. Okay, see, yeah, good. Okay. That was 8, 9. Just doing this last bit of cleanup. It's necessary. Yeah, I think we actually got all of these, because initially this was all grid out here, and then I deleted a lot of them. I think this one's good. Seems like it. Cool. Yeah, not all of them need as much improvements, just some of them. And only because I retroactively changed how I was gonna build this grid stuff, or that they didn't matter how they were placed initially, but now they matter a lot more. Is that all of them? So, that was level 10. On to 11, almost there, kind of. There, see, the hazard here didn't have one, and so it looked a little bit weird. Okay. As an example, and I'm seeing the wall all along here. You know, I don't need to put on these inner ones. I don't think. I'm just gonna do it for good measure, just for the consistency, just in case I move stuff around. Just so I know that nothing's gonna be missing. Yeah. Yep. Okay. You have all those things. I think so. Yep. Okay. 12. Okay. Oh, this one, the big, yeah. The thing that's purposely all surrounded by walls so that the enemies don't die. This one might be able to be like an exception where it's, nah, I'm gonna surround it. Okay, here we go. This one's probably gonna be the most tedious one. But that's just how this is. But this, like, as tedious as this might be, it is significantly less tedious than it would have been if I did. What did I say about 1x1 holes? That we wouldn't do that. I need this to not look like. Okay, last minute level tweaking. I just need these to be 2x2 holes. That's all. This was one, like, this was a very early level thing that we, planned out, so, yeah. Okay. I think you were, yeah, there, and then here. Wait, I didn't miss one. I don't need to do these inner ones, that's technically fine. It's mainly the outer edges that are more of a concern. Hey, you again. Yeah. It's fine. Okay. Whoop. Don't miss any. Come on. Necessary. I may have missed one, but I don't see any physical, like, you know, missing of these lines, so it's fine. Okay. And again. The most amazing, most insane, crazy, spectacular, bizarre gameplay of game deving you've ever seen in your lives. Yeah, it's hard to say whether, you know, making levels for, like, the handyman with a unicycle or whatever, if that's going to be more or less tedious. It's going to take longer, but in theory, because, like, it's a 3D game and all that, it'll be more visually interesting. There'll be more variety in the stuff that we're doing, in theory. And then probably more frequently jumping back and forth between gameplay stuff and, but jumping back and forth between gameplay stuff and, visuals, aesthetics of things, and lighting and post-processing and blah, blah, blah. Okay, this, in theory, should be the longest of that we have to do for a given level, I want to say. We'll see if I'm wrong or not. Okay, anything else that looks out of place? I think the holes are fine. Oh, but I see a missing one. Haha. Hold on. Any of them? Let me select you, please. I'm just... Unity be in my favor. Okay, fine, whatever. Here and here we're missing ones, and I could tell. I don't know if there's one on the inside here, so we're just gonna do that for good measure. If there's actually a duplicate on top of each other, it's fine. It's not the end of the world. Okay, that was 12. 13. Okay. You're missing one. So just, this one should be small. There's, like, not that many walls anyway. To make sure the hazards aren't missing any. I just do this wildly. It's probably fine. Those look fine. You look fine. You look fine. If I really do miss one, it's not the end of the world. Just overall, I wanted this to be... Yeah, covered the way I intended to when I decided what the level design of stuff was. The aesthetics of things are going to be. Okay, so this, I want to say, yeah, this all needs... this. I think till there. And then here. Blah, blah. And then probably down here, if I had to guess. Yep, I guessed right. Okay. And you have things sticking out, so you're fine. Okay. Yeah, that's that level. That was 14 out of 18. This one, I want to say, won't have many. Okay. Make sure that I'm also duplicating the right things. Down here are these spring bits. They're missing stuff. Yup. You're good. Actually, I'm just gonna. Nah, I can see stuff poking out, so it's probably fine. That's 15, 16. Anything missing here? All of these walls are in the center, so they actually should be fine. Yeah, nothing here is a... Oh, except for the goal. The goal is missing a thing. Give me the grid, any of them, please. It does not matter which. Just give me any single one that I can just duplicate. Please. Okay. That, yeah, now we got this area, which is basically just the edges, which there isn't too many of. Up here. I'm sorry, are you going through the floor? What? What am I holding? What? What are you? Do I have a... What happened? What? Oh, I pressed Alt H or something and just hit it. Okay, sure. Fine. If that's how you want to play that game. Do over here. There's one on the goal. There is... Yeah, this is tedious and boring, and I apologize, but it just is required. Is a part of it. We're almost through it. Yeah, there's just sometimes the tail end of game development just, yeah. Oh, this one done? This one I think is good. Yeah, because I think the way we did, yeah, divide initially. Woo, done. Okay, done that. Yeah. Okay. Did that. So with that, nothing should have changed functionally, so that I shouldn't have anything to necessarily test. I could run through it all again. We would do that like at the end or something. Yeah, okay, that's done. What next, I guess? Build levels. I'm gonna say that's like done enough for me to mark that as done. So what's the bare minimum that we need for this game to be considered finished? Pain, I want to hello, and then Wino 1x1 holes. We continue to work on the game after the 9 days. So short answer to your second question, but I'll elaborate in a second. Yes, I will continue to work on this. I can ramble about that in a second. And then Wino 1x1 holes. In a polished version of this, I could figure something out so that there can be. But with the current restrictions of how this is, if I go into play mode, right now, let me wait for this enemy to die. The holes that are the edge of the map are easy to be like, yeah, this is somewhere where there's just no grid, and like, that's fine. If I try to say that, let's say this was a hole, in this current, without introducing any graphics, any new sprites, any photoshopping, whatever, I don't have an easy way to be like, yeah, this look, this is something that you cannot cross over, whereas like this you can. I could, if I made like a special sprite or something to be like, this is a hole, this is something that looks damaged that you can't go there. But in that case, it's basically the same as just the walls, so it's like functionally the same anyway. So it's yeah, hard right now to just be to decide, say that a 1x1 space is a hole. A 1x2 space I can do kind of. It's not as easy to tell that it's a hole as I was initially hoping for. I'm looking for a specific level. 15? Yeah, this one. I go into play mode. The grid spaces are meant to represent holes. So like this is a hole where it's basically just like this is cut out. And I guess the idea is like if it's not surrounded by walls on all sides, then you cannot go there. Is I guess the sort of aesthetics that I've gone for with this grid design. So like you can't go here, you can't go here, you can't go here. Now that being said, the fact that this is considered a hole doesn't it look as much like a hole as much as I was hoping it would when I had the idea in my head, which is unfortunate. So I do think that when we... So then going to your second question of, will I continue working on this after 9 days? Yes. I initially, when we were first playing this, I had more ideas of stuff I wanted to do with this game. Like the final level was going to have this big 5x5 enemy that you're going to have to deal with as kind of a boss, but also just kind of like an enemy but big. We also did not get time to add in like music, sound effects, like super fancy level transition that I wanted. Some more of the like aesthetic stuff. But I still like, this like 9-day challenge, it was just a for fun, like, oh, let's just see if I can make a game in 9 days kind of a thing with me coming back to streaming. Like I don't have to abide by any of the rules that I set. But I kind of want to a little bit just, and like, here's the way that I've sort of changed the rules, and here's how we're going to do this. My hope was that by the end of day 9, we have a finished game. Not necessarily a fully polished game, but something that is playable, like a prototype or like a demo. It's someone who's not me can launch the game and have something that's playable, even if it doesn't have all the, everything that we wanted. So I sort of tweaked the idea and said that by the end of day 9, we have something playable. And then I say like the challenge is over, challenge is complete, whatever, and then I can stop calling it a challenge. It's not a challenge anymore now, just going forward. Then I'm going to have other stuff that I'm going to be streaming beyond this game, but then I'm going to also occasionally come back to this game, and we can just start working on these other things kind of for me to practice, taking something that's playable and turning it into something that's like actually, getting all the polish in there to make it more fun, more interesting and enjoyable of an experience. Even stuff like having more like interesting camera movement than just this. If the camera went like halfway between you and the nearest enemy or something, it's just stuff that can roughly the same gameplay but look a lot better, have better aesthetics and whatnot. So I am going to continue to work on that stuff, but I don't know if I'm going to do it right away. After the so-called the day 9 of this being done, I think the immediate next stream will not be working on this game, just to have more variety and just me getting to like work on other things. I gotta plan what that's gonna be specifically. I have some like ideas of stuff that I want to do. I more just gotta figure out the order that I want to do those things and what that's gonna look like and whatever. But that's stuff that I'm still figuring out and will figure out later. Anyways, did I answer the question? Kind of. Anyways, so where was I? We did just finish, basically, doing some small tweaks that we had to do, where we now have 18 levels that are playable. So at this moment in time, we can kind of say that we almost have a complete game. Not complete, a finished game. I guess I'm saying finished game in that we have something playable. Complete game would be the polished version of this, right? I guess is how I'm deciding that terminology is. And even when we do... I don't want to go too overboard with when we make the sort of complete version. I could use that as an opportunity to add more gameplay mechanics, add more things that you can interact with. And that can go so very, very far. I do want to be careful to not go too far with that. I don't want to go too crazy, adding too many new additional gameplay things and more levels, a hub world, cutscenes. I don't want to get too crazy with that because I still want this to be overall generally a smaller scoped game so that I can actually finish it and have it be something that I can say is technically done, another like thing that I've started and actually finished. And all that, and then I can move on to like the projects that I'm working on that I'm more interested in, more invested in, that hopefully you guys will think are more interesting. That being working towards getting back to working on the Handyman with Unicycle and to be renamed Ultra Tag thing. Yeah. So that's stuff in the works. But anyways, so I guess to go over what's missing for someone who's not me to be able to play this game is, one, at the very beginning, like, so we don't, like, when you play an indie game, it can be like assumed that the controls are like WASD and like whatever. I think something though to just like just arrows just on the side at the beginning here. Just have like a faint little, because also it's a thing that the buttons are either, I just set them up to their arrow keys or WASD. So just having a faint little WASD over here and like an up, down, left, right arrow over here. Just like, that's all we need. That's all we need to like say that buttons are a thing. I mean, actually, if I really wanted, I could, like, you're moving at this intersection, then the things could be there. Nah, I'll just put it at the very beginning, because if you turn early, it's like, oh, I turned, how do I stop that? So that's some small thing I'd like at the beginning, I guess. I have a better idea for because even the sort of beginning of the game and the end of the game, when we polish them, we're probably gonna, not necessarily remake them, but change a lot about them. Like the final level of the real thing is gonna be completely different in theory. The beginning, I was hoping to be a lot more bombastic. Like, so my idea with the polished version of what this could look like is we open on no grid, just the background thing. And even the background in theory looking a lot more interesting, maybe actually having a kind of texture. It looks like old parchment paper kind of idea. And then we have the grid either like fade in or drop in or something to just have not just a line, but like a whole grid covering the whole screen essentially. And then we have the player show up somehow. So somehow I get the grid in there and I get the player in there. I don't know exactly how. Either they fade in or they drop in, or even just the lines could like whoosh, whoosh, or something like that. But it's somehow full grid and then somehow full player. Maybe it doesn't need eyes. Maybe it's blue cube and then the eyes show up like it just opened its eyes and it could be looking around or whatever. And then I want things to start breaking like they're getting destroyed. I want like the whole chunk of grid to come off the left and the player looking that way like, oh god, what's that? What's going on over there? Whole chunk to come off the right, like, oh no. And then the bottom, like whole chunk to come off the bottom. It doesn't have to be like 1, 2, 3. It could be like little breaks, little bit break, little bit breaks, over here, a little more. Enough breaks that eventually leads that this is all of what's left. And you have like the player's eyes are looking around scared, I guess, like, oh god, everything's breaking. This is not good. The player then isn't moving up immediately. Then I have fading in WASD and like arrow keys. I have that stuff like fade in, and then only once you press a button, then the player starts moving, and they'll start moving up, and then the movement is then continuous. Like that's when the turn manager kicks in, and then as you're moving up, in theory, rather than just being, so two things. One, rather than just being the pathway, the path behind you in this first level, just for more dramaticness, can start to like break away. That might take some extra coding. Well, I could just spawn in the holes, and then they would add themselves to the grid manager. That might not actually be that tricky. This like starts like tearing away. Up here, maybe there was a path to go up, that breaks away, so now your only option is to turn here. Basically, this first level is gonna be like chaos of just like, there's way more paths initially, but as you're going through, they just keep tearing away until you basically only have the one path that you can go through. And then potentially, even though I don't want to overwhelm the player with like hazards and enemies, there could be, here's some paths over here that you cannot get to. It's separated from the main game. Maybe there's just some hazards over here. Maybe there's like, you know, an enemy up here that's doing something. Maybe it's not even moving. It's just like watching you with its eyes or something. I don't know. I just thought of that off the top of my head. That wasn't even an initial idea. But potentially just having future gameplay mechanics be around that you just can't get to is also, you know, potentially interesting. And then you get to the goal. The goal, instead of being a yellow cube, being like, if the background is like paper, this is like a tear in the paper, actually looking like a rip through the page that then the player goes through. The camera zooms in through it into the next level, like you're going through pages of a book, I guess. So both having that things are falling apart and that you're kind of going through pages of a book. That's the super bombastic, polished, potentially big polished version of what the introduction to this game would be. We don't have time for that right now, and I don't have time to be working on making that whole thing right now. But those are ideas for the future. Right now, we're doing the super simplistic version of that. Is that you go into play mode, you're already starting to move, and just throw up a WASD over here and up, down, left, right over here is what we're gonna do. Which means I need to actually make that. What about Photoshop? Find a fancy font and then. Whoa. Like Unity has, you can have UI and text. That's not the issue. The WASD, I just need the 4 letters, but it's the arrows that like I might need stylized arrows. And how this looks in like, we're just gonna, whatever. Yeah. How this looks. This first version and then like polished version could look very different. Even the player could look very different in this polished version. I don't know if I go fully into this sort of paper aesthetic. I don't know. I have no idea. I'm just coming up with ideas and hoping that they're good or decent, passable. And then even the later level, like all the levels, we're gonna have a little bit of, as you're going through, stuff is just breaking away, introducing more holes. Yeah, none of that is gameplay, and all of that is purely just aesthetics to look interesting, but yeah, and then even like the camera can have some camera shake, and just having that kind of fancy camera rig, more than just the basic following the player. Even just that alone can lead to things looking, feeling more interesting, more dynamic, and whatever. Okay, so what is the most bare bones? Do I start with the... Do I make the WASD and then the arrows 2 different things? Yes, they could like move up and down independently. I mean, I could make them as one Photoshop file while I'm making it, and then at the end sort of separate them in 2. But I'll make them on a transparent background. I want to make the arrows first. Do I just get like the Unicode characters for arrows? Unicode arrows. I could also just steal images off of Google Images, but I don't necessarily want to do that. Let's go with. I mean, can I? Unicode symbols usually. Like, if I just do this and then just. You gotta work. Oh. I don't know why you went with Marid Pro as the default font. Can I? If I go with like a default font like Arial, are you then gonna figure yourself out? No, I don't know how to. I can get Unicode. Is there like in the fonts? Is there anything that's just like Unicode to be like? I mean, I could. So I like random, like I just went and Googled like Unicode arrows and basically picked the first thing I saw. These ones aren't half bad. I could just screenshot these and then just put them in for now. Like right now I'm looking for 2-second solutions. I can, is this even the one I was looking at? Maybe. Which arrows are the most like referring to the arrow keys specifically? I mean, they're gonna be placed in kind of arrow key position, so yeah. Okay, so let's just blah, and then like, again, for going from this to like the so-called real version, I'll put more effort to this, and I don't know how much of that I'll even do on the stream, but we'll see. Where, you know, if I, like, trying to have things have this sort of combined aesthetic. If I have this thing where the background looks like a book, would I could potentially make everything look book-like? That could be interesting. Even like the fire, the springs, the player. I don't know what that means to make them look book-like or page-like, but, you know, we'll see. But it could be interesting. What am I looking for? I'm looking for the I haven't used Photoshop in too long. I'm looking for the thing that allows you to, well, I'm even forgetting the name of the tool, the like magic like brush thing that you just pick. I can pick the white and it'll select all the white and then I just delete and then the white goes away. Why am I forgetting where that is? No. No, where are you? You're not any of those, right? No. No, you're this. You're no, not that. Or Magic Wand. You're the one. Yep. That's all I wanted. That took too long to get that. Anyone who's like expert at any of these programs who's watching me and be like, oh no, I'm sorry. Okay, so then like, because this is black, I can't even tint these. Well. If I do this and then, if I make these white, then in Unity I can tint them and potentially do some stuff with that. You got some weird artifacts on the edges of you, but you know what? I'm gonna keep those because they're mildly interesting. You know, we'll see how that goes. So now I just need to, blah. Excuse me. Yeah, wait, yeah. Thank you, that's what I was trying to do. And then like, well, I mean, okay. So, I mean, so the two ways I could position them are either equally distant apart, but I think I want to have it be more like arrow keys, where you'd have the up one be up, but then the left, down, and right being all on the same kind of layer. Something along those lines, I guess. For this, I don't need them to be perfectly spaced apart. Now that I'm seeing this in action, I don't know if these are the best arrows to have used. I'll move this just like, I guess, a little bit more down, maybe, but just not too much. Whatever. I guess I just crop this to that. See whatever size it is, and then put it in. Well, I mean, I don't know if I should actually be. See, okay, there's the degree of, because for the stream, me not spending too long on one topic, I'm trying to be fast, but like, also the so-called time limit of me trying to finish the game. If I was doing this on my own with no time limit, I would be taking the time to properly make everything be the right size. But I mean, also working fast to just finish game faster. Yeah, be more productive can be good. Especially with a small thing like this, I don't need everything to be exactly exact. Assets. Rights is what we'll call it. And then, no, the whole point I went in there was so that I could then just copy the folder. Give me the file path. And these just being tutorial arrows is what that's going to be. I saved it as a Photoshop file. I mean, wait, can I just import that directly? Are you going to let me do that? Where did you save if not there? Wait, did I? Oh, over here. I was going to say Photoshop had frozen, but no, I just had a final confirmation box on my other screen. Okay. So now that we have this, I'm going to put this in first before I... But before I make the WASD versions. Oh boy, what did you do? What? Oh, you tried to apply that texture to the background rather than us hoping to just kind of, if I do this, then you make you as a sprite. Where did you go? Oh, okay. I think that's too big. I should move the camera down. Just so I can, it'd be easier to see relative to this. This is -3 and like 35. Yeah. Also now the arrows are getting a little bit of that post-processing to look slightly cooler. These don't look very good. This doesn't need to be that big. Maybe I'll make it like, I'll tint it sort of the color of the background. Maybe like a brown, I guess. It definitely needs better like actual arrows that I'm using, but it works right now as a placeholder kind of thing. I will make a new layer just so I can work off the same like relative size of things, and then make the text for the WASD. Wait, hold on. I do it as like one big text thing, it'll be easier. But just okay. Same font, same all that. Okay. This. Well. So okay, you a lot bigger. Not that much bigger. Oh, no, that's not what I wanted. Again, color white. Nah. Just so then it can be tinted in the other place. So then, like, well, okay, you need to be like a little bit bigger. 200, good enough. I will disable guys now. I mean, in this font, like, ideally it's like some fancy looking like it's, you know, old-timey parchment paper drawn kind of a font, but still being, like, legible. Not like that, though. I mean, that's not what I was necessarily going for, but you know what? Maybe. I think that the W is too far apart from the rest. Let me just correct that. So it is gonna be is it this one? Yeah. Even the S isn't like centered under the W, but like, oh, now you are. I don't. If I did make these different letters, it would be easier to like space them, but whatever. You're one space, but you're one space, but you don't look like you match up. I don't know if I want this to be. No, it's actually shrinking. That's not what the thing I wanted to change. I wanted to change like, not that either. The thing of like where it's like the space between letters or something. Is this? Yeah. Well, here I guess I can still have the one thing, but just go like that, but then take you and then shrink it. If I do this and then shrink you, will that move the S over? I guess. And then being all one font. Or being all like one like text layer, just easier to like change the font of all of it at once in theory. But why do you not want to? Okay, whatever. Why did you move farther away? I almost had it and then I didn't. Almost there. Not what I wanted to do, so I wanted to reduce like this guy. Perfect. I feel like there's a lot of just little changes, but this functions. It does the job. And then I save as, don't save over top. Save as, and then tutorial WASD. And I'll leave it just being Photoshop files. It's just easier to. I'm gonna make a tweak, then I put it in. Where did you save? Information box. Yes. Why do you keep gonna be on that screen? You automatically made. Oh, that was when I dragged it onto the background. It's like, yep, I guess I'm doing this now. You are not needed. Okay. You, larg. Okay, same deal, same. Actually, because these images should be the same size, I should be able to just copy this over and then replace the image. And then booyah. Yeah. I didn't make this like a capital. Maybe wait, was it not a capital, or was that just the style? Okay, capitals are wanting to be that. I mean, I can have a. I was about to say, I can have a quick peek for a different font, but if I do that, then I'm gonna have to like definitely change the spacing again. Actually, well, I mean, if most people, they look at the general shape of a WASD, they figure out what that is and what that means. But this, like, you can barely even tell that it's an S. Although this being all shaky is kind of interesting. How about I just quickly I can mess with the different fonts and literally just going back and forth like how it looks in Photoshop and Unity. I mean, this stylized, this is very not, but like ideally, you know, we make some stylized arrows or something at some point. So maybe we don't have it be that shaky, but why not? Have fun with this. Whoa. Nope. Let go. Any other fonts that would be like, yeah, definitely that one. I'll make my own font. That'll be all of day 9 is making my own font completely. No. Maybe we just stick with what it was. Maybe say that it's fine. I can also go and, like, you know, find new fonts other than just the default stuff I happen to have installed, but also no. I think we just go with what we had before and just call it a day. This one. The only thing I don't like about it is the A, but and I could just make the A a different font, but then getting two fonts to like look fine together. Okay, is there a quick Unicode arrow that's like looks a little bit better than those? Let me go back over here. Hold on, back to normal. Let me just a quick skim through what's just other stuff on this page. Is there just an arrow that fits better? That I need all 4 variations of top, down, left, right. Why am I can have this on up here. This is probably fine. And I can. So why is there so many arrows? I mean, I can also take a singular arrow and then rotate it in the different directions, but like. Oh, we can just find something quick. I mean, it's also in the realm of. I really wanted to be like, whoa! Oops, that's not even. It looks so bad. No way that I'm able to do that, have that look anywhere near decent, and then be able to do it 4 other times. Yeah. Do we go with like the thick arrows? I mean, or do I look at my literal keyboard here and like the shape of the arrows that are painted on them, which kind of looks more like it's like these, but it's more that has like the flat. But it's completely filled in. I don't know. I don't necessarily need to be overthinking this much, but it is the first thing that players will see. The very first things. So, it sets the tone. I could use these and then turn. I like the little hook that some of these have. Let me try something else. I mean, okay, this might be too small. I took these. I was looking if there's anything else on the page I can just quickly like, if that same image was around somewhere, and then I could get it bigger. Huh? That's like I can count the pixels. Now, see on the curve, like this is fine, but it looks like, you know, on an umbrella if it's one way around, like if it's straight up, not on the curve. What arrow did I go with initially? Was it these ones or whatever? Maybe I go with just these ones? Or do I go with the hollowed out ones? I don't know. I could also just have these two like intersect effectively. Those two side by side. I think I like these, but this aesthetic more than that aesthetic in general. Okay, let's just try zooming in as much as I can. And then taking these. Let's just try putting them in. But that's so, like, long. But maybe it's fine. Is this gonna look any different, or is there's no point in me doing this? I do need to... I don't want to shrink them down and then raise them back up because it'll, lose detail. Blah, blah, blah. Oops. Over here and then get the rest. I just need to like... Give me... You! If I do that, you'll still be visible. I just need to separate two, like, just so I can have it all be on screen without changing the canvas size. Oh my gosh, don't open stuff over there. Why did you, I thought moving you would like still have, like, you'd be like, have all of you. Okay, there we go, and then Control I. Which, yeah, you're then still getting a little bit of like the orange and like whatever, but you don't really see it in when I moved over to Unity, so I guess it's fine. Get rid of that, and let's just try this again, and then see if it looks any better. This guy. Here-ish, somewhat centered. You're in the way. Down arrow. Okay. I don't know if I want to cut off how long the upper and like lower arrows are. I should get this to look a little bit more consistent. Yeah, if I were to just like blah and then like a little bit of blah. Can I make this work? But then it has like it has the sort of match up with the like the thing you do when it's like it's perfectly in the center. But you're just not doing that. Whatever. No. Doing all of the things that I don't want it to do. Might have deleted too much off of that. I don't know. Okay. These are getting too long. Let me maybe cut them down as well. Is there gonna be symmetrical? No. Also, this has now become so much smaller than the other one. This doesn't look good. Ugh. How does this look worse than the other one? Looks like just way sloppier. Darn. I think just the arrows are too long. My attempts at like trimming them down are not working. I think just with this initially, I can't like easily do anything to them. Do I try going with the like filled in arrows or something? Or do I just try to find an image that actually just, if I just go keys image, do I just oh right, because the other potential option is something where it's actually like it has the squares. Why did I not think about that? Do I want to make something like this? I feel, not great about just stealing images. I'd rather, look at something like this as an aesthetic and then try to recreate myself. Yeah, initially I just tried, it was going to have just the arrows. Having the arrow keys, but then WASD on center, should the WASD part also be in the boxes then? Maybe I look at that in like a more, when we get to a more polished stage. If I try to make, just these kinds of arrows, it's like behind my head, this, but just on its own. Doesn't the thing of like custom shapes, isn't that one of them? I want, why am I only seeing flowers and stuff? There's like different, default shapes, yeah, because I know there's a bunch of defaults that are like, wait, why are there's the defaults? Give me the, like, these usually have a list of like a whole bunch of just random shapes. Whatever, okay, I can quickly, here's what I'll do. First, I'm just gonna, because I'm on like the WASD file, I don't want to accidentally overwrite it. I just go on this save as back to over here. Now I'm working in this file. Basically saves if I just close and open the other one, but whatever. On this, if I get rid of you and just go white, and I just go, how would I make that shape? I made a rectangle and then cut out of it or something. And then like, oh, you have an outline, but like whatever. And then go. Actually, I should get rid of the outline, or do I? I just want to see from this. How does that outline look in here? It doesn't. It doesn't look. It does not show. Just before I do anything, I'm just curious how an outline would show up over there. Okay, I think this, the aesthetic of this works better just being like a solid color thing for right now. I just take this and then like, can I rotate you? And then I just wanna, no. Rasterize, how do I do that again? And then something like, no, give me. Come on, okay, you look the same. And then one of these. No. Something like that shape. And then like, you can go bwamp bwamp, but how do I do that in a way that's like gonna be symmetrical? Is there like it's funny, as much as I'm struggling with Photoshop, I just realized the idea if I just made something like this in Blender and then flattened it, would actually be way easier for me to do. And now that I say that, I might do that in like the more polished version of this, but for like right now, because I don't know how to effectively cut out that exact kind of chunk that's going to be like consistent, unless weird idea. I was gonna say I just use this and duplicate it around and hope that looks good. Have a second one of these. Oh, it's like a double arrow kind of style. Okay, make you any other color, like black. That's like a red. The red is not black. Be that, and then if I just were to whoa. Aha. Strategy. If I did something like that and then go like magic wand, select, combine the layers. I could have used the mask as well. Actually, that was another option. Wait, can I retroactively do that? No, whatever, it's fine, it's fine. Just to do initial idea. Rasterize, or not that, but merge layers, and then like, and then select the black, delete. Ooh, ah! Didn't quite make the shape I wanted. Hold on. This needs to move up to cover all the way down there. Why did you not actually move? Be selected on the things that I want to be selected on, please. What's not moving up? You move up is what I'm requesting. Okay, and then I do that again. One more time. Is it obvious that I'm way less good at Photoshop than Unity? Could you tell? No. All of the bad. Stop it. There, have that shape that took no time at all to make. It took like 2 seconds. Ha 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 ha. And then, is this work gonna, like, is it gonna actually work, or is this gonna basically be for nothing? I mean, I like the idea that I've actually made something rather than just taking a font or whatever, but I mean, I don't have to be so completely reinventing the wheel for every little thing that I make, but especially, I mean, I feel like I'm more wanting to do that with something like the Handman with Unicycle because it's more of an actual, proper, big game that I'm making. So this, but then actually then, well, actually, wait, hold on. Just to keep these in line. Well, yeah. Okay, that is better than like before. That's okay. Like it could use some work maybe, but it maybe is fine. It's actually now that I'm seeing it like in this style, I don't know if this style would actually better work with being like the four corners or whatever. Let me move that up and just see. Maybe if this was actually taller. See, this would be a thing where if it was like Blender, I'd have all 4 of them be the same mesh, and then I would change one, and then they'd all change, rather than having to make some change to all of them. What happens if I don't take all of this and like, what if I squished all of it? Just a little bit. I'm just curious of what that's gonna look like. What? Why did you not actually do? Probably not quite. Okay, is anything else like... Should this be further apart or anything? Any other like little changes like that? And then maybe this move down a little bit. And then maybe this move extra up. As the W is. You know what? That's fine. It's let's say that that's a-okay for now. Wow, look, arrows and a WASD. Okay. Which one is this? Oh, hold on. Just need you good. Okay. Now the actual. I'm gonna say yeah, it's good enough. It's good enough. I might actually make these a little bit smaller. Another one. They don't need to be that big, and they can be slightly like transparent. Actually, what if I did just make them a little bit? They don't need to be that in your face. Like, hey, here's things. They can just be a little like, hey, here's a faint little, here's how you play the game. I move them up a little bit so that as the first few seconds of being in the game, you're moving up and they're still just on screen for physically longer. Okay, that's good. That took a while for what wasn't that much, but you know what? We did it. We got there. And do I want to actually? I mean, I could go and be like, hey, they're different colors. Maybe like blue, like they're the play, like they're player color. But I kind of like them being part of the background. Although I can still change the color a little bit despite that. I like the go a little bit more towards red. It's a little bit faded, but still standing out just a tad. Sure. Okay. Next, where are we? So We'll say that that's simple start sequence. We can call that done, I guess. I'm not super thrilled with it, but I guess it works. So simple end sequence. You know, what would that look like? We go to our last level here. We do have super cool, fantastic final level that ends with a goal. So there's two things I can do. One, I have some special thing where this doesn't end with a goal. You go up, there's something else. That's an option. Thing two is it goes into it. So okay, well first let me ramble about the I'll recap. Plans for the the more polished version of this was, rather than this be the final, this could be the second final level maybe, but the true kind of final level was gonna be, do I still have the little bit of planning from it? Game planning is some of this, I think? Yeah. Yep, still around here a bit. Okay, this is when we were planning some stuff in the very early stages of, like, what could be things. We're gonna have a big 5x5 enemy, and we'll do stuff with it. Basically, like... so dealing with this 5x5 enemy, the actual like level itself is like mostly just you running away. It moves 2 spaces at a time, so extra scary and intimidating that it moves faster than you do, but then you got to use walls and springs and all that to block it off and get away from it and all that sort of stuff. And then eventually you go to get into a big space that has a giant 5x5 hole, and then you got to lead it into it somehow. So we got to, design that. We'll get there at some point. You lead into a big 5x5 hole. It dies. It's like extra like, haha, you did it. Whatever this last room is, then there's just like a path going up, and then you leave somehow. I don't fully know exactly what I want. The super like kind of simple thing where I don't have to like think too hard about like what it actually means. The what am I trying to say? The like simple version of it is basically like you're in this crumbling tower, everything's all breaking and like whatever with this like this whole page design or whatever. Just the idea that you're leaving the tower, all it needs to be is just like it transitions onto like the background being a different color, like green, like grass. This would still have the grid. The grid goes up. Once you get to the point where you're like fully on the green, then just the camera can stop, the player just keeps moving up, moves off screen. Something with music maybe, I don't know. And then on screen it fades thanks for playing or something. It could just be that. I don't know if like, I don't know, something more substantial. Like the more the final thing of the game is like, here's a gigantic enemy, like a boss, and then you beat it. It's like, yeah, and then just you leave, I guess. I don't know. Well, I'll think more about like, we'll have more of the polish in here. There's more stuff I can do. If I was like 3D-ified and then like you saw like, I don't know. It kind of can be interesting if like all the levels are like collapsing. You see like broken bits of the earlier levels. I don't know. That might be hard to communicate. There's no real story here. It's just you're a cube moving through grid stuff, and I guess you made it to a different color thing meant to signify you're in a new area, out of the danger, I guess. Maybe because the whole game you're always moving, the player actually stops for a second, and like it's almost like taking a brush of fresh air, like, whew, we're good. The grid itself could end, and the player could like move off the grid or something, and then stop moving. Grid increments move smoothly or something. I don't know. There's potential, maybe like ideas. Like I don't know. It's hard to like with something this small. It's hard to be like, okay, what's an ending? I don't know. But yeah, then it starts playing one of my videos. Whoa, that'd be funny. Your reward for beating the game is my content. I did think it'd be cool. What could be an interesting thing is that I release in some capacity the source code of this, because why not? After I finish this, it's not meant to be anything to make me money or anything. It's more just like, yeah, it's a thing. the other people could see and learn from or something, I guess. So I don't know. The reward when you beat the game shows the link to the GitHub page where you can download the source code. No, I don't know. But like in actuality, like, for now, it's just gonna be you move on a different square, the camera stops, the character keeps moving up, and then thanks for playing. Whoop-de-doo. If the Polyverse has like a main menu, I guess it could go back to that, or like, see, I can't really do credits because I'm just one person. I mean, the idea is kind of funny of doing a fake like credits where it's just like a couple different positions, but they just all say Cyberchroma. But I don't really want to do that. I don't think for this. I do that on an occasion to be funny and more of a jokey kind of game. I save that joke for a better usage. I don't know. Anyways, so yeah, that's with the final level. I'm more focused on like the enemy itself, and this is just whatever. So we'll come back to that. But the super simple version of that for just right now can just be you touch this, and then it just loads a scene that just has text that says thanks for playing. I mean, like, I guess I could type up something about how... So the version of this that's here going on, like, Itch Whatever, is meant to be, like, a prototype that I'm then adding polish to. I don't know if I want to write a whole paragraph about that. Do I care to do that? Maybe. Do I need a quit button? Do I trust the player? Like, the only way to get out of the game is to, like, Windows, like, Alt F4 or whatever. Maybe I try to real quick whip up that, like, in the end there's at least a quit button or something. I don't know, because I think that takes 2 seconds. The hardest part about that is just the aesthetics of what it would visually look like. Let's go prototype end or something is what we'll call this. So this scene doesn't need, I mean, I could set up, just to be slightly visually interesting, rather than just being blank and then text, it could be a quick little, like, an enemy that's going in, like, being forced to go in a loop of 4 arrows or something, and then, like, a player over here that doesn't move. Just because. If I was gonna do that, I would need a level that actually has the arrows in it. I mean, like, I can just copy the arrows for another level. That's not, in theory, super hard to do. I just need... Where's a level that has the arrows? Not the faded arrows, I need the real ones. Not the turning arrows either. I want the faded arrows. Where are they? That works. Copy. You, and then... here. Okay, I guess we're gonna whip up a fake level kind of deal that, like, yeah. I mean, actually, should I first whip up the text? Because I want to... I'm whipping up text that says, like, thanks for playing, and then I'm positioning these potential level elements around it. In theory. So... New... not the clipboard size, be that just that 1920 by 1080. Wait, other way around. No, I was reading the wrong squares. Okay, yep. Width and then 1080. Blarg, and then what was the font that I used of the WASD? I could get the same font. I don't know if that consistency is gonna matter. French script MT. Sure. So just thanks. Where's the? Is it typing? Is it just? Am I not able to see it because it's so big or so small? The black. I don't understand. This is empty. Darn. Okay. I'll be right back. I'm gonna fill this up while I also think of just what exactly I'm doing with this and how I'm gonna place things. I'll be back in but a moment. All right, and we're back. Yeah. Okay. So. Okay. Where were we? Making just a. Why is? Excuse me. That be 200. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. But why wasn't it before? Whatever. Oh, well, this font was in general bigger than some other fonts, I guess, but okay, whatever. Anyway. Okay, no way this font's gonna be that readable. Let me just... Because I want to make this in white so that I can tint it over in Unity. Let's make a layer that is... black, just temporarily, and then get rid of it after we, ready to put it over. Okay. Thanks. Oh god, I can't read that. I mean, I can, but like, not easily. Why are you not wanting to go to the next line? What's going on here? Why are you not wanting to, Oh, hold on. The auto, it took in just some of the settings from stuff I was changing in the other thing, but weird. Let me type text, please. I don't understand. Where'd it go? I don't understand why. I'm assuming it's like being way down here or something is all I can really... Holding, okay, Matt. Yeah, thanks Photoshop. I don't know why you're being this way. Wait, you went back to the... Oh, you went back to that, okay. Changed you, but I didn't change on all of the things, because why would it? Yeah, I'd be like, did I spell that right? I can't even tell. Oh wow, that exclamation mark does not fit in with that. Also, how come I've let go of the mouse button, so why is it still thinking that I'm dragging? I don't know. Whatever, it's fine. Okay, what font is gonna be not terrible? Yeah, this one, obviously. I mean, I like it being like it's still kind of like handwritten on a page, but just more legible for sentences. This isn't a great option, but let me just trial this over in let's prototype and text. Again, I mean, there's a degree to which I could, if this is just text, I could be doing this in Unity, but I mean, Unity in Photoshop, it's easier to just literally trial between all these different fonts, rather than the Unity side of having to have that process be more annoying. Sprite flag. No. I gotta shrink the background at some point. You could have the same color as the tutorial text, but yeah, you're not exactly, that's fine. Technically this level will not have a goal, probably, very likely. Okay, let me just start to block out some of this like prototype level thing. Let me just get all the sort of level mechanics that I quickly need. Just blah, 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 and then over there, I guess that's fine. I don't have any walls in here, but I can get some walls if I need them from the other scenes. So I'm gonna say the rest of this goes bye-bye, and if I really need anything that I've missed, I can get it. Oh right, because there's the hole here, I probably want the camera to be up. I might, like, because this is a special scene, it'll probably, like, take off the camera move. Like, this is not the normal camera. So I'm gonna unpack it just so I don't accidentally apply this. So I just move up beyond that hole. Because now I can start building from perspective of the camera a little bit. Even this player is I'm gonna unpack it as well because it's not gonna be a normal. I mean, actually, I'll just try turning off player move and see what happens. So that at least the animations. Well, no, the animations won't run, but well, I'll see. I'll figure it out. Okay. So I wanted. I need to see the game view while I'm doing this. Okay. Text. Be up in the middle. I don't need necessarily a big, like, paragraph explanation of, like, And that could be part of like the itch page of saying like, hey, this is just like a prototype of something I wanted to make for like it's a small game. Like, yeah, don't expect it to be something massive. It'll be nice to potentially get in the automated arrows. Because like, when I change the arrow directions, it's a two-step process. I gotta turn them, and then I gotta set an enum in the code itself to decide what direction it's facing. Eventually, that should be automated, where it should somehow just look at its rotation and then just know. Okay, so then, in theory, this enemy code can be, this enemy can be have its normal enemy code going on. You don't want to move towards player. I don't even need to surround this with holes because it shouldn't like leave. It'd be really funny if it killed the player and then that reset the scene accidentally, but that shouldn't happen. Oh, I do want to. I guess I'll put. I mean, I'll like have this go up off screen as if like, you like there's freedom. Yeah, actually, maybe I'll just... or something. I don't know. Down here, just because. I just want to see, if I go into play mode, what kind of happens? Oh, wait. But the camera doesn't... I thought I took off the... No, I didn't. Taking off the camera code. And then the level manager... Yeah, no... wait, no, turns. I do want... Right, the player does... take a turn. Okay, what happens if I actually if the camera doesn't move but the player is like functional? Why did the arrows not do anything? If I start here, I guess I may not have set up like if the enemies, yeah, once you move onto an arrow then you figure yourself out. Oh yeah, okay, Unity is not liking me having the scene and game view open at the same time for some reason. Okay, and the player goes away. The fact that you can still move... I mean, the idea of just being able to move around in these credits... I don't know where the player went. Uh-oh. Oh, he's coming back down. I need to bring back in the holes. Just the idea that you can still, like, move around in a little walks. But then you're just, like... Most of it's just that you're pushing against a wall. I don't know. Let me just... experiment with things. And just for good measure, I'll put stuff around here, just in case. But if the player, if you aren't moving the player, then the player will go up and leave. So I'm gonna maybe just go... No, hold on. You, come back here. You're supposed to be there, and then, like... I don't know. Just so it's like, you can technically move up, and away. I don't know. I can pretend to know what I'm doing. I don't. That I just don't... just player-wise, I don't want the player to just be continually doing that animation over and over. That's why I'm like, I guess you can go. Bye. But there's nothing you can do. I don't know if I like that, though. I don't know if I want just... If I'd prefer that the player didn't move. If I turn off player move, this errors, right? I believe. Because it doesn't properly register itself with the turn manager. Yeah. I could put in an enum... I could put in some special things, but... Am I overthinking this? Probably. Probably. Where's the text here? Well, even... Oh, this was supposed to be in, like, a... There. Turn you a little bit for good measure. I think maybe I will just... Can I... okay, this is something I could do to quickly have the player, like... If I don't have this be a hide-in inspector, that's not even supposed to be a thing up there. If can move is false, but the script itself is on, then I think the player can idly sit there. No, I just can't put an input. The player still tries to move. Then to not have to like code anything else that's super extravagant. Okay, here's a slightly different idea. Have this go all the way down. Have the player kind of start from below, come up, and then just go up. You can't control the player, but it just goes up into off screen. Let me just. Well, okay, not meaning to delete as many of those temp blocks. I meant to just kind of whatever. This is fine. You go off screen. Yeah. I mean, then technically this is like less necessary that those need to be there. And then it's just kind of like climbing a ladder. Also easy to have the player start going up because that's kind of assumed. Ooh, thanks for playing, yeah. And the player just moves up and away. Up, and away. Then the enemy is just still there. I don't want the enemy to still be there. Sure. Why not? I don't need to overthink this much. It's fine. I'll move the player up like one more so they go on screen slightly faster. Okay, so that's that. Thanks for playing. Whoop-de-doo. I will just do that. Go a little bit better. And you know what? For extra good measure, in case I change stuff, I will quickly put the holes. But you know what? I won't put a hole at the top. Once the player reaches the top, they can just keep going up. Which maybe defeats the purpose. But whatever. And you know what? Technically, again, the holes don't need to be on the corners. By technicality with how this works. Okay, so whatever. Thanks for playing. So actually, it'll be kind of funny. I was saying that I could have a quick quit button. What if I had that as soon, like a couple seconds after the player goes up off the top of the screen, the game just auto closes? Now, I feel like a game auto closing maybe isn't the most ideal thing. But fine, I'll whip up a quick quit button. I could also make a restart button as well if anyone really wanted. Button. Why am I just so blind? I'm not seeing the word button. There we go. I will, I guess, import TextMesh Pro stuff because it's prompting me to. Because I imagine I will use some of that when I get to the more polished version of what this is. Possibly, probably. Okay. Button. This can stick to the UI. It doesn't need to be like a world button thing because. Oh wait, before I go any further, I just want to make sure I go scale screen size based on 1920 by 1080p. And now where did that button go? Okay. Yikes. I mean, the default, Unity buttons don't look so good. Ideally, I can, fix that up a little bit. Even if I just go to start U be that color. Actually, so U be like that color, and then button itself be like that color. That does not look so good, but we'll tweak it. Quit.quiet. Can I do better? I mean, probably if I spent more than 2 seconds on it. I guess, before I go any further, do the important thing of just programming it to exist. Just a quick script called quit button, where when you click it, it just does an application.quick. application.quit. Public void quit. What the bow? Typing all the wrong things. Then just application.quit. You should not need any of that stuff. That's all you need. Okay, quit button. I don't even need to like test you. I was about to say I don't even have to test you. I do have to actually assign the button. What? Oh, I put you on the text. That's not what I wanted. You're gonna be on the button itself, and then just be quit button, and just like be you doing you. Okay. So like the button itself looks ugly. Can I quickly? Is there anything I can do to have that not be the case? I mean, you don't even have like the same font. I could make one. I mean, I do have Photoshop open. You're not even. I probably should. Where is crop? Actually, if I crop you, then you'll like squish weirdly. You know, whatever. It's fine. Just quick like quit button, and then like your size is gonna be. What's the rough size that you currently is? Like, let's put that down. 500 by 200. Before I go any further, do I want to just have two buttons, like a restart and quit? Yes, why not? It should also not take long. And once I made one, then I'll make the other. It also just means that like I can get away with the button itself just being a little tiny thing if there's two of them. So 300 by 100, and then I'll shrink the text itself. But I might replace, like, the text itself could be part of the Photoshop. And then you can just be a little over there. Wait, what is your position? 200? I guess negative 200? And then you're gonna stay... Restart. Yep. Then you're gonna actually say the restart, which I guess means I have to program you, but I don't. We're just gonna move you to canvas. Can I do that? Oh, that's cool. I've never really done that specific way before. Then you're gonna have this quit button dot quit. And if we're gonna call this menu buttons and just have both functions. I don't need to make a whole other script just for something this small. And then like restart, which is just gonna be using Unity Engine.scene management, and then just go load scene 0 should work for this. It can be hard coded. Load scene 0. Wow. You know, you're gonna go above as well, just because you're technically used first. Like the button order. Okay, and then simple little, yep, let me just get it, you functional, start, oops, view, I didn't rename the file, I gotta do that. Oh, it's interesting that it's still actually, like, taking it, even without that, but I still should, just for good measure. Menu buttons plural is what that was supposed to be. Let's correct that as well. Okay. Next, real quick, I just need a button. What was your exact size, real quick? Negative 200 by 50. That's not even the right numbers. 300 by 100. Rather than like a full thing, if I go rectangle, but like have rounded edges, and then go like Except just go with a stroke. Okay, we're gonna do stuff in white so that again I can tint it in Unity, but then have the fill be nothing. Let's just try this. No, don't delete the thing that I meant to not be deleted. Oops. Actually, this is just gonna be button background. Button. Here's what this will actually be. Except you should be more like. Actually, I'm interested. I'm curious of what that looks like being purposely kind of cut off, and that's red on the inside, but on the outsides, I'm just mess around with stuff. Yeah, come on. Get over here into Unity Land. Right, yep, okay. Blah. Better, with potentially then changing the text itself. I could have the quit button be red because, just to highlight more that it's like a thing. Really needs to not be that font. Interesting that wahaha, no thank you. I mean, yeah, you can like read the text more, but it's like still the font is not great. Anyways, what did that look like with the yeah, it just slightly interesting that it's like bleh, and then, oh, interesting that that's like perfect, but that's fuzzy. But that's still not potentially actually what I wanted. Like, take it in further so it gets its full being rounded. And I can purposely have it be, like, not symmetrical, because asymmetricalness can be cool, especially in a game where stuff is meant to be all falling apart and broken. Whatever. Okay. Something along those lines. You need to be thicker. Here's a random little thing. What does it look like for the more being broken if I were to... Not that way. Not that way either. Surprisingly, I want it this way. I turned one, but there's an extra step here. I'd have you purposely be like, whoa, you're slightly off because you're broken. But then, I'm just curious of then what it additionally looks like if I then counter-turn the text so that it's like, the text itself is still matching. Or like is on level or something. Just to add to this idea of it being still broken. Although that's conveyed in this demo. That's more a thing for the real thing, but whatever. It's a slight change that took like 2 more seconds of work. Ooh. Font. This looks, yeah. Can I just import this font? I don't want to set all that up. Just. Same thing, Bwarg, and then. Oh, I can't read that. Oh yeah, and your actual size is so tiny. Well, I don't want you to be that much of a square, but well, okay. Let me just do that then. You can now be bigger. Wait, why was this fine size on the one but not the other thing? I don't know. Whatever. And this seems like I can very much see the individual pixels of this, but... restart text as a Photoshop file. I'll put one in before I even test making the other one, just because. And yeah, in a more polished thing of this, I would just import the font into here. I just don't want to spend the seconds doing that. I feel that this is slightly faster, especially also just to see if the font is good or not. Rather than testing out a bunch of different fonts. It's way easier to swap out the font in Photoshop. Okay, that means that then this isn't yet text. This is just UI. Which then means it actually could have all been one image, but whatever. I guess they reused the same background. Not that one. You. And then you, same colors you for right now. You didn't get the sizes, but you're about to. See, slightly better. You're very curved. Not sure if I'm completely loving this. Oh, you know what? Right, as forcing capitals. Let's try. Let's just see what it looks like to not do that specifically. Actually, can I do anything to? What is that? I want you to be like italics in the other direction. If I can. Where's that? Whatever. Go with this. I guess that's better. It'd be turned a little bit, but not all the way. Okay. Whatever, it's fine. Take this and then quit. And then... Yep. But then I gotta do this one more time. Okay, almost done. Almost done with the tediousness. Almost there. Okay. And then I gotta move you over. And then I'd like to turn you because I can. I guess like that is fine. Do I maybe tint this one slightly more red because quit? Yeah, having like just another color there. I guess like not everything has to be the background color. We can have color variation. And then maybe in the restart could be more green, maybe. Like the, yeah, that. Or, because the player is blue, maybe I go with the color of the player. Which, it would be so weird now, like, we're, with, how far into this we are, it would look very strange and be hard to get used to if we completely changed, like, the player color, I imagine. If I were just like, he's green now, it's like, no, it's wrong. Ah. Any color, I mean, that's just the color of the enemies. Yeah. No, he's blue. I mean, I really wanted to, I could change, like, the shade of blue. Oh, he's more faded. Oh, he's more like saturated or dark or light. Be just pure white or black. But no. I do potentially want to mess around with more like post-processing stuff again, but we'll see. Okay, so this functions. It's fine. I guess I should make sure those buttons actually work. I don't know if the player comes there too quick or not. You do not noticeably fade. Yeah, not enough. Let's go like 80. Actually, hold on. The change I make here, I want to be probably consistent, so just shift select and then do what I'm about to do. 80, and then like 50. Let's just do that for a second. Oh, right, you're only tinting the background color, right? Yeah. Not like this matters extra, like, not as much. It's mainly the highlighted color that needs to be a lot. Go down. Wait, I want them to be consistent, so do it on both, please. Let's go 60-60 because why not? I could also have them actually tint, but you know, whatever. That just looks more like things to actually be interacted with, whatever. And hey, restart goes back to this properly. Woo, okay, yeah, so that's that. I guess technically, we have a functional game. How long has there been a hole missing over here? How did that happen? Not that it matters at all, but I'm gonna move the player up an additional one. I think that they may take slightly too long to get on screen. Okay. So if that's that, then we are, I think, done. No, I gotta actually add you onto prototype end. With that, I think we can, actually, player settings. I haven't gone through these at all. The DRM Cyberchroma. I don't have any, like, studios or enterprise or whatever at the end, but yeah. There's some legal stuff that can go into some of those. Product name, the temp name, well, I say temp name, it's basically the name at this point, is No Time to Think. Put an exclamation mark? Yeah, no. Doosh and blah. Yeah. So I guess let's test out this build one final time, and then we might be calling it this thing in a so-called finished state, which would fall with the original plan that I had. Actually, before we launch, hold on. Wow, buttons. What does WASD mean? Okay, no, but before I do that, over here, technically mark these as like whoosh. The simple end sequence. Done. Yeah, and see, even a small thing like that. And even the interesting still took time. It still wasn't like only 2 seconds of work, which is, you know, just stuff you gotta account for when it comes to stuff you gotta account for when it comes to game development stuff. Everything takes time, and everything takes more time than you'd think it would. So I guess let's real quick. Can I do a no death run? Let's do a run through this game and just double check that with all the little change, there's still that little like animation glitching that we never quite solved. Maybe that's where some of this bonus time can go into, is just seeing if. I mean, the problem is like I don't immediately know why that's happening when it like kind of. The fact that it's not happening all the time, the fact that it's only happening sometime is a little weird, and I don't fully know exactly how to fix that. I just wanted to test dying. No, so much for the Deathless run, but wow. Every level without having more than one death. Yeah, just a quick run through to make sure everything actually works. Is it specifically the goal? There's sometimes where it seems like some of the glitchy animation stuff happens like all the time, but is it? No, it seems like it was maybe happening there on the. I mean, the code that executes thing's final turn and then like the animation itself finishing might be slightly out of sync. So if I know that animations themselves can be allowed to trigger code. I don't know if that could be. Whoops, no. I don't know if that could be something that we might want to do. Is have the animation itself trigger the thing that like snaps the player back? Possibly, I don't know, unsure. Yeah, cause it is okay. If it is happening every time, on one hand, like that's not good, but on the other hand, a bug that happens 100% of the time is usually easier to debug than a bug that only happens sometimes. Okay, this part definitely, I think it actually does look better with having all the grid segments in place. Wait, this is a problem. I've just realized. The enemy was not supposed to follow along with this. Oh no. Well, I've made this harder for myself. Can we survive the whole maze without messing up or turning around? Oh no, no, no. No, I didn't turn early enough. Yeah, come here, you. Yeah. Very well. That almost does test that, like, you are meant to kill the enemy and see it die, and it, like, this is hard to... I mean, it wasn't, frankly, it wasn't that hard to get through, but it's slightly harder to get through when the enemy is, behind ya. Okay. No, that was the wrong timing there. I can't, yeah, I have to go clockwise, is interesting. Haha, got you. Wait, but I just assumed that you'd go into the hole there, and then you didn't. You did. Yeah, come on. Oh no, 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 no. Well, this is a conundrum. Well, can I live? No! If you were right behind me, then you would. So here's what I can do. Strategy! No, wait, that was the wrong strategy. I thought him having one behind me would help. But Solstice, hello. Is there a score system in this game? No. Short answer, no. Longer answer is we don't have time for such a thing. We had a long list of potential things that we wanted in this game, and didn't finish like half of them. Yeah, to catch you up, this is like a challenge of make a game in 9 days. We're on day 8 of 9, kind of. We're kind of wanted to finish it by day 8, and then day 9 would be like the bonus day of like publishing the game on itch.io, just doing that busy work. But things didn't quite work out that way. So we are sort of splitting this up where by the end of today, I wanted to just have the game be in a technically like playable state where like all the mechanics are functional, like levels exist and we can play through all of them. Basically, someone who is not me can play the game and there is some amount of actual gameplay that isn't just a test level, right? So that's what I'm hoping to finish by today, and it seems like we will. Right now we're testing the kind of final version of it. And tomorrow I'm going to figure out like publishing it just for the funsies. And then I'm going to be not working on this game for a bit, going into having some more variety to my streams, working on some other things that I want to work on. But then we will get back to working on this occasionally, just adding more polish. Letting this be a playground for, oh, no, I died, nope. For polishing this game more, just doing little things that, yeah, make it more fun, more visually appealing, post-processing, lighting, fixing little glitches, more animations, more like just detailed everything. So we're gonna be doing that, and yeah, that'll be... But like, I don't think I want to add new mechanics when I do that. I think that it's mostly gonna be about taking what we have and making it look and function better, because even that on its own is gonna take a really long time. And then also beyond that, I have other projects that I want to be working on more than this game, so that's why I don't want to spend too much time like, yeah, adding a bajillion more mechanics and like that kind of, but like, you know, we hypothetically could. I would rather invest my time in other new projects. This was never meant to be a super massive thing. This was meant to be just, let's make a small game and then actually finish it and have it be a complete thing. Oh, no. Oh. Yeah, so I didn't want to get too carried away with too many extra features. Even though we did anyway, even with how small this idea was, I think we did still, or I did still overscope to a decent amount. So, yeah. Anywho. So that's I don't remember what level we're on. They aren't numbered. But no, we're on the first level with the big enemies. This is probably level like 16 of 19 or something. No. Probably 15. This might be level 15, maybe. Yeah, I definitely don't have them memorized. I know what like the final level looks like, but yeah, ha. Wait, oh, right. Okay, no, I still died to that. Yep. Yep. Oh no, I'm being chased. Wah. I do think we did pretty decent at some of the level design in this. I'm overall happy with, like, given the context of the game and the mechanics, other than potentially making it, like, look better or whatever, I am overall happy with the levels we were able to make given the restraints we put on ourselves. I think it does a good job at, like, a decent job at having some interesting mechanics, having some interesting, or introducing the mechanics well, mixing and matching them a decent amount. Just some of the ways that I introduce certain mechanics, I like how they turned out and how I was able to introduce certain ideas. Like here, just, like, be able to introduce effectively like tutorial-esque things, but without having like a prompt on screen that's like, hey, you can, like, this is a thing you can do. Oh no. I wanted to see if I could kill the enemy with the upper hole. I don't think I as easily can, which is, I guess, fine. But, yeah. Ooh, this is I think the fourth to last level. I'm even surprised with just the number of levels that we had, frankly. I didn't think we would have this, like, as many levels as ended up being in the final thing. Yeah. Also a surprise. Okay, this, and then... Interesting how actually this big hole makes him move down one more because of the way that his AI works. Cool. It'll be really cool if we can get the 5x5 enemy in here. Okay, that is one thing where I guess I'm adding a new feature in a way, is that we wanted the final level initially to be a pseudo boss fight where you have a giant 5x5 enemy that you gotta run away from, and he would move 2 squares at a time. So I guess that's one big new thing we'd be making. And then I think the other, probably the biggest, I think the 2 biggest, let's say 3 biggest changes that I want to make to this as far as polish goes is gonna be that even though right now the camera is orthographic, I want to experiment with having the camera be a perspective camera, but clean up all the layering of stuff so that I actually, like, all the, like, the cubes and the enemies and all that are actually properly flattened. So with an orthographic camera, the graphics still look exactly like this. I want to experiment with that. Oh, no. Uh-oh. Yeah, I love that barely escaping. And just the levels that have different, like, ways of getting through them is cool. Oh, no, I didn't, oh, no. Wait, I guess we'll, I was gonna still pull this off. I might have been able to, but I just moved the wrong way. Oh, no. Yeah, this level is just this is the final level of this prototype thing. This is just the spammed everything everywhere. Just lots of hazards, lots of enemies. Deal with it. Yeah. Oh, no. Oh, wait, actually, I might have been able to live through the falling debris. The falling debris thing is also, that's something that definitely could be polished better. But what I was saying, okay, I made it. Woo. Oh, okay, if we could test, does this work? Is this final? Yeah, you did it. Woo. And then just the player on the side there just moves up into infinity, because why not? It's slightly more going on than just a screen that says thanks for playing, I guess, but, yeah, what was I saying? I was, I forgot whatever sentence I was saying. Oh no. I guess I could have, I maybe should have tested the restart button, but no, I tested it in Unity. It's probably fine. I forget whatever I was saying, but whatever. Okay, so, sorry, there's like 3 major things I want to add. One is getting the camera to be perspective while the graphics still look basically identical to how they are now. So that I can actually move the camera up and down. I can move things in the Y space and have that kind of, like, I can move the camera far and back to zoom in and out, not just the size thing. And there's just other small benefits that we're going to potentially get out of doing that. I could potentially experiment with having the camera on a slight angle and just see if that looks visually interesting. Second thing that leads to is the level transitions. I want to experiment with, rather than just loading straight into the next scene, I want to try having additive scenes, like, we actually additively load the next scene, have you fall into that level, and then we deload the scene that you just came from. I want to do that. I think it'll be cool. And then the transition for doing that is like the camera actually zooming into the goal. Like I do want to massively reduce the size of this model there. If you have this level here, it'll automatically spawn in the next level like underneath, and you fall into it, and then having the code being able to function with 2 levels existing at the same time, I gotta make work. Which we've done some of that process, but it's mainly like the grid manager, the turn manager, they gotta work with like what levels they're a part of and the stuff that's associated with them. But in theory, that will be maybe okay. Oh, and then the player's got to be able to handle, okay, de-hook from that turn manager, that grid manager, and then hook onto these ones. So there'll be, yeah, a lot of like little things that'll have to be taken care of with going from level to level. But the idea that it like zooms in, I think could look visually cool. It's a lot of work for just a fancy like level transition, but I think it could be cool, and I want to just try to do it just for the funsies. That's the thing, because this game is comparatively, like a lot of any other game in existence, is really, really small, but there's still so much like little things that like even doing this, a fancy level transition is still going to take a lot of work, which is just interesting how that is. But I can use this as like a playing ground for if I want to, for experimenting with different things on a small scale before applying them to like, any of my other real games. Like one thing I want to do with this, so the prototype of this is going to go on like itch, I guess, like itch.io, I guess. When I make the super fancy polished version of this, I think what I'm going to do is, one thing I've never done as far as Unity programming is I think I've done like very rudimentary like achievements, but not really. But making an achievement system sounds like it's something I think is within my skill level. That's something I think I can do. I know the programming of how to do it. Actually going to do it, then I might like, I'll run into some problems. And I guess if you have achievements, depending on like what achievements you're talking about, like different things are easier to track than others. But it's something I think I could pull off. One thing I've never done is Steam achievements and how you actually hook into it. When you have a game on Steam, how it hooks into whatever Steam API to make Steam achievements happen. This is the perfect testing ground to just like figure that out and just have one single achievement of you got to the end of the game. I think just an example of what I just said of experimenting with that on a smaller scale. And then if I am going to do that, that doesn't then imply that I put it on Steam. So I think I will put this game on Steam for free. This isn't a even in its most polished state. This isn't something worth charging for. I don't think it's yeah. And if I did, it'd be like $1, but like no, probably free. Anyways, do that so then I can experiment with Steam achievements. I think that'll be neat. And then ideally the game is more polished and it's just here's an example of another thing that I finished. I guess I'm probably gonna give out the source code in some capacity. I don't like. Maybe on a public repository on GitHub or something, but then I don't know where I'm gonna be in the Discord or whatever, right? It'd be funny if the polished version of the game at the end, when you get to the end, it's like your reward is you can click this button for a link to the GitHub. That would be kind of funny. All right, it doesn't need to be a text lead copy and paste. I could actually just have a button that opens a web page, but I don't know if I actually do that. Maybe too clunky in practice, but conceptually the idea is funny to me. Or it's like, beat the game without dying at all, and then here's your reward. The source code. Just the idea of that is conceptually funny. So, where was I going with this? I had like a list of like, the 3 hardest things to do with polish. One was making the camera perspective, and then the level transitions, and then there was a third thing. I don't remember what that was. Possibly something with the like the enemies, the 5x5 enemy, and the whole different end sequence or something. I don't know. Yeah, is that polished? Would I make a full-on like level select with that polished version? Maybe. In theory, I feel like if I'm gonna put it like on Steam, I want to give it all of the works, like a proper menu, like main menu, level select. Have researched Steam publish process a bit. Want to eventually put a game out there? Yeah, it's a lot. So for the record, I have published a game on Steam before. It's called Washed Up Wizard. It's a game I made in high school as part of a school project kind of thing. Made it with a few people. It's not. It has flaws. It has flaws. It's also very long and takes a while to kind of get going, I guess, but it has a final boss fight that I made that's like really cool, despite being a bit clunky. But that is it. So I have put a game on Steam before, but this was like years ago. And actually, fun fact, that's around the time I got the Cyberchroma name, because I needed like a a name to be launching the game under, and that's around when I finalized that would be my online handle or whatever, after being the most indecisive person alive for years trying to come up with a name that was like decent. Anyway, so technically I've done it before. I remember very little of the process, so I'll have to, that's part of it, is that what I'm doing is figuring that out again. I don't know how much I can stream that, because part of that requires like putting in like businessy information or whatever. I don't know. In theory, that if I'm like photoshopping, making like the banner and like stuff for the store page, I could potentially do that, but I don't know. So I'm like, just even right now in this stream, I was like very much struggling to make like these WASD and like arrow things. I feel like I more want to be streaming the stuff that I'm good at. It's like less painful to watch, probably, when I'm more just streaming the stuff that I can actually do, like coding. But I don't know. We'll see. That's roads we'll cross when we get there, but yeah, something I want to experiment with. Which, like, I don't know reasonably how far off that's gonna be. I say that, like, after the last day of the challenge of this, I don't want to immediately start going into doing the polishing with this. Ideally, I don't wait too long before going back to it. I just think I have other stuff that I want to do, other stream content stuff that I want to do, so I kind of want to jump into some of that and be able to, like, go back and forth just for variety's sake, I guess. So we'll see. And then even when we get back to working on this, I don't know what the first thing that we'll do is. Probably, okay, I mean, probably the first thing is the making the game so that making it so that the camera is perspective instead of orthographic, and making the game look and function the same, with that being the case, to then work towards making the level transition the way that I want to make it. Yeah, a lot of the graphical polish is going to be really hard because it's just something that I don't have a lot of experience doing. But that's another point of why I want to bother doing it in the first place, is to make me a better game making person by doing stuff that I have little experience doing. That's how you get better at things, by practicing them, I guess. Then take skills that I learned from doing this and then apply it to like the handyman with the unicycle or whatever. Yeah, so that's okay, so what time is it? 11:22. What do I want to do? Do I even have time to? So why does the goal glitch thingy happen every time? Let me just test some real quick, because there's one like little bit of a glitch that's happening that you see a frame. Actually, I'm curious of if I can see it happening in like when I do this. You see a frame of the player going back over here right before it cuts away, right? Not this time. Okay, yeah, okay, it feels like it almost feels like if I'm trying to have two. Didn't happen that time. Oh. Ooh, I have an idea. Oh, it happened that time. I was gonna say, I wonder if frame rate was something that was influencing it to happen. So if I really quick just like go application.target frame rate equals 1,000. No, why would that be what you would try to autofill? Make you 60 on purpose, just real quick. And it doesn't matter where I dump that code because I will get rid of it shortly. I wanted to see if that makes it happen more often. No, I want a bug that happens consistently. There you happened. Okay. So, okay, next thing, I'm curious, if I go down even further, can I get down to a frame rate that makes it happen 100% of the time? Let's see. I don't know. Oh, there's the choppiness. I kind of partially know why that's happening. It's that I'm trying to do two things in one frame, and I guess they're happening either out of order, or they should be happening the same frame, but they're not happening on the exact same frame. Yeah. So what's causing that is the animation that I play when the player moves. This movement animation moves the player there, right? Like it moves them forward. Is the exit treated as a hole/wall? It will be, in theory. I mean, right now, as far as it's not treated like, code-wise, it's not treated like these holes on the side. It's its own thing that the grid manager manages. It's just a thing that's called goal that you move on to and then activates the stuff to go to the next level. Enemies will bump into it like it's a wall, because I didn't want it to be a thing where it's like you move on to the goal at the same time as an enemy does. I want it to be like, if you move on to the goal, like, you're safe. Which is how I wanted that to be. But in the polished version of what I want this to be, like the visuals of it, I want the background to look like it's kind of paper, like old parchment paper, and I want the goal to look like it's a physical tear in the page, and you can see the next level, at least a little bit of it. You can see the next level through the hole, and the player jumps in, and then the camera zooms in, and then you land in the next level, and then you go. That's what I want it to be visually, but yeah. Idea was that it was bouncing off. If it was hitting a wall. The wall animation stuff is. The wall stuff is working fine, and the whole stuff is working fine. So I think I know conceptually why this bug is happening. I just don't have a good fix for it. It is a symptom of. So I don't. So okay. The actually, I'm gonna go out of play mode to show this off. Blah, blah. So, when the player moves from one grid space to the other, I play this animation, whoosh. You notice how sometimes, okay, so when you animate like a character doing a run animation, what you'll commonly see happen in 3D games and 2D games, whatever, is you don't animate them physically taking steps, you animate them running in place, and then you with physics or whatever, like code that moves the parent, like game object, you move the player around and you move them at a speed so that like them running, it looks like their feet are touching the ground at the right time, so that it looks like they move along. That's how, like, you know, normal games work. That's what we initially had kind of going on here, but I have specific reasons why we aren't doing that here. We actually have the animation moving the player here, mostly because it was way easier to like visually set it up this way. Try to have this animation happen in place and then moving the parent game object over. It was just really hard to get this exact effect to look how I wanted it to. So that's the main reason, actually. 2, because this is a grid-based movement game, just the thing of moving in exact grid increments, just also that made it easier. And then there's another thing of we reuse this animation because we can move up, down, left, and right. I had other special code that's like, instead of, I have other special code that's basically, what am I trying to say? When you're moving down, just take the up animation and then invert it effectively. When you're moving left, take the up animation and then like swap the X and Z values is effectively what that does. Yeah. Well, so that be able to do that, like reuse that. So then I can, if I want to change what this animation looks like, I only have to change it once and then it's changed everywhere. That also helps. So, but what I have happen here is the animation, if you move up to this square, and then now you're here. If this animation were to loop, the first frame of this, it goes back to being down here, which, you know, is not ideal. But then it's not enough for the player to just be here. The body game object is now at, in this case, 001 is up here, but the parent player is still here. So what I want to do is in the course of a single frame, move the parent game object here. Well, then the player thing would be here, and then when the animation like resets, then the underneath player model would go back one space and then be here. I basically want to have both those things happen on the exact same frame, so that the parent moves up one and then the underneath body moves back one as a result of the animation finishing. It works most of the time when through the normal movement, that is what's happening. It just seems to be that that's not working on the. It's not working in the some of the special code that's supposed to do that when you hit the goal. So, could also cheat and turn off looping on the animation. The animation doesn't have looping. It goes. I do specifically trigger it every single time. But I mean, it effectively loops because by the time the animation finishes, it doesn't loop, but then I'm basically that same frame being like, hey, run again. So it loops because I from code tell it to loop, but doesn't actually, it's this animation. It goes to this no motion state, but then it, like, the same frame is going to be going back to here anyway. So, yeah, that's part of it. But again, though, so part of what's weird is that it's working like most of the time, but sometimes it doesn't. But I think that's some kind of issue of, yeah, two things that should be happening on the same frame that aren't, and I need to somehow better control these things happening on the same frame. Which, actually, you know what? I think I can maybe. Well, I was supposed to say maybe I can do, but hold on. I could. Hold on. Let me try a thing. The transform dot body. No, what are you called? I have a thing called like that body dot. Actually, two things. Anim dot. I don't actually know if I set the animator to not be active anymore. Oh, but if I do, then that messes with the eyes. So ideally I don't want to do that. But if I do this dot position, the dot transform dot position equals vector 3.0. I'm curious if this is going to do anything or this will immediately get overridden. Not local position. Local position. I could mess with the scale first, but do one and then do it to the other. Let me just see real quick. I saw this at the 30 FPS. Yeah. So definitely not. I need to actually. I'm making some assumptions on how the code is working. I think I need to do a bit of debugging to actually see the order of some stuff that's happening. Where is the turn manager up here? Turn manager. Where are you? And just because I say that conceptually something is happening doesn't mean that it actually is, right? I gotta make sure that the you call the final turn thing. Wait. Oh wait, I have an idea. I have a potential idea of restart manager. Actually, let me go in the order of operations from the point that we touched the goal. That's where I should be starting. Start here specifically. Go into this. Put a thing there. Whoops. There's also, with any problem like this, there can be many ways to go about a solution. Try to find like the elegant way. Right, that's a whole other thing. Is that we're here when we've considered to be touching the goal, and then we do this. We call load level like now. So okay, let me just double check what this is doing, and if anything here is doing something that would make it more likely off by a frame. Are off by a frame because of that null thing, or I think. Why do I do this? I do this to like wait for like everything else to sort of take their own turns. If I go like minus time.delta time. Is that why? Yeah, so it's a frame behind. The animation, so the animation finishes and goes to the no motion state one frame before the final turn code runs and moves the player up. Okay, so I think that might be part of it. Let me cut out of this immediately and just first solve that. Can I get away with actually not having this? Do I need this bit? I don't want to call stop turns too early. I know there's like a wait for end of frame, but I don't know if that's gonna. I rarely use this. I don't know if how samey that's gonna behave. Let's find out. One way to find out is to just run the code and see what happens. Okay. I mean, this was a bug that was sometimes happening and sometimes not happening, so I gotta just run this multiple times. There's like a little bit of something that's happening right when I touch the goal. I think that might be the animator turning off or something, but no, it happened again. Okay, like it fully happened. Happening less, I think, within just probably a fluke. I can sometimes get to happen here. It'd actually be great if I could actually get to happen here, so I can confirm that things are breaking for the reasons why I think they're breaking. Let's test that, shall we? So, yeah, you entered the no motion state. I guess that's a good thing to confirm. You did enter the no motion state. So I also know that. So I know that animators have this root motion thing, but I've just never, like with this, trying to get to use it was just not having. It was having very weird, funky results. That's why I was intentionally not. I don't know if I could look into trying to get that to work again, but maybe in the polished version. There's also, if I want to force, what am I trying to say? If I want to force that at the last frame of this animation, it runs code that then moves the parent game object up. Is there a wait for animation to finish? I was about to say, you can add extra layers that, like, do stuff, but it's hard to, hooking that into the player script when the same animation is being used by, like, the enemies, and those are two different scripts, does get trickier. Like, it's technically maybe doable, and then that'd be more consistent to be running on the same frame or whatever. Another thing, if I wanted to do it purely by code, is there a way... Where do I trigger the animation? I guess any of these. Where is... Let me look for specifically the goal one. Where is the goal? Why am I not seeing it? Goal. Should move is true, which means you go to down here and then you execute execute move. Then also has set trigger move. Is there a quick Unity way to be like, have a coroutine that says wait until like this is done, or wait until it's in the no motion state, I guess? Or I mean, I could, if it's something I'm gonna be checking every frame for. Is there just a quick like anim dot get state, get current image state info, current, the current one, layer 0 I think is the body, and then I think that layer 1 was the eyes, or not, that's not var blah equals this level of animation programming is not something that I usually do, but hey, when you make new types of games, you get to do new types of programming. Pretty sure there's a way to set up animation events for a specific part of an animation we'll call code. Yeah, I was just saying that, but you set up in the animation itself. Yeah, like in here you can have this. I mean, there's no, if there was a script on one of these, then I can call function on. I mean, technically, you know, a mesh filter kind of counts as thing. The problem with this, if this was only on the player, yes, this could potentially work and I potentially go with this. Just right now, the same animation is being used by the player, the small enemies, the large enemies, and the boulders. It really shouldn't be on the boulders, but for now it is. So right now it's just harder to do that, because then I'd have to write code to individually, like, have one animation thing that maybe calls something that then splits it up depending on what it's on. Like, that's potentially doable. I just want to look into this first, because this is potentially cleaner to just have the code handle it. Maybe. I'll experiment with this, and if this doesn't work, then I can do that. But yeah, I know that animation events are a thing that I've never used, because I've never really happened to. But yeah, it's a thing that I can use. I just want to see, so if this, what things do I have in you? Length tag is name. Does it match the name? No motion. I don't remember how to space. Let's find out. And this right here, this is, even if this doesn't work, I'm learning just, here's a thing I've never done before, let me just experiment with learning a thing. Actually, I think I've done get current state info. I think I've done that before, but not much. There's some things with game development that I've done many times, and there's some stuff that I've done very few times. I think the reason I usually never get this kind of stuff is because I tend to program like characters in 3D or 2D platform type stuff that are very snappy, where like the animations themselves don't govern the movement. The movement governs the movement and the physics, and then the animation is like just a thing on top of that. It's like, hey, trigger this animation, interrupt it to do this one because we jumped, interrupt it to do this one because we touched the ground. There's more doing stuff with that, where you don't really care what was playing before, just play the new one, interrupt it immediately, I guess. Is more how I've done stuff in the past, I guess. So I just want, so if this then I just wanted to like print true that it, well, not true, but print just anything. Blah. Just I just want to see that this is working how I think it is. Now the code needs to not be here. I already have an update function happening somewhere. It could be a part of this. I want to be a part of late update. Yeah, you can be your update, like normal update. Let me just. Does that run all the time? In theory, this should be running. Where's the console's behind my head? I will verbally say if I see all the messages. I am seeing them. Okay, wait. I saw 14 and then I stopped seeing any. Whoa, hold on. Where did 15 come from? Why 15? 1, 2, 3, yeah. What? Okay, I'm not entirely sure, but it spams a whole bunch right away. I thought it would then be spamming. I guess not. I guess you don't. If I didn't. I was thinking that it would, and then the frame that it does, then I would snap the player forward. But then that would mean it would have potentially have one frame of being in that state, which I don't want, maybe. Let me just for the sake of, if I move you to late update, do I get any more particular results? Oh, I mean, probably the 14 or whatever that spams at the beginning is maybe just like the time before the first move happens. Yeah, that's what it is. Okay, so I guess I'm less concerned about that. So you're still not doing it, but I'm guessing you'll do it once when I touch you. It does it several times. I guess I would have to be careful of that. Right, because then I don't trigger more of that animation, so then it doesn't do that anymore. Okay, so this solution was more. I mean, I guess I could still do it. This solution was initially more for, like, to potentially completely replace this. Well, I guess I still can. I can try. I can try, and either it will work or it won't. Get rid of that bit. That doesn't need to be there. I'll keep both of those bits of code in there. This should not need info. Like anim state info or something. Blah and blah. And there was the other. It was like the get current state, and there was get next state. Get next state doesn't help me in theory. Okay, let's see. I was looking at the console, didn't see whether it. I don't think it did it. I'm not 100% sure because I wasn't looking in the right place. Maybe. Okay. I don't know if this code is better in late update or normal update at the moment, but I'm gonna. I think late update is makes sense. There's like a little bit of something that happens at like right at the end there, but I'm not super concerned about that. Okay, I mean if this works, then also I hate having var. I just did it because it was a temporary thing. Animator state info. I like to have the actual variables. So that worked, and then I'm gonna keep this one anyway, just in case. It's not hurting anything. It's more just like two things make sure that this thing happens. Whichever runs first, cool. If I did do that, this should then probably go back to null, I think, just so it doesn't mess with anything else that might have issues with it. Wait a minute, I've just realized that, wait, you don't... This code wasn't even part of the problem. That's the code that happens when we die to a hazard. That's not even... I looked at this. You go straight to this. Or maybe I was... No, maybe I was like... I don't know. When I changed it to wait end of frame to see if it would work, this is what I meant to change, not the other thing, but... Oh well. Okay, so it seems like it might be working. Which also, if then... Oh, I should put the same code on, like, the enemies and stuff. There seems to be, like, a tiny little bit of something happening at the end there, but I'm not as concerned about it for now. But let me just see if I can see if anything in the animator that seems to be funky. I wonder... Are you properly... Is this a transition issue? I could actually put little transitions on these since it doesn't matter. I want to be careful with that, I guess. Okay, let me just see. I'm gonna see you actually. You did seem to get back to like full size before the animation finished. No, you're good. Okay, so. Oh, I need to get rid of the thing where I was hard coding the frame rate to 30. That I also, yeah. Need to put back to how it was in a second. I don't know. Okay, my guess of why I was doing a little bit of flicker there was maybe that the animation was like 99% finished and then it got to the end. But I can't really... Actually, putting a transition might be catastrophic because they'll try to like smoothly go back down but then move up and... so maybe no, I'll keep that as it was. The frame rate, put you back. But then the thing I did here should totally be on the other things that move. As part of their update functions, wherever that is on this large enemy, where are you? Or is on late update, which was here, right? Let me just double check. Yeah. Okay, that's large enemy, normal enemy, which a whole separate other thing in terms of just organizing stuff when we get back to working on this. A lot of this I could look for places where code can be combined because there's definitely a decent amount of it. I guess when I was initially building some of these, I wasn't sure if like, okay, I'll copy this code as a base, but then I'll expect to change a lot of it. But then a decent amount of it ended up staying the same. So there was that. Yeah. Okay. That might be good. So this might be working. Oh, what about move the player back? Right. I had to make sure the players actually have the proper spawn. Yeah. I guess now is a fine time to get rid of unnecessary print statements. Did I get rid of the spamming random nonsense? If I just control it for print, is there any other prints left in the project? That's fine. Those are intended. Because that's just code that should never run that is telling me that errors are happening. That something somewhere needs to be fixed. Alright. Okay, this is working. Yep. Wait, the animation... The graphics are supposedly... wait, where'd the scene go? Or the... Never mind. The frame rate is still saying 30. Did I have something else that's saying... Try to set the frame rate to 30. Oh, come on. Search for the 30. Or is this that you're not finding it, or... for the other of these, if that's... They're not giving me the thing that's like, hey, I didn't find it. There you are. If I press the button, it's just kind of not doing anything. Like, close and reopen Visual Studios. Will you go back to working properly? It's possible. Yeah. So. Okay, then why were you... There's not an actual, like, frame rate issue with performance and all that, right? The frame rate is actually being 30 when it was being, like, 400 or whatever before. I don't fully know why. Did I do something? Did I break something somewhere? I don't have to set it back. That's not a thing. If I go, application goes... oh, okay, while I'm figuring this out, I'm just gonna put you... This can be significantly smaller. Is that too small? I gotta, I guess, make sure. Oh, okay, way too small. Got it. I'd rather be slightly too big than too small, but I guess, gotta make sure. I don't know, what's the biggest level? I think, I'll just quickly have to just go. Any level that even seems remotely... Yeah, this seems fine. Okay, yeah, it probably still be fine. Yeah. Yeah, it's fine. Okay. What was I just testing? That maybe now, randomly going back forth with scenes, you'll randomly fix yourself with the frame rate you should be. Why are you 30? Try closing and reopen Unity and see if something fixes itself. There's the the line application does target frame rate equals like 60 or whatever, or equals anything. If I control F for this, it's not. I deleted. But I had it, yeah. I don't know why searching is just not wanting to, like, search properly. Whatever. I can make a build and see if the build is still acting up. Weird. Okay, I guess one thing I'll quickly do, I can remove some of these using statements at the top that don't need to be there while I'm waiting for Unity to load back up, or it already did. It's fine. Okay. Just looking for the ones that are grayed out. Slightly better, I guess, space complexity or whatever. Less importing libraries we don't need. Bleh. If I add any of these back later on, then so be it. That way I don't now return to just a bunch of errors because I deleted something I wasn't supposed to. Any chance that you now decided that you want to be back at... And it's fixed now. I don't understand. Whatever. Hitting Alt-Enter on those gives an option to optimize by a way. Oh. On like on one of these, Alt-Enter? Or do you mean it has to be on one that's like not Alt-Enter? So okay. I'm aware of this when you hover over. I was aware of that this was a thing. I didn't know that that was a hotkey for that. Fair enough, fair enough. The unused imports. Neato. Coolsies. Yeah. Helpful. Alright, so with that, so I don't know why closing and reopen Unity, the frame rate's now fine again. I don't know, whatever. It's fine. I wasn't crazy that I left stuff in the code somewhere. Okay, so I think now I'll double check one last time that the actually, sorry, two more things I want to do, I guess. One, let me just double check that I can get to the goal and that it seems like it's gonna be fine. I'm happy with that. Other thing, I believe there's an issue where if I'm holding a direction, like if I'm already holding a key when I go into play mode, it can do funky things. I think I need to test on a different level. Like the eyes don't start facing the right way. So if I hold right, I'm holding right. No, it would. Or maybe it's when I like change levels. So let me just like do this. If I'm holding right, I remember there was sometimes I was seeing yeah, a bug I can't recreate is a lot harder to fix. Alt-Enter is a fix warnings hotkey in Visual Studios. If you ever have warning or error hit, give the suggested solutions. Interesting. Okay. Cool. Well, I know that, yeah, when you have certain warnings, like, yeah, you can hover over it, and, like, I know of those options, I just didn't know about the hotkey. But what you're describing, like, the function I was aware of, I just didn't know of, and use quite a bit. I just didn't know that was hotkey. But yeah, cool. Learn new things every day. Yeah. Okay. So, I swear that there was, like, I think it was, like, while it was running, oh, whoa, wait, oh, no. Uh-oh. How have I not just spammed the keys to see if stuff would break? Why? Not just... Like, that's a problem to be fixed. Like, why is spamming it bad? If that's wrongly inverting the animation stuff, that shouldn't be going off of the facing direction. Actually, I mean, these animation triggers shouldn't be a problem if multiple of them are being set. I guess I could quickly make sure that, no, but this is just the eyes. The eyes aren't what's glitching out, so... Is there like a reset all? I guess technically, yeah, technically launching one of these should reset the others. Tedious to put it in, and maybe there'd be a better way if I had like hundreds of these to reset, but just 3 is fine. Up. But I don't think this is the issue, but it's probably just another thing, just might as well clean up just so that it's not an issue. I just have to look at like what's using the facing direction, and if it's like it's used here and then it's used here, but then in between, if it's changing, then that could be that'd be my guess as to what's causing it. Replace with down, and then make sure I'm just, replacing all the right ones. Right, I replaced that with down. Okay. But that, I don't think that's... So facing direction. Let me just see all of what's using facing direction. Move. Yeah, then this changes... When the turn manager says, hey, player, go take a turn, they will use facing direction to say what the moving direction is. And then moving direction is used in places, but then move direction should never change again until the next move. So... And then I look at facing direction down here. Wait, oh, what? Are you using the same... Oh, never mind. No, sorry, never mind. No, this is just a different thing entirely. I guess you'll... Nah, it's fine. I don't think I need to reset these here because this is when we touch an arrow specifically, it overrides facing direction. That's all that is. That's not a problem. That wasn't even code that was running. This is boulder, like this is to see, are we moving in, like, are we moving at a boulder that means things. That it though? What? Then why would spamming the buttons be breaking this? Because spamming the buttons should just be... Technically, these could be an else. Actually, I guess I didn't check if holding 2 buttons down was a problem, but, like, I guess I'll just do that real quick. I mean, if either of those 2 fixes randomly fixes the problem, I'll be kind of confused, but yeah. So, good, because I didn't think it would. Just double checking that up in 2, like, opposite directions, like down and left, that's... Why? This happens with update. Move is happening every 0.4 seconds. It launches. If we're in the middle of moving, You're going off of the move direction, but the move direction doesn't change all the time. It only changes every 0.4 seconds, which is like the glitching is happening faster than the 0.4 seconds, I believe, because the 0.4 is that's how long it takes to do a full wah, wah. Why? Why is this an issue? It's not triggering multiple, moves or something, is it? Print, facing direction or something, I don't know. Let me just, I guess, see. In the console behind my head, the frequency of the errors being spammed, is it? It's at a very, very consistent rate. You guys can't see it. It's spamming lefts and rights at as I'm moving. It's not happening early. So we know in theory that the problem isn't that this function is running more than it needs to, which is what I suspected, because why would it? This would be a thing that could be potentially causing the issue, but it's not. It's doesn't use that moving the direction. I guess real quick. I guess what I could quickly look into to print more stuff, just to. When I don't know what's going on, I can just. If I don't know what's going on, I can just start printing values and just seeing if. Here's what I expect the thing to be. Is it? So okay, wait. Okay, it's spamming every frame, so it's getting to 999 really fast, but I'm not sure it's. I don't think it's flipping back and forth to left and right at a super fast pace. I think it's right now it's left. Yeah, it did all of that without changing to right once. Yeah, so that doesn't seem to be flickering back and forth at all, which makes it seem like this isn't the issue. Print facing direction. I expect this to be changing. This is what should be changed. Is every time I go in that direction, it's setting the trigger. Is that an issue? I mean, do I want to check, and facing direction wasn't already this thing? But then, that should only be affecting the eyes. If I'm spamming this, that part is only to figure out which way the eyes are going, in theory. I just don't know. Right now, the player model and then the body are in the same. So this would imply that the body is in at the tail end of the move. Spot, yeah. And then you're moving just that way normally. Does resetting the parameters, is that let me test one thing. I have an idea at least. This whole no motion thing that I put in, is it possible that if it's something I'm doing is making it get into the no motion state early, then nope. Okay. Okay, so that's not a part of it. Cool. I could try to just see, just in general, is the thing I'm doing to swap the animations, is that being a factor. I guess now I'm at the stage of debugging where I just start commenting out code and functionality just to see what happens. So I'm gonna, this is the behavior that this is gonna have, which is I was gonna animate moving up, so I guess I should do this up and down because it's now it's still doing this weird flickering, yeah. So it's not a result of oh, the animation was going one way and then it started going the other. So why is that doing that though? That's so weird. Because, again, changing the thing... Changing, I can bring those back, I think. Why? Why? And you're... So this is private, so I know other code isn't looking at this and doing stuff. I mean, do I not allow these to be changed when they're already that direction? Do I just go like? I mean, okay. For first thing, I rule out that it's not the eyes. Let's. I guess I'm making that wild assumption. Yes, I should confirm. If it is, weird, but like, maybe. Ooh, okay. Why? So it is somehow the eyes, but I don't understand how. I mean, this is my first time really using animation layers. I thought they would be kind of independent. Okay, I mean, I guess we narrowed it down. But why? Why would that do that? You have an overload. Do you have an overload of like? No, it's an ID or name. Okay, so if you'd have anything about like the layer that you're supposed to be on, I guess to double check, I didn't accidentally put something wrong in one of these animators. Nothing on this layer should be doing anything with look up, look down. Yeah. Goes to these and then it like, but why would that be a thing that happens? And you do have a little bit of this transition duration. Let me I guess now I just look at this in play mode and see what's moving, just to see this physically going. So, like, yes, it's going back and forth. Why does that mean anything for the body? It doesn't, like... The move thing is being normal. Why is the eyes thing, why is it doing anything? I just don't understand why is that happening? Why would that be the behavior that this do? It's like like, I mean, I can put in, I don't know if this is going to help at all, but I can put in more like, if the facing direction isn't already up. But the problem, I mean, putting that isn't, like, that's not the issue because it's not being an issue. The problem is when you're going back and forth between two things rapidly. So I guess resetting the triggers didn't help. And what will? This problem was happening before I put in the reset trigger, so I don't think those are causing this to happen. Why? Why would this be a thing? It is... Oh, we've crossed midnight, so I do gotta go soon. I mean, it's only a problem if you spam the buttons, which I guess isn't common, but I still, you know, it shouldn't be a thing that happens in the first place. I guess I can just be like, and... is not equal to direction dot up. I forget the order of ors and ands, and if these brackets are necessary. They didn't fade, so I guess I think they are. Okay. Down. Left. I don't think this will help, but like maybe it will a tiny bit. And why there oh, the extra bracket there. Somehow you were supposed to go there. I don't know how that happened, but whatever. Why? And it's not equal to down, then do that. I guess maybe that will contribute somehow to the triggers being set off less often. Nope. I guess the next thing I can just try, I don't know if it has something to do with the fact that these are set up to be able to like interrupt themselves. Maybe I just turn that off. I don't know. Maybe I adjust the transition duration. Now works. Why though? So up down should still, because I mean, like, okay, I guess. I mean, I can just quickly double check the other options. It was I don't even know. I put it to like random like interruption source. The next state can, I don't even fully understand what the difference between the options are, other than like, yes, it can be interrupted if something else needs it to. I just want to confirm that, like, yeah, the other options will still have it do that. Okay, I mean, I guess that's a fix. I just don't understand why. It's super weird. It's a very funky issue that I guess, I don't know why that doesn't come up more often, but, I haven't heard of this being a thing, but I guess I don't use, blend trees. I don't know. Yeah, weird. Okay, I guess I fixed it. Woo! And the little bit of code that I put in, I guess I'll keep it. I have no reason not to. I can't spam a direction. I guess that's fine. Eventually, if I add like more of an idle animation while you're looking in this way, if there's like subtle moving up and down or like a blink. Gosh, I don't know how I'm gonna do a blink on top of this without like breaking everything. I guess I can close some of these now. I think that's fine to, yeah, not mess with. Okay. You are supposed to be there. I didn't move anything that I needed to move back, hopefully. Did this have any leftover print statements? Doesn't seem like it. Okay, so let's build this one last time. Let me go back to level 1 just because. Ooh, okay, I guess we got a few of the bug fixes in there. That's good. A bit of that polish. Oh, and I noticed that because I renamed the game, I noticed that this folder is messy with things that don't. This will be easier if I clear out some of what doesn't need to be in there. Okay. I guess I'll also double check that in this it's still in the build it's still being 60 FPS or whatever. Okay. Woo! Yeah. Did it. Woo. I never got around to. I was gonna take one last crack at lighting and post-processing. I mean, I have the time for that. Any attempt I have at doing this is gonna be super indecisive. I mean, I can. Ooh, even just making the lighting warm like that. Well, David, hello, welcome. Yeah, this is coming along quite well. We had a few bumps in the road, but yeah, getting through it. Which, yeah, this is going along good. I'm just experimenting with some wildly, like, things. I'm not going with this. I'm just, sometimes messing around can lead to interesting results, and so I think I like this slightly warmer by being that way, I guess. Just throw a shadow thingy on it. and have one light to give it a little shadow, to give it a dynamic feel. You just right now I purposely had the light facing straight down. If you're suggesting that I I have it not be that way. I mean, I do want to potential. Why do I? Why are you not showing shadows? Hold on. That bad boy in the corner. I mean, directional lights. It doesn't matter where they are, unless you're saying to put in a. I don't know what. Wait, why is this like? This is a light that should be giving shadows, and I actually don't know why it isn't. Dungeoneer 3, hello, welcome, thank you for the follow, thank you. That's awesome. Glad you're enjoying what has been back and forth between a very boring stream of like just doing some tedious work and like cleanup, and then some interesting things with like, hey, we're finishing this thing off and doing some bug fixes. There's a 2D shadow prefab thingy in Unity where you just draw a box on the object. I have done very little with 2D lighting. And also, this is a 3D scene, not with sprites, but with like actual 3D meshes. So I don't know if that would work here, but I'm not sure because you're suggesting something I'm not familiar with. But I know that you could have cool 2D lighting with, yeah, cool shadows and stuff. But I just don't know why, or I'm just figuring it right now, like, why do I have, just this light is supposed to be, you know, giving shadows, and I actually don't know why it's not. Do I actually have 2 lights in the scene or something? Give shadows, you. Why are you not? Why no shadows? Like, no shadows at all. I'm not sure why. Oh, you're just giving extremely faint shadows. I mean, can you not do that? Give like harsh shadows? That's because of the post-processing probably. If I turn you off, then I'm probably gonna see. No. Like, I get the light is bright, but no, it's not even. It's at like 0.1. Oh no, that's why that would do it. Okay. On the object. So if I were to attempt this thing that you're recommending, where do I start? Is this a component, or is this something I have to? Is this like an asset store package thing I'd have to download, or is it just a type of light with something? I'll look in 1 second. Sure. I'm curious. Like, I'm open to trying new things and learning new stuff of Unity that I'm not familiar with. There's one thing, something I'm not familiar with, and also I don't deal with 2D stuff often, like ever. So I'm extra unfamiliar with like 2D centric things. But then I'm also not sure if 2D specific stuff will work here because the game technically isn't 2D, it is technically 3D. But yeah, and I'm not even sure what to Google to like necessarily find what it is that you're talking about. So let me just experiment with. I mean, I can get back. Oh, hold on. I mean, I can turn up the lights, but then I can turn down the post processing just so I have a better. Shadows being stronger. Mess around with stuff. If it doesn't turn out good, we can always undo. Cool. That's not, It makes the, like, eyes brighter. I don't necessarily want it to be, like, dark. Oh. I mean, that's a little cool, but, like... I mean, I don't know. Okay, no. Problem I have with this, or at least your thing might like work. This specifically, this is supposed to be like a flat game. This immediately makes it look way more 3D because of how things are floating off of each other, and I don't necessarily want that to same. This fine. This not so much. I don't know. There's like way more of like that looking. Oh, ooh, that's a hold on. Whoa. This is what it looks like. That's on my main character when near light source. Oh. Are you okay if I show this on the stream? Is that cool? But I mean, I can look at it over here and interesting. Oh, having the shadows that like around. Okay, I recognize that. I have to look into it, but I know that there's Yeah, good enough. They can just click it well. I mean, fair enough. I just ask just in case. Just, yeah. I've had some people specifically ask, like, not for me to not show like code or whatever on stream. So yeah, just be better safe than sorry. Yeah, I feel like this is stuff that can be very cool to have. Although, so this would work. For this to work, like actually changing directions, this would then require me to actually have a light source that you're moving around. It's called Shadowcaster 2D Experimental. Okay, so because that specifically has 2D in the name, I have a feeling that it probably won't function here unless I converted all this stuff into sprites. But yeah, Shadowcaster 2D. I actually don't know what Shadow on its own is, but Shadowcaster 2D, I can see. Everything. Cast shadows, self shadows. Would I then want a point light or something? Put that near the player and just see. Because I'm guessing this is meant to work on images rather than like sprites rather than 3D meshes. But yeah, I'm not seeing things. I mean, I can try to. Image. Not like that. Nope. Hold on. 2D object. I don't have. I don't have stuff to that we added. Right. You're not gonna. I'll go blah and then sprite renderer. Just let you be a white square and then. Why am I not seeing you though? If you're a white square, don't you still show up as like a big? Where? I'll just. Wow. The button thing we made. I put Shadowcaster 2D on it. Oh, something. Oh, that's not. This I have to define like the shape of you or something. Edit shape. Oh, neat. Whoa. I'm roughing this out because I'm not gonna make it exact right now. Let's just say, whoa, that's your shape. That's everything. I guess I didn't do that on the player. I don't know. It only shadows at runtime for me. Oh, okay, that can be a thing. I don't know. I'm curious. Even if I don't use this on this project, interested in learning stuff because then I could potentially use such things on other projects that I do. I don't know if the light has to be 2D. 2D lights are a thing, right? I don't remember. Is light 2D a thing? Game object. Light 2D is the thing. 2D render data must be assigned to your universal render pipeline asset or camera. Okay, so that's okay. This might be getting too far for like me having to convert a bunch of stuff into like a 2D mode for this to work. Because it's saying I will have to remove. Where's remove? Why am I not seeing remove component? Light 2D. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to go this far into this because this means that I'm converting some settings into 2D settings when this is a 3D game. So, yeah. Mine's a Zelda clone, so it works in my 2D world. Lol, screen where sorry, it's a 2D like. No, okay, I kind of suspected that with all the 2D stuff in the names, but still just, oh yeah, this is, then he said, that is very cool. That is conceptually very, very cool. And especially for 2D stuff. With 3D games, I guess you can have more with just, you have a light and a thing that's blocking it and then you just get a shadow more that just kind of happens automatically. You have to fake it a lot more in 2D that this Shadowcaster thingy seems, I guess, to do a lot with. So it is very cool. That is very cool. But yeah, unfortunately, I guess I'm not gonna, I mean, if I really wanted to, I could take this, swap it all out for sprites and then do that. If you're new to, you haven't been here the last little bit of what I've rambling with stuff with this. This is part of a, like a 9-day making a game challenge type thing that I'm just doing myself just because we're on day 8 of 9, where ideally it was gonna be day 8, like now, we'd be done the game, and then day 9 was just gonna be publishing it or whatever. We sort of deviated from that a little bit, where we actually have just, I think, we got the game into a playable, like, finished state, and then tomorrow I'm gonna, like, I guess put it on, like, itch.io or something. But then I want to keep working on it and say, like, here's, like, a kind of like a prototype, and then I want to then go through and polish it up a bunch. They're making it look pretty. Sorry, man, didn't do it right. Not a problem at all. Not a problem at all. A-okay. Cool to learn new stuff in Unity. That's literally part of what I'm doing with this project is also just learning with new things and experimenting with just things that I don't happen to do often in Unity. Yeah, so I guess we're not doing too much of the. I was experimenting a tiny bit with like, oh, is there any quick settings I can change to make this look prettier? Sort of more of the stuff I can do in 10 seconds. But then like eventually we're gonna come back to this and try to polish it up a ton, make it look visually cool, have like background little details and like all that fancy stuff. Go the 9 miles with making it look pretty. That's on the agenda at some point, but not right this second, I don't think. And then also polishing in terms of like animations and like this, rather than just being a solid color, actually looking like, you know, textured perhaps, stuff like that. It is all stuff that's sort of on the list to deal with. We're gonna hopefully, yeah, mess with eventually, but yeah, so that is a thing. Okay, I did want to experiment, I guess, with, I did bring back shadows, but then I just don't, I'll have to reassess this. I think, I mean, this would solve itself if I actually properly, like, put these against the ground or whatever. Actually, if I opened you and then made you like this again. I don't immediately know how this might break stuff in the other levels, so I'm very hesitant to do what I just did. I'm gonna undo it for right now. I don't want to break all the other levels, and I don't really have time to go through and test them. I'm gonna say no shadow like that for right now, just I want the proper like 2D look. But are you trying to add or get rid of shadows? Just random experimenting to see what looks good. If shadows look good, then yes, shadows. If shadows look bad, then no shadows. And I could go through and like, the walls have shadows, yes. Or the walls have no shadows, but then just the player does. I could experiment with that. But like, I am kind of out of time. It is 12:30. I meant to stop like at 12. So I am kind of out of time. So like, I don't want to, especially no changes that's going to require me to like look through every single level in the game to double check that nothing broke catastrophically. I guess at this point I'm just like, I don't think we really want bloom, but yeah, no. Want to turn off tone mapping? Does that actually look better? To just let this be like the more saturated color? Maybe. I don't know. I'm just I did let me just mess with some of this stuff again. I would have to then also see how like the enemies and all them are looking. I don't know if I want this to be like darker or brighter. Whoa. Well, okay, hold on. Let me just, not like that. This, I mean, do I want that to be like a different color? I mean, I can do this. I can then like have it actually towards a different color. I just don't know if I actually want that, and then this, like, I don't know if dark and gloomy was what I was necessarily going for. Where'd the walls go? What? Oh, why'd you go back to being that size? I specifically told you to go back. I don't know if I'll keep this, but I might. I almost like, even though this is just grids and like lines, I kind of imagine it being more like exterior, like you're on top of a super tall tower, and thus things would be more bright, but also fire. I don't know. I think I go back to when it looked like. Where did we start? We started like this. Now this looks darker. I think my eyes just have to like adjust. This is what we've been, I believe, this is what we were, oh wait, no. Let's go all the way back real quick. This is what we've been looking at for the past 5 hours. Now it like looks off just because I've changed it before. I think I might need to like, I need to just, I could tinker with this all day. I might need to just, yeah, not, and just accept this how it is. The other thing, the only thing is just, do I want to get rid of the tone mapping? Do I want the more saturated colors? I would just, yay or nay, blah or blah. And then I'm just basically turning off that as a whole. The more saturated or the less saturated? The side that perhaps I'm going towards. I personally typically like more like saturated, like popping out colors of stuff. But I think I might just stick with how it started, just to not go too far with it. I could. Oh. Okay, wait, even though I asked a question, I might take it back and go... Okay, I mean, so we're not doing this, but this is conceptually neat. Just how different of a vibe this has just by doing a hues shift. Whoa. Ah, cool. I'm a little curious of what this looks like in a level where there's, like, the everything else. Interesting. I mean, if I really wanted to, I could be like, every level, it's a slightly different hue shift. I'm trying to get too carried away. Maybe black and white or sepia tone. Ooh, that's actually, this is actually more the color I wanted for the background paper a little bit. Just that more, I don't want to go too overboard in like saturation, but maybe a little bit of this contrast. I kind of like this, like, very, like, light, like, the dark, but I guess not. Don't go too far with it. Ooh. That's, like, orange. This makes me think fire. I don't know. Let me just... Let's keep breaking. Did I keep... Why do they keep... Do I keep undoing back to... let me just, make sure you're applied to all levels, real quick. Let me play around with this. I might undo. I kind of like it. I can also play around with the grid as well. I want to get to another level where there's just other stuff. Actually, let me just, I don't need to go through all this. Let's skip ahead to, like, whatever 6 is. What is this going to be? Well, okay, this is... Pick a level that doesn't have that much actually in it. It's like the springs when you go up. No. You're coming over here. Follow me around. The point of this level is that you have to lead an enemy around and then go up and... Yeah. I got the springs. I don't know if it's just me, but the grid lines themselves feel more purple now? Why are some of these different? Wait. Oh, one of these is the walls and one of these is the hole. The walls were fine. The holes were... Okay. Let me jump into level like this one. How does this look? Oh no, the fire looks red. Oh, that's bad. Oh, we can't do that. We can't have that. The fire turned red. I mean, unless I were to take this and then now go show me the fire texture. But then now you kind of blend into the background too much. I mean, unless you are a different color or something, but like, I mean, what if I then did like... Right, you are the exact orange that I would want for the fire. Where is... there's also... Okay, I'll come back to that in just a second. The grid itself. Did I want to do anything with the grid being more... Slightly... Not too much. Just a little bit more up and like away from purple, I guess. But let me go back to the lighting. I don't actually think I want... You know, this looks conceptually a little bit neat. I don't think I need to be conscious of the things in the level, like the fire. Yeah, that's when it's all off. Yeah. So it was just this. This isn't what we started with, is it? Really? I don't even know anymore. The light itself I didn't even really change, right? Yeah. Oh, right, because you're a sphere. You're looking way more spherical, so the lower lighting is actually better for right now, anyway. I did this, but toned down, like, reset it and, like, try again, effectively. What was it? The saturation? It was... So, okay, the saturation, I guess, is something I don't want to touch. That black and white is kind of interesting. Whoa. Even that is just making them so much more... Yeah, so much more red. It's 12:34. I do gotta go. Maybe just like this. Now if I had it before and after, I could see what this looked like. If I could see what this looked like before, if that's better than right now or not, I'm not sure. Is it too bright in the center now? I'm unsure. I think the center might be kind of too bright now. If they change scenes, is now not so easily undoable. I mean, actually, no, it is. Is this really what it looked like before? Now it just seems so dark. I don't know. I could pull up my other streams to find out, but. Or I guess technically before it was this, 'cause I had this like somewhere in the middle, but like, so I guess this is a slight adjustment, but weird. You're looking at something for so long and like, yeah, I don't know. So maybe I do this, but like not as much. Maybe I just do very subtle, like 10, 20 or something. And then like, ooh, do I want to apply color filter onto like everything? No, probably not, but like, yeah, I think it could a little bit. It does kind of maybe set the mood. This, This is like it's nighttime, which is a little interesting, but I don't think I want that. I imagine this being like outdoors, but like up high on like a tower of some kind, I guess. That's all crumbling around. Oh, what is this? Light tinting, maybe. Well, let me just... and then go back. I don't know, maybe the slight tinting helps like everything kind of feel like it's all part of the same environment or something. I don't know. I can pretend to know. I do not. I do bring this back more towards yellow. Am I making this better or... oh, I turned off the vignette. I do want the vignette on. It does help things get yeah, slight bit of like gradients, I guess, from the black to like not things not being so solid color. Whoa. Okay. I don't know anymore. This is what we had. This can't be what we started with. It looks so much darker than what we started. We have this. I could then even take this and then like this is the thing with like this bit of like polish. There's just so much little things that one can change with like making things look slightly different, just slightly adjusting settings for hours and hours, and I'm terrible at it. I just don't know what I'm doing. Like, is that better? Maybe feels like more of like an inside of a temple kind of a vibe. Maybe. And am I happy with like the lines themselves? Does that also change? I like it being the color of the player, I think. Wait, I didn't apply that, did I? Oh wait, I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know if this looks better or worse than before. I go through a level or two with it looking like this. What do I think? It's not that the player's a lot darker now. So maybe I brighten up the player a little bit. The actual player material. You already are kind of quite bright. We're so far in, I can't imagine changing the player to not be blue. I could fake, use this to kind of, yeah, brighten you up a little bit. Cheating with a mission. Haha. Guess so. Yeah. The grid itself is meant to be more of like, yeah, this background kind of thing. The grid isn't supposed to like stand out too much. That's why I also considered having it be partially visible. I think I'll keep that as is. Okay, I think I can adjust things all day long, but I need to stop for the sake of my sanity. Is this... Okay, I guess I have a quick glance over. No individual like game mechanic looks super broken now as a result of these changes. Is that correct? Oh, did I change the... No, the light itself, it has the warm kind of temperature, but it's not the actually tinted. Where's the... I want to see the okay, the arrows look fine, they stand out. I want to see the faded arrows. Where are they? Oof. You can barely see those now. I mean, you don't need to make them out that much. They're just like little like things you can see where the boulders are going, but I guess I could just adjust them a little bit. I understand, just a tiny touch more. So if I put it too much towards this, then it looks like the regular arrows. I'd rather, if I'm changing it a little bit, it's to make it more in this direction, I think, just so it's I'd rather be, you know, further away from the normal type of arrows. Or do I disagree with my own assessment? Maybe just that is fine. I can see that, I think. Let me double check that. I go over here. Like, yeah, I can see, I can definitely make that out. And like, if you straight up cannot see those arrows, it's not the worst thing because they're well, no, they're kind of, they're meant to be like a more of a decorative element in the first place, so. Where's the color thing going on? Whoa. I'm like clicking it and not seeing the color thing. It's on another monitor somewhere. Well, I don't know. It's gone. It's, or wait, what? Whoa. Why can't I adjust any of these? Inspector? Weird. Okay, it fixed itself. I don't know. I can, yeah. I think I might actually go with the slightly lighter version. Okay, enough changes. It's getting late. I need to get going. And especially if I want to have a better chance at streaming tomorrow, I need to like, the longer I stream now, the less the more busy, the more stuff I'm piling up for tomorrow, the stuff I gotta get done. So I'm gonna say, hands off now. I think this is looking good. Actually, I just want to double check the falling things. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Goal stands out. There's one worry about like, when you change the colors of like everything, making sure that all the colors still make sense. That black is really black now. Do I want to do anything about that? Do I want to quickly like? Okay. Remember when I said hands off like 2 seconds ago? I'll do these slightly more. Yeah. Sure. Why not? I guess that's the color we're going with. I don't want too many things to be brown. I guess maybe I could go back to it. It fits in with being like the debris or whatever. Okay. Let's say that we're done. Let's go. Let's build this project one final time. Build and run. So we have a finished game, I think. How about I do one whole like entire run through? While I'm ending things off, I imagine I'll be doing a bit more rambling right now. So as I'm ending things off, we'll do maybe not the whole game, but we'll go through more of it. I get also better just like how the art style kind of is. So I'm overall happy with how this turned out. We definitely have a lot more that we want to do with it, more polished, blah blah blah. But I think for the most part, yeah, we are going to be done working on. There's a lot for all the polish we want. There's still a lot of work to do. Like that polish is also probably going to include even just polishing up the code, because that would probably just be good to do. And then to make changes, it'll be good. This is. I think the name we're going with is No Time to Think. Which it's all right name. If I come up with a better one, then yeah, that'll be a thing. But so I'm overall happy with how this turned out. Decently interesting gameplay mechanic. I don't know if the faded arrows. They're fine. It's fine. It's okay. Stuff like that is also going to be like when I adjust, when we go back for round 2 of polishing this thing. Yeah, there's definitely plenty that we'll be able to fix. Yeah, but overall, what am I trying to say? I'm just repeating myself now as I'm just going through this. Game is overall done, and we can go through all the levels, and that's cool. The polish is, we did some of that lighting and whatnot, so that's something, I guess. So now, do I want to stream just uploading it to itch.io? I don't know. I mean, that was meant to be what like day 9 of the thing was. I don't want to have like the stream saying like day 8 and then the next stream is something else. It's like, what happened to day 9? Oh, it happened off stream. So I don't know, but maybe I'll have a glance at how much work's actually going to be involved in that. Because if it's just uploading the game, that's not like stream worthy. But like I'm doing any like having to Photoshop up a like like any logos or stuff of that caliber. But then, I mean, even then, with how much I was already struggling to do the most simplest Photoshop things, like, I don't know. I'll figure it out. But then now, I gotta figure out what I'm actually doing after this, because for the last week, it's been easy to figure out, like, what I'm streaming. It's just, oh, okay, continuing to work on this game, whatever stuff still needs to be worked on. Yeah, now we are going to start to branch out into other stuff that I want to be doing, which is exciting. Oh, that's killing me. Okay. So that's gonna be cool. I gotta figure out exactly what that is gonna be. And I might start to make another list of, I have a few lists now of stuff that's related to prepping for the stream, for like future streams, but making another list that's more like concrete of like, I'm gonna stream a stream doing this specifically, a stream doing this specifically, and then figure out a proper order of what I want to do. But I think now that this game is mostly done, I think the next thing that I'm going to start to work on, which I don't know how much it'll be streaming, is getting another YouTube video out the door, which ideally is another tutorial. Which then maybe some of that will be streamed. I have to see. I missed a wall here and here. One of the underneath tile thingies. I see a third one that I missed as well. I see a fourth one. Oh no. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna quickly. I won't rebuild right this second, but as I notice any like small things like that I just want to fix to be consistent with my levels, I will just quickly fix. But I'm not gonna build and then restart. Where was it? What was what level did I just do? Oh wait, I see another one. Wait, no, do I? No, I don't. No, you're good. You're good. Level I just did, I went through this one. It was I remember walking past that thing. Level 9. It was this, yeah, because it was some of these. Okay. Give me the grid piece, yeah. It'll be interesting to then also compare what this game will potentially look like between now and then when it, like, if we actually get to the point of getting a bunch of cool polish. Can I actually get that duplicate in there? cool levels of this being polished, we can compare the before and after, and that'll be neat. And then that could be its own showcase of like, here's how it looked with not that much polish, and then here's how it looked with lots of polish. And I mean, I'm hoping that there's going to be a decently significant difference. I guess I don't know that for sure. That's more going to revolve around how much time I actually put into it, and then where I run into potential issues of things going wrong. But yeah, okay. Okay, that's probably fine. Okay, and continue. So other than those, wait, no, there's one in this level as well. Okay, yeah. This is level. We are currently in level 9, so go into level 10. Okay. Okay. All right, finish the playthrough. Which well, first, actually, can I actually cheat this and go fast enough to like? No, you have to wait for the arrow to go around. Haha. Whoa. Building the faded arrow looks weird now, but I think it's just more because it's different. Like, so used to looking at it one way for so long that you change it, and it's like, what? Why? How? What? Okay. No. Oh. Did I not die because I moved into the whatever? I don't whatever that was. It's maybe fine. Oh yeah, if I move over too fast and I don't gotta deal with the enemy, I'm gonna let that slide. If you're that quick that you can do that, then I guess that's okay. The enemy doesn't need to start as far away as it does. I think I could maybe solve that by having the enemy actually start closer. I don't think I care to make those adjustments now. Yeah. No, that's not any of the movements that I wanted to make. Not every level needs to be... Oh no, you're following me. Oh no, okay. Got one shot at this. Oh, you can... Okay, so that's definitely a minor issue that I can pretend is a feature. Is that if you move off of one of those spaces at the wrong time, then that happens. But okay, we'll deal with that. We'll deal with that at some point. Blah, down, up. Yeah. Even just cleaning up some of the block interactions, even stuff that currently isn't supported. Like you can't have an arrow on a spring at the same time at the moment. You can't have a spring on top of a wall. Stuff like that would also be cool that we eventually clean up, or like we allow all those interactions and whatnot. Then maybe we'll build more levels. I don't know. That we'll have to see. Well, I'm mandatorily going to be building one more level. That is the 5x5 boss fighting this fighting the 5x5 enemy thing. If I'm doing that, then I'll have 19 levels. So maybe I'll make one more just to have it be a nice solid 20 or something. We'll see. Or build a couple more and then have like 25 or something. Just not 19. I mean, I could get rid of a level, but like, which level was the worst? Got it. But no, hopefully not. Okay, so okay, yeah, I'll see through quickly, just finishing off this so we can see the final results of all the stuff that we did, and then you guys can play this as well. Even though you've probably already seen me play through this a bajillion times, so I don't know, but yeah. But I will, but I guess release the source code if anyone cares about that, and I will say, I guess as far as if I release the source code of this game, if anyone wants to take these files and do anything you want with them, make more on this than I have, then feel free. You have my blessing. Yeah, if you make cool stuff, then I'd love to see it. I mean, it could be as simple as like you take this exact thing and just make more levels, or you take it in a completely different direction to make all kinds of new game mechanics and turn it into a whole different thing. Yeah, feel free. Although, I mean, I'll do that, I guess, with this. I'll feel better doing that when the game is more polished, and especially when a lot of the code is like cleaned up and actually commented. But yeah. Anywho, cool that one happens to die, like, because those guys don't actually die in the center; they die based on their bottom left block. convenient that that happens to be where the fire is, so it almost looks intentional. I mean, it is intentional. Ha 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 ha. Yeah, we're almost at the end, like 4 more levels or something like that. 4 if counting this one. Yeah, so I guess as it says, so now after this, I got to figure out what I'm actually doing next in terms of content. And as I said, I have potential ideas. I gotta like iron them out of what I'm doing specifically. But we'll get there. We'll get there. Okay, so you kill you. Haha. Yeah. Whoop. And we'll see if I'm streaming tomorrow or not. I don't know. Hard to say just yet. Because me being busy with like work and stuff like that. Ooh. Okay. And then even like when I get less busy, I might have to just take time to specifically figure out what I'm streaming as well. And yeah. In the near future, I want to do the idea that I said of specifically having a little, not even a game, just a Unity project where all we do is figure out how to do ledge grabbing and the kind of procedural character animation stuff that comes with that. Ideally, I don't have, I mean, I don't know. I'll have to figure out, like, in terms of learning some new stuff that I haven't done before, I don't know how much. Ideally, I don't want a stream where the entire thing is just me Googling stuff. Like, ideally, I want to do that kind of stuff where it's like, here's a thing I've never done before, but I have a reasonable idea of how to go about doing the thing. Like, I have some kind of a starting point. Like, going into the stream with a starting point, so maybe doing some Googling beforehand or whatever. So the whole thing isn't just me being like, I don't know what to do. But, you know, we'll see how that how that actually ends up going. Yeah. Woo. All right, blah, and on to the final level, which, the Chaos Room. The cool, maybe in the also polished version of this, I give these levels actual names. I like the idea of getting actual level names rather than just level 1, 2, whatever. It gives the levels more personality. I've actually said that at like the top or something. Yeah, it could be a thing. And then calling this the Chaos Room is a cool name. All right, and we did it. Woo! Thank you for playing. And then the player comes up. Maybe the player takes a bit too slow coming up, but whatever, it's fine. And then player, I don't, yeah, I did disable it. You can't control that player. And I guess there's just an enemy down there, just for the funsies. And you can restart quick. I tested the quit button before. Let me double check. I guess the restart button works. Yes, it does. Okay, and with that, no time to think. I think we have a finished game. So, booyah. Mission complete. Kind of. So, I take off this. We're at the end of day 8. We'll see what minor things I do with polish, but I think I'm just gonna put polish down here. Polish the game is what I'll do, but I gotta figure out how much of this is even stream worthy or whatever. Maybe I'll lump this with something else that I'm doing, like the ledge grab thing or whatever. But yeah, that brings us to the end of No Time to Think. This 9-day. Actually, it's funny, that name is fitting for both the game itself of like that you're moving and you can't you're always moving, then you just turn. But even for this challenge itself of having to make this game in the 9 days, I don't have time to think to figure out how I'm actually making it. Gotta just go if I want to finish it on time. I can pretend that was on purpose. Okay, so with that, we're going to, end things off, I think. Raise the desk for the end here. 2 people here, according to Twitch stats, so I'm not gonna... Well, I think there's a discrepancy between, like, this number, and I see a lot of people here, which each and every one of you I appreciate. Thanks for coming, joining and all that, but I'm gonna... Whenever I press the right button, it always goes off of this number, I think, so I'm gonna, not do that right now, but push this away. As I repeat myself for the 15th time, so this will be, in theory, actually, this is the last stream of working on this for now. If you are getting sick of seeing me doing this, then don't worry. I'm excited to be, then, going into new stuff, knowing, variety of different, things with whatever it is. We end up doing and hopefully making cool stuff. And hopefully from here now going forward, hopefully the streams will be more interesting just by having more variety and whatever, but we'll see. I think it'll be a bit could be all over the place depending on how stuff specifically goes. But then, yeah, and now I'm gonna be working on new things that I haven't done in Unity before that I think will be interesting to for with me to learn and could be interesting stuff to stream. Building up this repository of then stuff I can potentially use in my upcoming games. Many of the things that I'm going to be doing in isolation are specifically for either Ultra Tag thing to be renamed and the Handyman with the Unicycle. Like, I think I want either or maybe both of them having ledge grabs of some kind, so doing that. Using this game as a guinea pig to learn how Steam achievement works, because it'd be cool for those games to have Steam achievements. And then just like a whole bunch of other little things. I guess I won't ramble off the whole list right now. I don't remember most of it, just as I've come up with random stuff, I've writing it down on my phone. Yeah, so as I continue to make stuff, you will see it, and that'll be cool. And then I also want to get back into actually doing like YouTube video stuff. So then production on those and what I'm going to be doing specifically with those is also going to, be things that y'all get to see. And then occasionally we'll come back to this and then polish it and all that cool stuff. So anyways, 5 hours and 50 minutes, close to 6 hours. Yeah, all right, fair enough. With that being said, I think we're is there anything else I want to say? Am I missing any announcements? I don't know. Whatever it is. I guess for people who haven't been here before, I do have a Discord. I guess I'll quickly shout out my stuff. I do YouTube stuff where I want to be mostly making YouTube tutorials on, or Unity tutorials on YouTube, teaching different Unity topics. One thing with that, actually, I'll do one last little ramble. I've been thinking of like, so different topics that I've been tending to do to make tutorials on that I guess a lot of, most of the tutorials I've been making, other than like my first few, are in of an intermediate category of like how complicated a tutorial is to follow. And I don't know if I want to maybe gear toward, or if I'm making tutorials of all different like beginner, intermediate, advanced, in different topics. I don't know if I want to actually make some more like beginner-esque tutorials where all it is like teaching you what enums are or what lists are and how to use them effectively, or random stuff like that, or just what's the difference between update and fixed update, what's up with that. I don't know, we'll see. I've been debating like maybe that could be good to potentially do if people are interested in learning. For people who it's like their first week using Unity, or even like if you've been using Unity for a while, it's just some things that you've just maybe didn't know existed, like enums. Enums being a thing that could be very useful to, do I have any over here? Yeah. Nope, not there. This, like, woo, not, instead of just saving 4 numbers. Woo, fancy. But, I don't think my next immediate tutorial will be something like that, but we'll see. That's just random. Yeah, I don't know. Anyways, yeah, potential things that I could be doing, but we'll see. But I do also want to do more advanced tutorials. So there's one thing I'll say with, Solstice, by the way, something need to look into that I've been doing a lot in my production code at work. For those things where you're doing a lot of those animation trigger resets, I've gotten to where I really like making enums and putting extension methods on the enums to do things. Yeah, very, very, things that can be very useful. Even just like taking something you might know exists and applying it in a way that maybe you didn't think to was a way that you could use something, which is. Yeah, like something new that I did in this game was having one animation, but having it serve 4 purposes. Reusing the same animation, but that in late update you can be like, okay, here's what the animation did, but let me invert it or whatever, or swap the X and the Z, so that instead of going up, it goes down or to the left, or like that's a new thing that I did with this. Actually, that specific thing is something I might make a tutorial out of. I don't know. I was thinking even just from stuff I did in this game, if I'm looking for things I could turn into like. Things that I think would be neat to teach people or whatever. I don't want to specifically do like, I'm going to teach you how to do grid-based movement because I've been doing too much of that here. I want to move away to new things for now. Maybe eventually I come back to something like that. But if I were to take something from this to turn into a tutorial, it wouldn't be that specifically. Especially because, well, some of the code in here is a bit sloppy. I ideally want, something more clean, I guess. But also, so another thing I'll quickly ramble with is that when I make the tutorials that I have, I like to not just be like, enums are a thing or whatever, or hey, you can, like, the instantiate function exists. I like to instead have it be more like, at the beginning I show like, here's a thing we build, and then we're gonna use this thing to make that, I guess. Like, not a great example, but like like my second tutorial ever has like just this like thing that like is spawning a bunch of different objects like cubes and spheres and cylinder that are then just falling, and just rainbow colored like objects just like falling. It's like, we're gonna make this to do that. We're gonna, you know, use instantiate and like, you know, show you how to spawn objects. The point of that was to show how to like spawn objects and then doing it in a neat way. Not the best example. I made like collectibles. I did a simple like collectibles tutorial to show like, hey, on trigger enter and stuff like that's stuff that exists. So I like to have my tutorials not just be, this is a thing that exists, but like, we're gonna make this gameplay mechanic, but the focus of the tutorial really is this underlying, you know, programming technique that I want to show or stuff like that. That's the idea. That's conceptually what I like to. I think that's more interesting, and then it makes it more interesting. It feels more like you're making game things. I had a more complicated. The last tutorial that I made was this submarine tutorial. So that's the other thing, is my different tutorials very much range in quality. Mostly just from like the older ones to newer ones. There were some that I like wrote scripts and then reading the scripts with some editing. There were some that's basically I just turn on the camera and ramble for like half an hour about how to make a car, stuff like that. But I made a submarine tutorial a while ago that that's a lot more complicated. And that was very heavily edited. That one took so long to make. That's a lot of like rigid body physics stuff and making stuff move and move up and down, and then like have this stabilization thing where it like hits off of like if it hits off of a wall, then it'll like correct itself back to being like the way it should be rotated or whatever and stuff like that. Anyways, where am I going with this? Just whatever. Yeah, it's stuff I want to make with tutorials, but I want to make also unique things and not just copy whatever everyone else making tutorials are making. I want to have my own style to it and come up with ideas for tutorials based on like, yeah, not just Googling what other tutorials exist and then making those, but finding like, oh, hey, there's not good tutorials on this thing, so let me do that. Or literally, I learned a thing making this, let me show that to the world, or whatever. I don't know. Anyways, I can ramble about all that all day, but long story short, I have plans for stuff that I want to be doing, and slowly but surely, you'll be seeing it. So, one thing's off for now, and then I'll figure out what exactly the next couple streams are going to be shortly. But if you want to see some of that, maybe I post stuff in like I have a Discord. I think if you type ! Discord, there'll be a link to that. And then yeah, feel free to ask me any game dev questions for people who have questions about game dev stuff, how to code stuff. Whatever, I can try to answer things. I'm no, like, I've been doing game dev stuff for quite a bit. I'm no extreme expert in it, so no guarantee I can answer everything, but like, I can try, or at least maybe, you know, guide in the right direction if I don't have the answer to something. Maybe, who knows, but anyways, I think that'll do it for this live stream. If you liked it, look forward to more. Thank you all so much for watching, and as always, I'll see you around. And you know, every time I then gotta go and hit the stop streaming button. This would be here's potential stream content is automating this. Make it so I can say my outro and hit like one button and then have it. I mean, sorry, actually, I know that OBS hotkeys are a thing, but I worry about like accidentally pressing some buttons. Like if I'm typing code, I don't want to accidentally stop the stream. But like Stream Deck is a thing, or Steam, the thing where you could have an external thing that's a bunch of hotkeys. Configuring one of those, have that be a dedicated stop stream button or something. Not just start this one stream. That's there's definitely better things we could do with that. But like automating stuff that I do in my streams, like how when people redeem solving a Rubik's Cube, how then I solve a Rubik's Cube, and sometimes I bring up a timer, I press a button and automatically a timer comes up. That kind of stuff, figuring out how to like partially interface with like OBS's API and do some things like that. That could be cool, and that could be stream content in and of itself, potentially. We'll see. Anyways, I already did my outro, so we're just gonna end things off now. All right, see ya.